Just wait here for a second. Wait till this time. This time. That's it. There we go, guys. Keep coming down.
James Treadwell. At the moment, Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings, I thought I'd get in there before, will be coming out to bat for Lancashire, who won the toss and decided to bat first. I'm Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby, and this is Scott Reed from BBC Lancashire and Manchester and all over the Northwest.
Good morning.
How are you, man?
I'm good, thank you.
Good.
How are you?
Yeah, very good. Very good. Sun's just gone in for a moment. It is warm.
Yes.
Already.
And warmer tomorrow.
Opening the batting for Lancashire, Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells.
I won't at any stage be attempting to compete with Jane on the loudspeakers, which have been turned down incidentally. Yeah, I think so.
Right. Okay.
Because when she tested them before, my word, they were loud. Derbyshire make 2 changes from the 11 that started.
Ask all spectators to keep their chairs off the grass, please.
And Alex Thompson has been left out. In come Mitch Wagstaff to open the batting. And Blair Tickner returning the Kiwi, so Derbyshire up to their full complement of 2 overseas players, and he indeed is going to open the bowling from the pavilion end.
To bowl from the pavilion end, Blair Tickner.
Perfectly timed.
Beautiful.
It's going to be a battle for 4 days, or as long as this lasts. Lancashire.
Yes, one change.
One change.
So they come into this on the back of a draw against Kent in Blackpool. And the one change is Jack Blatherwick, who gets a start, coming in for Mitchell Stanley. So just the one change from
Excellent. And it'll be Luke Wells, who's easy to spot when he hasn't got his helmet on, but not so easy when he has, because they're both quite tall, the openers, aren't they?
Yeah, they've both got short sleeves, which is unusual. Keaton normally wears longer sleeves, which does help when you're a long way away, because they are quite similar looking, tall left-hand opening batters. But yeah, Wells on strike for this first ball. Wells and Jennings, the opening pair again.
Paul Baldwin is at the lake end officiating for the first innings.
Lovely.
And James Treadwell at the pavilion end. He'll be the standing up. They're just waiting for something to happen here, but I'm not entirely sure what it is. We've got one of the world's largest sight screens to our left, so it can't be that.
It is huge, isn't it?
Yeah.
It spans the entire width of the town centre of Chesterfield.
Yes, it's the world's biggest sheet.
Yes.
3 slips and a sort of deepish gully. It's difficult to tell from here how deep he is. And here comes Blair Tickner, who's been out for a while, and his first delivery is bang on target. And Luke Wells just plays it into the ground, and Tickner fields off his own bowling, so we're underway. Good to see Mitch Wagstaff getting a go. And Aaron Donald was the alternative. Nye is around. Oh, there we go. And there will be updates throughout the days on this line, I'm afraid, everybody. But hopefully we can intersperse them as and when. As Tickner is in again, bowls. That one is driven, but straight to Harry Kane. Decent first day crowd, as you might expect. There's Puffin Billy for the first time today. Puffin Billy, everybody. Always good to hear him. Or indeed her, or indeed them. Down at the far end of the ground here at Queen's Park, there's Tickner. Is on his way in again, bowls to Wells, who squirts that one away into the offside. Anish Dal is giving chase. They'll pick up 2. And indeed, 2 is all they'll get. So Lancashire up and running this morning. Harry Kane sort of pretended to run alongside Anish Dal there, but gave up quite quickly. We're very exposed in the commentary box here, because everybody can hear us, which I'm not sure is ideal. We've got the Lancashire boys to our left, which is where the away changing room is, as Tickner is in and bowls. That one is defended. Oh, just wobbling a bit the line there. I do apologise for any interruptions over the course of the broadcast. As you realise, we are operating at an outground. Chris Green's next to us now as well. All sorts of international cricketers. Harry Kane gives the ball back to Tickner, and he's on his way in again. First over of the morning, 2 without loss Lancashire. That one is a little inside edgish. Here we go. away here. Wesley, Lancashire won the toss. They decided to have a bat first. We're in the first over, and they're 2 without loss. Derbyshire made a couple of changes to the side. They drew with Gloucestershire down in Bristol. Mitch Wagstaff and Blair Tickner are back in the side at the expense of David Lloyd and Alex Thompson. Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells out there at the moment for Lancashire in this first over. And visitors are 2 without loss. First update done, and indeed dusted. And the first over is done and dusted as well. 2 without loss. Both of those runs to Luke Wells. Zach Chappell already swinging his arms about, but it's going to be Ben Aitchison who made his first class return up at Old Trafford. And the drawn game
The
between
ball
the
from
sides.
the lake end, Ben Aitchison.
There we go. In that drawn game up at Old Trafford a little bit earlier in the season. He's got 3 slips as well. Caleb Jewell at first, Wayne Madsen at second, and Martin Anderson at third. No David Lloyd in this team, so he would often occupy one of the slip positions. Zach Chappell's down at long leg with Blair Tickner at third man. Alex Dahl at point, Harry Kame at mid-off, Morley at mid-on as Aitchison is in, and it's turned off his hip by Keaton Jennings for a single, much to the delight of the Lancashire players to our left. And Lancashire move on to 3 without loss.
What is or who is Puffing Billy?
It's a train that gives people rides around the
That sounds
bottom end of the
tremendous.
ground. Yeah,
Oh, I'll try and have a go on that later on if that's possible.
very good for social media, I thought, Scott. Yeah.
I'm not bothered about doing that particularly. Thankfully, Lancs TV don't travel away from home, otherwise that would
They'd have you on the back of
They probably
They
well would,
certainly
yeah.
would.
Yeah, they probably would.
Yeah, when you're on the back of that tractor at Egbert. Never to be forgotten.
Well, no, it's burned in my memory, unfortunately.
Aitchison running up the hill from the lake end, bowls to Wells, gets an inside edge down towards fine leg, and off the boundary comes Chappell, picks up his third run. There's Luke Wells, 4 without loss.
Just like a little mini train on the kind of
I'm not
goes
sure.
around the park.
Yes, I'm not sure if it's a train
Right.
or if it's a tractor that's been made to look like a train.
Ah, right.
And I'm sure there are people out there who will let me know. It's Derbyshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. My official email addresses. This next delivery he's played and missed that one, Keaton Jennings, and that wasn't far away at all for Ben Aitchison. It feels like the kind of day when the ball might swing a bit. There was rain overnight, so there might just be a little bit of rain in the air. You've got pictures of Puffin Billy,
Yeah, it
haven't you?
looks terrific.
Is it on a track or is it?
Can't quite see from that if it is on the track. It might be on the tarmac little pavement that goes through the park, maybe.
You'll hear him blowing from time to time as Aitchison bowls us left alone by Keaton Jennings.
There it is. It is described as being a miniature train,
Oh, yeah.
but it doesn't appear to be. Oh, it is on track. There
So
it
it's on the
is.
track.
Yes,
My
that's
apologies.
the track.
My
There we go.
apologies. All aboard
Puffin
miniature
Billy.
train.
That looks great.
Yeah. Anybody inside the ground? It's at the lake end, not far from the ice cream van.
£2.50 per person.
There's Aitchison bowls. That one's down the leg side. He tries to flick it away. Does Keaton Jennings, but he doesn't manage to make any kind of connection. And it goes through to Brooke Guest, the unnamed bank away to our left-hand side, as we like to call it. Paul Edwards was asking us what the bank was. He was asking us pretty much everything. It's like he's never been here. I don't think the bank is named in the T20. It is absolutely packed. As Keaton Jennings takes a couple of steps towards Ben Aitchison on that occasion, just trying to negate any potential swing, and he pushes it out into the onside where it's fielded by Rochdale's finest, Jack Morley.
What did we call him at Old Trafford? Forgotten now.
Yes, and I remembered when we were in Bristol, but I forgot again. The Rochdale Richards. Rochdale Richards. Yeah, right-handed, left-handed, doesn't really matter.
No, particularly no.
His highest score at Old Trafford. And he made 40 in that first innings when Derbyshire managed to avoid the follow-on. which was crucial in their bid for survival.
Survival in the game, obviously. It was good 4 days. I suppose probably up until last week when Lancashire played Kent at Blackpool. That's probably Lancashire's best 4 days of the season.
Yeah.
Finished in a draw, but they played well across the 4 days.
Really well.
But then last week against Kent at Blackpool was probably their best 4 days of the season. We're in a bowling. That's worked away by Wells up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, coming into this game, Lancashire on the back of a draw against Kent at Blackpool. But there's good 4 days. They play well. They were the better side across the 4 days. Just couldn't quite force a win on the final day. It was a similar tale for when Lancashire play home games, it would seem. They just...
It's going to happen one day, though, isn't it?
at some point,
Isn't it?
you'd like to think they're going to be able to find a way to force a win on the last day. But they played very, very well. Stick the balls again to Wells. Pushed away off the front foot into the offside, no run. I mean, even to have taken 8 wickets on the final day. They declared overnight. Had to take 10 wickets to win. Kent was set a lot of runs. Never really looked like getting them. And Lancashire had them, 8 down at the close of play, which on a pretty docile pitch. And obviously, it was the Kookaburra ball as well. It was.
This is this one, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
It's not ideal.
No, it didn't make for particularly great cricket last week. 3 slips in the gully. It's flashed away into the onside by Wells. Good stop at square leg. Nice work. He's out at square leg.
Boy Wagstaff
Thank you.
making his first appearance of the season. I noticed, obviously we were just looking at it from the score, but it was interesting down at Bristol. Jack Morley picked up 6 wickets in the first innings. Chris Green was on early, wasn't he? With his spin.
Mm-hmm. Within half an hour, on the first day, he bowled a lot. Bowled through most of the final day from one end as well. That's clipped out to square leg, and Wagstaff's there again to field. There's no run.
It was a strange old game at Bristol where it turned on day 1.
Right.
Stopped turning for 2 days and then turned again on day 4 a bit, but not as much as it had on day 1. Derbyshire, who were chasing 300 and...
Is it?
No, don't.
Oh, right. It was a flying start,
Well,
wasn't
they
it?
set 316 off 67 overs, which I thought was quite sporting, although nobody had scored at nearly 5 runs an over throughout, and they were 177 without loss.
Yeah. It was old Jewel, wasn't it, doing his stuff. And again, he's taken a left alone by Wells. Good carry through to Brooke Guest. No run.
Jewel made 83, and Harry Kane had made a century in the first innings. Century with Wayne Matson got 91 in the second as well, so he had a really good game. Harry Kane, but they then collapsed, and it got dark.
Oh, right.
And they needed, I started to write it down because you have to, don't you? They needed 33 from 42 with 3 wickets left. I thought, well, they've got half a chance here, but then David Lloyd on one leg got out.
Right. That sets off over the wicket, balls to Wells off the back foot. That's good pace. Bounce through to Wells. And that's pushed away into the offside. No run. That's good early signs from this pitch here. Nice stuff from Ticknell. And Wells defending 4 without loss, 3 gone.
Sorted out nicely with Anuj Dal and Ben Aitchison out in the middle because they needed 28 off 24 at one point with those 2 wickets left and basically shut up shop, which seemed the right idea. And of course, we were getting little rumours that had they got close, Gloucestershire were prepared to bring back Ajit Singh Dale, at which point the umpires would have taken them off.
I see, right, okay. That's not very fair, is it? It's not very sporting.
No, entirely understandable that.
Yeah, indeed.
But yeah, so it was a good game of cricket though. Very enjoyable 4 days in Bristol, as ever. Lots of bus rides. As Aitchison is in the bowl too. Jennings have clipped that one away. It's a long leg.
Bus rides last week and train rides this week, then.
No, it's incredible, isn't it? And the public transport king.
So why were there so many bus rides?
Well, we were staying north of Bristol, so we'd drive back to the hotel, drop all the gear that we brought with us off, and then hop on a bus and go into Bristol city centre.
Lovely. Nice, isn't it, Bristol City
Yeah,
Centre?
yeah, that was a good trip. Tap on, tap off.
Happy days.
As Wells pushes the next delivery from Aitchison out into the offside where it's fielded by Harry Kane. Puffin Billy, there he goes.
There we are. I'm quite intrigued. I have to try and suss him out. £2.50. You don't need to book You just turn up at the platform, pay your £2.50, get on, and off you go.
Is it cash or card?
Oh, goodness, let's have a look. I don't know the answer to that question.
Turn up, get to the front of the queue and discover that they only take one or the other, and you
Yeah.
brought neither.
Yeah, that'd be a nightmare.
It just balls. Just hurried a little bit there, Wells, as he pushed the ball one-handed into the leg side, where again it's fielded by Mitch Wagstaff.
Doesn't say. Doesn't say.
We got both. Cash is usually the one that people don't have.
Yes.
Everybody's got a card, haven't you? Got a phone. Did you do the phone thing?
I've got the phone thing, so if
You
it
do
takes...
that? I've never quite done that.
Right.
Be an age profile thing. The hill comes Aitchison again and squares Wells up a touch there. He does get bat on it, drops into the offside onto a very green-looking part of the square.
Yes.
The outfield and the square is really green for an outground. The outfield looks terrific. It looks, dare I say it, better than Derby, which is a little bit scruffy at the moment.
The ground looks lovely. Well, it's a really, really nice place to come and watch cricket.
And who doesn't want to be sat next to the pavilion? As this one is edged and caught. And Wells goes. Good catch. Low down by Caleb Jewell. Lancashire lose their first wicket. Aitchison strikes. They're 5 for 1. That was a very decent low down catch at first slip. And an early wicket for Derbyshire after Lancashire chose to bat first.
Luke Wells
That's a
was
good
caught
look,
by
actually.
Caleb Jewell
Wells
after
has gone
bowling
for
of
3.
Dan Aitchison for 3.
I don't know why we bother if Jane's going to do it.
She's very good.
She's very loud. She's got 3 loudspeakers just to our left. There was word that the players had asked for her to be turned down. Not her specifically, I understand. It's more collective. For goodness sake, would you turn that down? Because it was quite loud. I think he faced 18 deliveries for his 3, Luke Wells.
I'm not so sure it did a great deal. Just kind of
Incoming batter is
chasing
Josh
after it a little
Dunham.
bit. Just angled across it. Maybe wasn't there for that, for the drive. Of course, he bowled a good length to try and get Wells to drive.
I was going to say before, I've been impressed by Blair Tickner's the length of Blair Tickner's bowling, because he's normally back of a length, but I'm not sure that on this kind of pitch that'd be a good idea. But he is pitching it up a bit more, perhaps, than he has done previously this season. And Aitchison is very much the accurate top of off stump kind of bowler. Bolton's finest has come to the crease. Josh Banner.
Good low catch. Just watching it back on the replay. Yeah, it went pretty low to Jewell. Yeah, Wells just chasing after it, really.
I'd like to change my mind on the number of deliveries he's faced to 17.
Slight adjustment.
If anybody's keeping count.
No, but I mean, I've been for a little walk around the ground. And, I mean, I've said to you before, Lancashire played here in a T20 match, and I can't remember what year it was, but Griff informed me that it was 2010. So I came here for that, but none of it looked familiar. It's 15 years ago, I guess, isn't it?
It was Aitchison to finish off the over, bowling to Bahan, and managed to turn it into the leg side somehow, one-handed. The slip cordon had been reinforced with an extra one there. Tickner went in as full slip. That's good over from Ben Aitchison. Might even be a wicket maiden.
It was. No, there's
Oh, the single off the first ball. No, interestingly, Ali the physio has come out, and up goes the left trouser leg. That's the phrase I'm looking for, of Blair Tickner, and I'm not sure if he's just putting some spray on it or giving it a lid. He's put some spray on it. Blair Tickner missed the game at Bristol with an injury, so keep an eye on that. But good start for Derbyshire. A pitch that has produced results. I think the last drawn game was in 2015.
Right. Was that weather related?
No, but there have been a couple of complete washouts here as well,
right.
which I don't really count as draws.
No.
They never started. But yeah, every other time there's a result one way or the other.
4 slips in place. Keaton Jennings on strike. Tickner in and bowling to Jennings, plays calmly away off the front foot, just steering it towards Chapel, who's at mid-on, and there is no run.
Last time Lancashire, I think it was 1989 in the County Championship. Would it have been 89?
It was, Griff said it was, I can't remember the actual day, he said 1980s, definitely.
Yeah, it was he Akram against Ian Bishop?
Ooh, that'd be lively.
Yeah, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Tickner sets off again. Jennings on 2, in balls, left by Jennings. And again, that's good carry. Nicely through to the keeper. I think she'll be pleased with that. I think just it's been 4 days at Blackpool when in the first half an hour it was bouncing twice to the keeper. That's not the case there. That's come through nicely.
A bit like Bristol.
5 for 1, Lancashire that lost the wicket of Luke Wells. And Blair Tickner from the pavilion end. It's keeping Jennings on strike. 4 slips, backward point, kind of wide mid-off, mid-on. Square leg, fine leg. Just trying a little bit short. And Jennings shapes it as if he's going to pull the shot, but drops his hands. And allows that one to travel through to Brooke Guest. And there's no run. Yeah, but very nice ground. Had a lap around while the players were warming up. And it's a lovely setting to come and watch 4 days of cricket. Really classic kind of park cricket. It's really, really pretty. Tickner bouncing up and down and comes in and balls to Wells and just slides on past the edge of the bat and through to Brooke Guest, and there's no run. 5 for 1 in the 5th.
Paul Bryce has been on, you remember Paul? The blind broadcaster and journalist listening in from Southport. He says he wonders if Scott remembers saving him from being locked in the pavilion at New Road some years ago.
Yes, I do.
Excellent.
Yes, I do.
I worked with, as he reminds me here, Paul, he worked with us late Bob Hunt at Derby when Bob nearly strangled him by running over his headphone cable.
Only Bob could, really.
Yeah.
He comes taking the balls to Jennings. It's short, and he pulled it, controlled pull down towards fine leg for a single. Jennings moves to 3, 6 for 1.
Good to hear from you, Paul.
Yeah, I do remember that being in New Road. I don't know why we ended up being locked in, or the bar was shut in, or something like that.
It can happen. It can happen.
Locked in various sporting grounds over the years. Normally in the bleak of winter in the middle of the football season.
Yes, all the time.
Yes.
You will leave within an hour at the end. What? No.
You get out of the plane, lifting shutters up to try and get out the ground. Bannon on strike. Oh, he's chasing that delivery. Through it goes to the keeper, Brooke Guest, and there's no run. End of the over. Blair Tickner's bowled 3 overs. 3, we've got 5 overs of the Lancashire first innings. And Lancashire 6 for 1. Bannon on 0, and Jennings on 3.
Come up with housework. Thank you to Katie for the cakes.
Oh, yes.
Which are now all gone, and I'm delighted to say, because Griff was offering them to all and sundry. He's just to our right with his long lens. Beautiful cakes they were. And apologies to Stephen Davis. He sent us an email at the end of the last game, clearly that I completely missed, but I'm going to read it out because it's amusing. But not until after Ben Aitchison has begun his 3rd over from the Lake End. 1 for 3 from his first 2 balls to Jennings, who again just a couple of steps towards the bowl and then pushes it up to Morley at mid-on. He says, "Dear Mr. Fletcher, the cricket commentary over the last few days has been exceptionally good, entertaining, informative, exciting and very amusing at times. I've really enjoyed it. Unfortunately, the test match is now finished, so I'm forced to listen to you two instead. Yours sincerely, Mrs. Trellis, North Wales." Which for any listeners to, I'm sorry, I haven't a clue, will resonate. Thank you, Stephen. I don't know whether you're still listening or not, but I thought it was probably worth reading that one out. Looks like we're going to get a short leg, are we, or a leg slip, one or the other. Mitch Wagstaff has donned the helmet. He's not particularly short at the moment. He's 2 pitch widths away at least. It's as close as I'd ever get. Not for the first time at Chesterfield as well. The waft of sun cream.
Yes.
I've got some in my bag. I might stick some on at lunchtime, actually. Because you can still get... Anyway. Here is Aitchison bowling. It's turned into the leg side to the left of Wagstaff. Bit of work for Chapel to do here as they come back for the second, and they will indeed get back for the second. The Lancashire cheerleaders, again, really enjoy that.
Yes, it's definitely sun cream weather. Tomorrow especially. If you're coming tomorrow, then it's going to be... The forecast for temperatures like 32, 33 degrees.
Two Aitchison bowls knocks off the toe end of the bat. Keeping Jennings and dribbles out into the offside. Yes, ridiculously warm tomorrow by all accounts.
Yeah. And there's not a great deal of shade around. Albeit there are a couple of trees, aren't there, which you can perhaps try and find a little spot underneath.
Do you have to know the names of any of them?
Funny you should mention that, Fletch. Yeah, the selection of trees around Queen's Park in Chesterfield are as follows. I'll just read them, go through them in a minute.
He just said it bowls Jennings in defence. That one back to the bowler.
You got some oak trees.
Oh, right, yeah.
I don't know which ones they are.
No.
They're weeping ash.
Do you know which ones those are?
I don't know.
No.
Liquid amber. Now, I reckon we can probably identify them.
I'm not sure about liquid amber. I think we might have been had on there. But...
Oh, right. Ancient hues.
Yews. I think they are yews, not hues. Yeah.
Ancient yews.
Just bowls last left alone by Keaton Jennings. Ancient Hughes is on the Derbyshire coaching staff.
And there's a mulberry tree somewhere near the grandstand or the bandstand.
Yes, which is to our left, somewhere over there.
There we go.
Yeah.
Thank you. So if you can work out which trees are which from that, then
I think the ones with the leaves mostly. Those will be.
yeah, definitely with leaves and kind of green coloured.
He just bowls and it strikes the pad of Keaton Jennings. There's a half-hearted appeal for leg before wicket. Just one arm raised in the air by Brooke Guest. A bit of a turn round and inquiry from Aitchison. The over comes to an end. 5-2. Jennings and yet to get off the mark on Lancashire. 8 for 1 after 6 overs.
Yes, you might need to find a tree tomorrow, or indeed today, if you're coming across a little bit later in the day. Try and get some shade.
This is going to be relentless, I think.
It is.
Well, I came through rain this morning.
Oh.
And over the tops, Sparrow Pit. Did you come that way?
I did come through Sparrow Pit, yes.
I was in the clouds, I think. Yeah, it was very low cloud. You could see it as you drove towards it. It was quite spooky, really.
It was dry when I set off and travelled across. Short from Tickner, short and wide above stump, and Bohannon just bends his knees and flexes back. Through he goes to Brooke Guest, and there's no run. But it's quite a pleasant journey over.
It's nice, isn't it?
It is,
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, I've done it every day in some games.
Okay.
It just gets a little bit.
But wouldn't fancy on Monday morning.
No, exactly. Exactly. So,
It's about 3 hours on a Monday morning.
stopping in Chesterfield tonight and tomorrow night, which would be good. Good fun.
8 for 1. Bohannon's on naught. Blair Tickner. Derbyshire comes over the wicket and balls down the leg side this time. Through to Brooke Guest, and there's no run.
It was a bit counterintuitive when he stayed in a hotel for a home game, isn't it?
Yeah, I know what you mean. It does seem a bit... I said a couple of nights at Blackpool last week, because I didn't fancy the Monday morning traffic going across. And you're having to be there pretty early to get things set up and the rest of it, but it does seem a bit odd, doesn't it?
People don't realise the hours we put in.
I'm sure that everyone's got lots of sympathy.
Absolutely.
8 for 1 in the 7th. 4 slips. Blaise Tickner comes in and bowls to Bohannon. It's in behind it and defends. Plays it back along the pitch and gathered by Blair Tickner off his own bowling, and there's no run. Tight start this by Tickner for 3 runs so far.
Yes, that was bowled well here. Tickner and Aitchison. Chapel's already been down on the floor, sorting his back out, stretching and stuff, and now Blair Tickner's removed his trousers and handed the umpire something that he's taken off, which I'm not sure if I was the umpire I'd necessarily want, but...
There you go, you look after them for a bit for me. Thank you very much.
I don't know what he's taken out. He's put them down the back of his trousers, as James Treadwell.
It's kind of strapping round his thigh by the looks of it.
He has been, is it a hamstring, I think.
8 for 1 in the 7th. Taking the balls to Bahan, and that's just turned out towards the leg side. Chappell is at mid-on to field, and there's no run.
But I'm fairly sure that we probably won't play any T20 cricket because they have 3 overseas players obviously registered with Mohammed Ghazanfar as well as Caleb Jewell. And I'm not sure he's going to be here in August and September.
Right.
Tickner obviously has a certain amount of family responsibilities at home.
He bounces a few times at the top of his mark and then strides in, balls again, left by Bohannon through to Brooke Guest, and there's no run. Got wickets in the game at Old Trafford, didn't he? Got a couple of things in both innings.
Yes, he's done okay. He's done better this season than he did last season. That's because basically Derbyshire held on to more catches this season than they did last season when they barely held on to any. 19 wickets in total from the 5 matches that he's played prior to this one.
He picked up 2 for 82 in the first innings, including Keaton Jennings, who he got twice in that game. Edged by Bohannon, but bouncing in front of third slip. It's the end of his 4th over, 7 gone on the Lancashire first innings. 8 for 1, Bohannon still on naught. Edge of Bohannon's back bouncing in front of third slip.
They're trying to confuse us, the slips, because when Tickner's bowling, Caleb Jewell is the 3rd slip rather than the 1st slip because Ben Aitchison is.
So maybe 2 yards in front.
Martin Anderson's back on. I didn't see him go off, but he's back on. He's now got into 3rd slip for Ben Aitchison, who begins a new over from the Lake End. Ball into Keaton Jennings, who pushes this out to the offside. Looks like he's about to settle for a single, so Josh Bohannon reacts accordingly, and then he holds his bat up and says no. Sends Bohannon scurrying back into his crease. The only wicket to have fallen so far. Luke Wells would be delighted with that. In the 4 second division games that have got Kent are taking on Northamptonshire at Canterbury, the home side 33 without loss. They decided to bat first there. Gloucestershire 22 without loss in Cardiff. As Aitchison bowls down the leg side and tries to flick it away there. So there's Keaton Jennings, but makes no contact, and it's taken by Brooke Guest. And Bill Sexton 24 without loss against Leicestershire at Grace Road. They were put into bat by the league leaders, Leicestershire. Make of that what you will, but they don't show any sign of letting up at the moment. As Aitchison's in again, and that one's defended up to mid-off, very straight mid-off by Keaton Jennings.
Well, nobody looks like they're likely to get. I mean, obviously Derbyshire the nearest, but there's quite a decent gap, isn't there?
There is.
So, I mean, they look almost like they're home and dry.
Incredible if they didn't finish top now.
It would, wouldn't
it?
it? Yeah,
Yes.
it would.
We come to Derby in the next mini round as Jennings wafts that one outside the off stump, goes through to Guest.
The 50 points clear or thereabouts of third place Glamore.
It's going to take them 3 wins to catch them up, and that's assuming Leicestershire lose 3.
Exactly, yeah.
No sign of Leicestershire losing a game at all. I mean, in fairness, Derbyshire have been on the wrong end of draws at Old Trafford, for instance. Missed out on a couple of chances to win as well, but so Aitchison's in, that one's turned into the leg side, again to the left of Mitch Wagstaff. And they go through for a single. The Lancashire cheerleaders didn't like that one as much. Not a single clap for that one.
Not good enough.
9 for 1 in the 7th over.
Lanky's still the only team in the country not to win a championship match.
Yeah, and I'm still clear of saying anything about that.
Fair enough.
Because,
I don't think you mean.
yeah, I can have no influence clearly, but people will hold it against me.
They have said that there have been signs in 2 of their last 3 championship matches. They play well.
Aitchison bowls to Bohannon, who pushes it straight back to the former Lancashire man. Aitchison won't have a number. And that's the end of the over. 9 for 1 after 8 overs. So no boundaries yet, I don't think. No,
No,
boundaries.
no.
There's a shorter side to our left towards that back. It's a little shorter scoreboard side out towards the church with the twisted spire, which you can just about make out through the trees. Get a closer look at that this evening. It is a thing to behold.
I remember coming here to cover a football game, but it was at the old football ground. Saltergate, that was it, yeah. And I seem to remember it being pretty close to the twisted spire. I don't think you could see it from the press box, or certainly you could see it from the football ground somewhere.
Not enough leg room at Saltergate, I didn't think.
It was a bit tight. It was a bit tight, yeah. A long time ago I was there. Blair Tickner comes in and bowls to Keaton Jennings, leans into it and defends. Drops it away to the leg side, there's no run. So is that right? I'm testing your local knowledge of Chesterfield, but is that pretty much right in the town centre then, that twisted spire?
I'm going to say yes.
Fair enough, that'll do for me.
Yeah.
You said it with a degree of conviction, so
I've no idea. The council building is in front of us with the two flags flying.
Well, that might be more in the centre then.
Yeah.
Tickner in the sunshine, 3 slips in place. Jennings on strike with a forward short leg, left alone by Keaton Jennings, and through to Brooke Guest, and there's no run.
So knowledge of Derby is fairly limited, but knowledge of Chesterfield is possibly slightly worse. When we go out in the evening, I just follow people around.
Yeah, it's often the best way.
Yeah, wherever they want to go.
But
where I end up.
This park is walking distance, isn't it? Pretty complete walking distance to the town centre, I think.
Yes, yeah, well, the town centre's just over that bridge.
Ah, perfect.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah, so if you do get lost, we'll be able to guide you back in.
Well, I'm thinking of walking from the hotel tomorrow, so
okay.
if it is walking distance, that'd be ideal. Tickner in and balls to Jennings, who's on the walk towards the ball, not for the first time. It's a good take by Guest. That was, in the end, just angled down leg side by Tickner, and a good diving take to go to Brooke Guest's right-hand side. So there's no addition to the score.
That was wrong with a good walk after a hearty breakfast.
Yeah, I was thinking that, yeah. Because
Muesli and yogurt.
well, I've had a shocking start today because I've had a bacon and sausage and egg butty this morning, and then I've had this cake that was thrust in my direction, and I felt obliged to shove it down my gob.
3/4 of a pork pie as well.
Between us, we're doing well. 9 for 1, around the wicket, short from Tickner, and Jennings ducks underneath it through to Brooke Guest, and there's no run. Jennings on 6.
Just the 3 former Lancashire players, I think, in the Derbyshire side. This one, Morley, Aitchison and Guest. Lewis Rees, who remains Derbyshire's leading wicket taker, didn't play last week, isn't playing this week, of course. There's an ankle issue, which is a real shame. He'd have enjoyed it here.
Yes, he missed the game at Old Trafford too, didn't he?
Yes.
Taking it into Jennings, just on the front foot, and gently deflecting the ball back to the bowler, and there's no run.
He's played 6 matches this season. He's got 23 wickets, which is the most by any Lancashire player. He's taken them at Derbyshire player. He's taken them at 21. And he's also top of the batting averages with an average of 71.
We've done well to miss him twice at Lancashire. Final ball of the over. To Jennings. Take a single here. Just cushions this one away through mid-wicket. Jogs through for 1. Jennings moves on to 7. So Lancashire 10 for 1. That's the end of the over. 9 gone. Bahan still on 0. Jennings is on 7.
Traditional applause for double figures.
Well, it's been a very tight start, hasn't it, by Aitchison and Tickner. There's not been a lot there. And Lancashire having elected to bat first. We're trying to build patiently.
It's like a proper game of County Championship cricket on an outbound at the moment.
Yes, yeah.
Which you don't always necessarily get. But it's been a year of weather like no other, really. As in comes Aitchison and bowls to Jennings, who leaves that one alone. I say like no other. Clearly there have been other warm years, but it was really warm in April.
It was, yeah.
And for most of the local cricket season, Chesterfield Cricket Club obviously played their home games here. Most Saturdays have been like this, from memory. Aitchison is in again, and Jennings goes for the expansive square drive on the offside and misses it. Bounces before it gets to Brooke Guest. If he'd got a top edge on that one, we'd have been in danger. So Chapel sorting his shoelaces out before what looks like potential coming on to bowl. He's doing that thing which he does on one leg that looks like those birds you got in the 70s that put down into the water. As Aitchison is in, that one is left alone by Keaton Jennings again. Now press-ups, now side press-ups, which look horrific.
Particularly like your impression of that.
Yes, I
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
no commentator cam. Everybody be delighted to know for this one. We do have a commentator cam at Derby. There he is. Look, you can see.
Yeah.
See Buffett over there.
That looks tremendous fun. I mean, it probably is for kids, isn't it? But, you know, he says adults can't have fun like that.
I don't think when you ban Jennings puts this into the leg side, not too far away from the right hand of Mitch Wagstaff, and it's fielded by Jack Morley tidying up behind him.
I wonder how long it takes to go full kind of loop around the track. How big is Queen's Park? I've got lots of questions, haven't I? I've not got many answers. Is it? I mean, do you pay your £2.50, then you're on it for like 30 seconds and you're off again, or is it like a good?
Could be a day pass. You could just stay on it as long as you want. He just holes and that's left alone. By Jennings.
Hop on, hop off. Yeah.
Nobody has sent me an email saying, well, anything really, about Finn Billy. Mark, who's not in York, because he's here, wishing us a pleasant 4 days. As Aitchison is in, that was left alone outside the off stump by Keaton Jennings to go through to the keeper. So maiden over for Aitchison. Remarkably, Aitchison's first maiden. I thought he must have had one before that, but he's bowled 5 overs. 1 for 6 now, as Tickler removes his cap. So I'm going to see Chapel just check to say be doing a quality control check every now and again, which is bad news. Thank you, Mark.
Well, Lancashire on a little mini tour of parks. We've been in Blackpool at Stanley Park and now Chesterfield for Queen's Park.
Well, then you'll be at a posh school next week, won't you? Well,
Yeah,
not next week, the next one.
Yeah, Cheltenham, yeah.
Side on, no shelter.
Is that what it is?
Yeah,
Oh, right.
that's what it was last week. We did a 50 over game there last season or the season before.
Right.
And we got a voucher for lunch, but unfortunately all the food outlets were on the far side of the ground, so you couldn't actually get there and back in time, because that's when all the queues were there. It was quite peckish at the end.
I'd like it to continue. That's cracked away by Barnum, and that'll be the first boundary of the morning. Josh Barnum, a little short and wide, and he jumped right into it. Josh Barnum gets his first runs of the day and the first boundary of the match as well. Lancashire 14 for 1, with Barnum on 4. Yes, it's 3 successive games at outgrounds for Lancashire, Blackpool, Chesterfield and Cheltenham.
The good news for you is that you're only in charge of 2 though.
Yeah, it's wonderful news. Full by Tickner and flashed away through the leg side by Bannon. That'll be 4 more. That's a lovely shot. Knocked away off his toes, just leaning into it and whips it out through the leg side for back-to-back boundaries. He moves on to 8. 18 for 1.
I think they were part of the Guard of Honour. In fully clothed in his whites, as a few of them are over there, just threw the ball back, and his mates were all very excited for him.
Yes, it was a little Guard of Honour, wasn't it, for the players this morning? 4 slips waiting. Blair Tickner comes over the wicket and bowls to Bohannon. He flecks down towards fine leg. Bohannon trying to flick it with a little bit of a wristy shot through mid-wicket in the end. A little thin inside edge, sees the ball trickle down to fine leg for 1. Bohannon moves to 9. And Lancashire 19 for 1.
Got our first top off.
It is that type of day.
It's 12 left, that.
Yeah. Top up the tan day, isn't it?
Chris Green just topping up his tan.
Why not? Why not? In comes Jennings on strike. Left by Jennings. It's just angled across it. And through it goes to Brooke Guest, and there's no run.
coming to England for 10 years. It's the first time he's seen the sun.
I think he has. It's been a little bit unusual for him.
Yeah.
This summer has been so nice.
It's been glorious. I put a cap on yesterday. It was Eagley yesterday.
Oh, right. Okay. Oh, he just took the rope from me.
Yeah.
Into Jennings up on his toes and just drops the ball away into the offside. And that's no run.
Watching Black Rod.
Success?
Yes, in a remarkably tight game that shouldn't have been tight at all.
Okay.
Yeah, they did well in the end to win it. Black Rod. They're at Salisbury today, which is just north of Blackburn, isn't it?
Okay. Yep.
In the quarter-final, the Lancashire knockout, which is as far as they've ever gone. They're playing a team from their own league as well. They've got half a chance. I think they play either Formby or somebody else really good in the next round if they get through.
There to Jennings. It's pushed across him and left again by Keaton Jennings. It's the end of the over, the most profitable one of the day so far. 9 runs coming off at the 2 boundaries for Bahanam and single as well. 11 gone of Lancashire's first innings, 19 for 1.
Might be Formby or Southport, which might be a step too far. But they would be at home, so I think that Formby or Southport would have a bit of a culture shock coming to Blackwood.
You got a superb home advantage.
Yes.
Can they do it on a chilly Saturday in
But you can't play your overseas amateur in the Lancashire knockout. You can only play one overseas player and they're pro from Sri Lanka. Takes precedence, I think. I'll keep you fully informed.
Yeah, please.
so everybody cares. Ben Aitchison from the Lake End bowls to Bahanam, who leaves that one alone. Aitchison, judging by his reactions, doesn't think that missed the off stump by very much. We're not, you might be surprised to know, directly behind the action here at Chesterfield. We're a sort of regulation third man. The right-hander when bowling is from the Lake, and it's a decent enough view. I can't see a thing through Wayne Madsen there, who's at second slip and crouching down now as Aitchison bowls it. Aged and caught by Caleb Jewell. He's got another one. And that's the end of Josh Bahanam. Another low catch. This one was slightly more regulation, I think it's fair to say. It didn't go to him quite as quickly, but Aitchison's got 2, and Lancashire having elected to bat first, and 19 for 2 now.
Josh Bahanam was caught by Caleb Jewell after bowling of Ben Aitchison for 9.
Yeah, I mean, that's dipped quite late on Jewell at slip. It's kind of way to his right. It looked like it was heading to a very nice kind of catching height for a slip fielder, and it just drops at the last minute. So he has to go low to his right to take the catch. He's snaffled it though, second for Ben Aitchison.
Just look. It didn't go to him as quickly as Ashton Turner, the Australian, comes out. But it didn't look like it went to him as quickly as the first one. But as you say, he's got that dip could have caught him out.
Yeah.
I was expecting it to come up sort of waist high, and he took it a foot off the ground, something like that. And Aitchison is clearly doing something that I can't tell what he's doing from here. But he's always been a decent bowler. He's been blighted by injury. He now has 2 for 6, and we're only in the 6th over. Jewell is a safe pair of hands. I think he's got 17 catches now this season, something along those lines. Could be doing him down.
Oh, actually, it's just nipped away a little bit, hasn't it? Yeah, from Aitchison bowled it over the wicket to Bahanam and just angled in towards him. Just nips away a fraction. He's not really pushing it too hard, neither Bahanam.
No, that's presumably why it didn't go through quite as quickly as the one from Wells, which did fly through.
Nice piece of bowling, that.
15 catches, I think.
Well, that is pretty good, isn't it? You don't get towards the top end of a division, are you, unless you're taking your catches.
It's such a difference from last season when they were hopeless, basically. This year they haven't dropped too many, he said, without wishing to turn on the move. Plays at that one, goes past the edge of his bat through to Brooke Guest. Paul Fisher's in the ground today. Paul, who works for Radio Sheffield, there's a lot of Chesterfield football clubs. Confusion reigns, he says, as the government announces that Puffin Billy becomes part of HS2. It's been quite a long trip. As Hitchison's into Turner, is off the mark, turning that one into the leg side. He gets 4 for it, out towards the square leg boundary. Chapel can't get round in time. And Ashton Turner moves on to 4:23 for 2. I'd be surprised if we didn't see Paul at some point. I'm disappointed, quite frankly. Hopefully catch up with him a week on Tuesday when Burton play their first pre-season friendly.
Pre-season
Ridiculous, isn't it? At Chesterfield. In comes Aitchison again. Oh, he's flashed at that one. He's going to get 4 down to third man. It flew over the slip cord. And neither Tickner, who's very tall, or Martin Anderson, who's not quite as tall but is tallish, even left the ground. As that one comes down to the boundary in front of us. Back-to-back 4s means that Turner's on 8 from 3 deliveries. And Lancashire move on to 27 for 2. I like the shot of a man who thinks there's a ball with his name on it as he tries to turn this one down the leg side. Fails to make any connection, and Brooke Guest takes it moving to his left. Another good over from Ben Aitchison as he picks up his second wicket. 2 for 14, his figures now after 6 overs. There's a chat between, as there often is, Wayne Madison, Blair Tickner and Caleb Jewell, because Blair Tickner's opening burst of 6 overs for 13 has come to an end, and we can see Zach Chappell.
To bowl from the pavilion end, Zach Chappell.
That's confirmed by the enormously loud speaker. Zach Chappell will bowl from the pavilion end. It provides a bit of a challenge because basically you end up trying to get in before James.
Yeah.
And,
just beating her to it.
Yeah, I like that.
Well, there's 4 quite sizable speakers positioned in front of the pavilion. I went to watch Bruce Springsteen a few weeks ago, and it's a better setup than what Bruce had.
Jane will be on for as long though. She's here for 6 hours. He does long ones, doesn't he?
He was on for about 3 hours, yeah.
Does he break in at all?
No,
straight through.
Straight through. He doesn't stop between songs neither. He just bounces from one to the other. There's barely a breath between songs.
No chat.
No, well, a little bit. Well, he got a bit political.
Yes.
As Chappell comes in and balls down the leg side to Jennings.
Yes, I think I saw a review of it possibly in the...
Yeah, that's the one I was at. It was the first one.
Yeah, the co-op?
Co-op, yeah. So, yeah, he said some whatever he wanted to say, and then just went into it. Doesn't take a breath. Just one song finishes, and then, I don't know, 3, 2, 1, off we go again. Great performance, though. Chappell balls to Jennings again, nudged away. A couple of catches closing on the leg side now. Derbyshire, short straight mid wicket, short mid wicket as well. So it's just starting to see what was at one stage 4 slips, which there might be for Ashton Turner now. But for Jennings, down to 3, and the short mid wicket as well. Jennings moves on to 8 with that single, 28 for 2.
Paul will be with us tomorrow, Paul Fisher. That's good news.
Is he coming by a Puffin Billy?
He hasn't said how he's getting here. Mark says he's checked already and we've passed on accuracy, relevance and clarity, which he can't be listening to us.
Chappell for Turner. The front foot and drops it into the offside. It runs out to backward point. There's no addition to the score. Right. No, I must listen to somebody else. 28 for 2. 2 of the 3 Centurions from Lancashire's first innings a few days ago are already out. Luke Wells made 152 last week. Josh Banner made 124 last week. And the other Centurion is the man on strike now, Ashton Turner, making his first-class debut for Lancashire, made 154. And Chappell balls to him. It's wide of off stump and through to the keeper. No run. Yeah, well, pretty decent, wasn't it? Lancashire's first innings score of 639 for 9 declared. 28 for 2. Turner on 8, Jennings on 8. I've got the live feed up on my laptop, and for the viewers on the stream watching, there's Puffin Billy. In comes Chappell, balls again. Flashed away, in the air, calls it cover. Turner departs for 8. And Martin Anderson with the catch at cover. Chappell picks up his first wicket, and Lancashire lose a third, 28 for 3 in the 13th over. Turner caught cover, bowled Chappell, caught by Anderson. And this has turned out so far to be a very, very good 50 minutes of cricket for Derbyshire.
Bit of a loose shot, wasn't it, really? We've seen in the second innings, Derbyshire.
Ashton Turner was caught by Martin Anderson.
Bristol.
Off the bowling of Zach Chappell.
Both openers caught. Actually, it was at mid-wicket, but a similar kind of shots, slightly loose. But 28 for 3. Derbyshire won the toss and bowled first. They'd be delighted. As it is, Lancashire
Incoming
won the toss
batter,
and
Matty Hurst.
decided to have a bat, which I must admit surprised me a bit. I think we're probably going to get the best of the pitch as a bowling side before the sun has baked it. And it's not exactly baking now, it's warm. The sun has just disappeared momentarily, but Derbyshire have to make the most of whatever the assistance they get from the Duke's ball, which is minimal in my limited experience of the Duke's ball. And so far they've done exactly that. Just by sort of applying a bit of pressure with some good bowling. Turner came in and hit 2 fours off his second and third deliveries. How many runs he scored?
Yeah.
He faced 7 in total.
So it's all 3 centurions from last week. Back in the hutch. Wills for 3, Bohannon for 9, Turner for 8. First wicket for Zach Chappell. New batters Matthew Hurst. Here's Chappell in to complete the over down the leg side and taken by Brooke Guest. But a successful over for Chappell, his first of the day. Wicket of Ashton Turner. We've had 13 overs of Lancashire's first innings. It's under an hour of play this morning. And Lancashire have lost 3 wickets in this first hour. 28 for 3, Hurst on 8, and Jennings has found the going tough, but is still there. 39 deliveries faced for his 8 runs.
One of the speakers has just been removed. That looks good. I approve of that. Yeah, really good start by Derbyshire here. Trying to keep pace with Leicestershire, not quite managing to do it, but they are there or thereabouts, as they say in most sporting circles. As H begins a new over, bowling to Keaton Jennings, who's stood at the non-striker's end. He's only faced, he's disappeared.
30, 40 now, I think. 40 balls.
40 balls. He's watched the carnage unfold at the. You're absolutely right. As I expected it to be. I watched 3 wickets fall. 3 slips still. As Aitchison's in again, that's left alone by Jennings to go through to the keeper. The only other wicket to have fallen has come at Canterbury, where Kent are 50 for 1. Jaden Denley's gone for 35, so Ben Compton, who's up near the top of the leading run scorers. Marcus Harris is still there, isn't he? Despite not playing last week or indeed this. Jennings waits and Aitchison balls to him straight down into the ground on the leg side. Caleb Julius third in the second division, might be 4th overall in the County Championship. 800 plus for all of those. A major surprise it make 4 figures this season. That's a short to deliver, and it's into the ground and actually hits the right knee of Mitch Wagstaff, filling a short leg.
Yeah, no Marcus Harris last week or this week. This was kind of planned because I think Dale Benkenstein mentioned it as well in pre-season. His wife is due to give birth to their second child, or has given birth, or is due to give birth, so he's returned to Australia for that.
Seems fair. Aitchison's in again. He tries to flick away down the leg side. Keaton Jennings and misses. Taken by Guest, moving away to his right-hand side.
So I think he's due back for when we come back to Championship cricket after the last group stages are finished. There's two more games, aren't there, before the One Day Cup starts? Is that back end of July?
July, yeah.
So he's due back for those two fixtures. It's the reason why James Anderson's captain the team last week and this week.
Jennings waits and Aitchison's that's miles off target. And unfortunately, on this occasion, he just rings out his right hand. I think it must have slipped. He's handed his cap by umpire Paul Baldwin. Was another maiden over. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 14. Really good opening spell from Ben Aitchison. Can't see Alex Dowell warming up. He's just looking around there, perhaps expecting the call from Wayne Madsen. Aitchison in a good groove. To keep him going as long as he feels able to do so. He did bowl exceptionally long spells before his first injury. I did ask him, I remember asking him about it. So if he's bowling well, he just likes to keep going. There is clearly a limit.
Superstar. As Chappell comes in and bowls foot-length ball to Matty Hurst, goes for the Yorker and off stump, and he brings the bat down. Kicks it out. Ben Aitchison, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 14. It's an excellent start. Picked up 3 wickets in Lancashire's first innings at Old Trafford, including Matty Hurst, who bowled for 51. 3 for 87 in the first innings at Old Trafford for Ben Aitchison. Chappell to Hurst, the front foot, pushing away defensively into the offside. And there is no run.
The Irish won the toss and put Lancashire in, didn't they, at Old Trafford, which
Yes.
was something to do with the first appearance of the season of one Anderson J. Yeah. Nobody ever told me that, but it felt like it was that.
Yeah, got a decent first innings score. Lancashire 460. It's down the leg side by Chappell to Hurst. And there's no run. So still 28 for 3. Hurst on 0. Jennings on 8.
114 before they lost their first 3 wickets at Old Trafford. Always good to hear Wesley in your ears, isn't it?
Three slips in place. Backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, square leg and fine leg. Forward again, a solid front foot defensive push by Matthew Hurst. The ball deflects up towards mid on, and there's no addition to the score. 28 for 3. We're in the 15th over.
They're all timed bulletins on a Sunday, every one of them.
How long have you got then?
20 seconds, puts me under enormous pressure.
You'll get it absolutely spot on, I'm sure of it.
Chappell moves in again, bowls to Hurst, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump to go through to Brooke Guest. Still the 3 slips, and indeed Anosdal is now going through his bowling action, so might be the end of Ben Aitchison's first spell, which has been terrific. First 2 wickets to fall. Luke Wells for 3, Josh Bohannon for 9, both caught by Brooke Guest. So Chappell chipping in his first over. He's in his second now. On his way in and bowls again. Hurst leaves that one alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. It's the final ball of the over. So he's bowled 2 overs now. His figures 1 for 1. That was a maiden. And the run rate is below 2 and over, 1.8 and over. As Anosdal is about to come on to bowl.
To bowl from the lake end, Anosdal.
And they made a terrific start, Wesley, as well. Lancashire won the toss, decided to bat first, and they're currently 28 for 3. 2 wickets for Ben Aitchison. He dismissed Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon for 3 and 9, respectively, both caught in the slips by Caleb Jewell. And then most recently, Ashton Turner dismissed by Zach Chappell, caught by Martin Anderson for 8. Lancashire just struggling a bit here. They're 28 for 3. It will be Anoj Dal from the Lake End, as you may have heard in the background just before that update from Jane. He will have 3 slips as well. Aitchison, Madsen and Anderson, which means that Caleb Jewell is somewhere else. He's at mid-off for Keaton Jennings, the left armour. Morley is at mid-wicket. Backward point is Mitch Wagstaff. Harry Kane at extra cover. Brad Tickner at mid-on. Must be Zach Chappell. So there he is at long leg to our right. And here comes Dell then around the wicket to the left-handed Jennings, who's edged this one over the slips. Yeah, might not have all the legs to get all the way to the boundary for 4. Yes, it will. Wagstaff won't catch that. Full shot from Jennings, and that's his first boundary. It's taken him an hour and 3 minutes to pick up his first boundary. Full shot, though, from Keaton Jennings, who moves on to 12:32 for 3 now, Lancashire. Again, Martin Anderson not even getting off the floor. Tried to claw that one in as Dal is in again. That was down the leg side, Jennings. Can't get anything on that. It's taken by Brooke Guest.
Terrific opening spell that, wasn't it, from Ben Aitchison?
Yes, I'll say.
Right on the money. 7 overs, 2 for 14. Superstar.
Just stretching out something there at first slip. Aitchison. Be nice for a fast bowler to be a good slipper as well. Means he's not running around the boundary like Zach Chappell has to do. As Dal bowls, it's defended by Jennings.
Yeah, well, the way Jennings has played in the first hour probably tells you what you need to know, doesn't it, in terms of while the ball is new, and certainly while Ben Aitchison in particular was getting the ball to nibble around a little bit, and it's not been easy going. I think the ball that Bohannon got was a good delivery, just nipped away, got the edge of the bat.
This next one from Dal is clipped into the leg side nicely by Jennings. They're going to come back for a second as it's going to be chased down by Blair Tickner, and they'll settle for 2. It's got a good throw. It takes a while to get into top gear. A really good throw.
Certainly, Ashton Turner's wicket felt a bit soft, didn't it? Just chipping it to cover. Wells maybe going after a wide ball, which he edged to slip as well. But I think the way that Jennings has applied himself would probably tell you a little story as to how tricky it's been in this first hour for Lancashire.
Brooke Guest is going to stand up to the stumps now. He has to every bowler. Jennings taking a couple of steps down the track to negate any swing there might be. So Derbyshire reacts to that by having Guest standing up, and that one is fired down the outside of stump.
Yeah, it's a familiar tactic from Keaton Jennings, especially batting out of his crease and then advancing a pace or 2 down the pitch, especially early on if the ball's nibbling around a little bit. Keeper comes and stands up.
Of course, if he dances down the track and hits the ball, he isn't going to have any problems at all. As Dal is in, and that one is turned into the leg side by Jennings. A run around here for Chappell. Jennings, you can hear him shout no as Hurst fancied a second. And it's the final ball. There's Dal's first over, 7 runs coming from it. That edge for 4 early. 35 for 3, Lancashire 15 to Jennings. Hurst has yet to get off the mark. And then again, he's only faced 7 deliveries. And the sun is now shining brightly. Plenty of blue sky up above as well. The weather generally comes from our left. Chesterfield. I don't think we'll have too many issues with the weather over the course of the next few days. Certainly, it's going to be ridiculously warm tomorrow.
There is a suggestion maybe overnight Tuesday into Wednesday. So Wednesday might see a possibility of the odd shower, if we're still here, of course. But, the next few days is looking absolutely spot on. Conversations here between Wayne Manson and Zach Chappell as to what he wants to do with his fielders. He's put Mitch Wagstaff back on the leg side boundary. So there is 3 slips. There's a fine leg, there's a deeper square leg, short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, backward point, around the wicket to Jennings, to off his toes. Square leg for 1. Wagstaff fields. Jennings moves his score on to 16. So 36 for 3, Lancashire, an hour and 10 minutes on of the morning session. And Lancashire trying to settle things down after a good start by Derbyshire with the ball, prizing out 3 wickets. Wells, Bohannon and Turner have all come into this week on the back of terrific innings last week, all reaching centuries in the game against Kent. Here's some to the front foot. There's Chappell from over the wicket. Just drops it into the offside. There's no run.
Just have a look at Puffin Billy as he went past that. You might do well to get on. He's packed.
Was he
Absolutely packed.
popular today then?
Yeah.
Puffin Billy.
Offers a bit of shade, I think.
Yes. It's not a bad option. If you're coming up later on or tomorrow, just get on Puffin Billy for 10 minutes. Get yourself out of the sunshine. Have a little tootle around the park. Chappell to Hurst, full outside off stump, and he's found runs through backward pointers. Hurst, so underneath Wagstaff's fingertips, and it actually runs down towards the boundary for 4 of them. Just laid the bat on it from a full wide delivery, just trying to maybe steer it through third man. Wagstaff went low to his left. I think he got something on it, but not enough to stop it. 4 for Hurst. He gets off the mark with that. Lancashire 40 for 3.
You look odds on to save that, Mitch.
There's Chappell in bowls. It's eased away into the offside. There is Wagstaff again from cover point to field, and there's no run. 40 for 3.
Apologise for the iPad that's here. It's not mine. Remember the Derbyshire coaching staff.
Right.
Clearly forgotten to charge it up overnight.
You've got lots of wires all tangled around there.
There are a lot of wires.
A lot of wires
Yeah, absolutely right. There's too many wires, really.
Chappell into to Hurst. Defender back down the pitch, and there is no run. We had a horrible buzzing on the line for 4 days at Derbyshire. It's Blackpool last week, and that was probably because of the number of wires I had. It was all a bit chaotic. And then we had this constant squeaking of the media marquee.
Really?
Oh yeah, it was getting quite irritating. Thankfully, the 4th day there was barely a breath of wind, so it was nice and peaceful and quiet. But for days 1, 2, and 3,
Yeah.
sounds like we're on board a ship out in the North Sea or something. Driven away for 4 by Hurst. Lovely shot off the front foot. Caresses that one away through cover. And gets his second boundary, doubles his score, moves to 8, 44 for 3.
That was glorious. We've got a bit of a sort of, it's not a squeak, but I think it might be to do with the microphone. I'll look at it at lunchtime. Might just be rubbing on something. Just working in places you don't normally work at, or work at once a year, you get used to everything. And the line does buzz occasionally, and I've been informed we are glitching every now and again, for which we apologise.
Glitch.
But we are operating via what is essentially a household internet supply here at Chesterfield. So well done to Derbyshire for actually managing to get us on air.
Yes. Yes, good effort all round. Because the little magazine type programme I've received is Chesterfield Festival of Cricket. So is this part of a Festival of Cricket? This
Derbyshire women played Worcestershire yesterday.
Okay.
The Blaze, for some reason, because they're Nottinghamshire, are playing here.
Right.
I think on Friday.
Okay.
And Derbyshire play Yorkshire next Sunday after we've been to Old Trafford for the T20. Dal begins a new over, turned into the leg side by Keaton Jennings.
I see. So you got back-to-back championship matches here then? Or was it a Blast game against
Blast game.
Sorry.
Yeah. They always play Yorkshire and the Blast here.
Oh, yeah.
6,000-7,000 sell out.
Oh, nice.
Rowdy.
I bet it is, yeah.
Yeah.
So you can get there's almost 7,000 in the ground then.
Yeah.
Wow, that's going to be pretty...
They pack them in on the bank.
I bet, yeah.
The nameless bank. I think this crowd is bigger. I would say this crowd is bigger than for day one last year of the festival when the Yorkshire were here. This next one is left alone by Jennings. Dal again doesn't think it's missed by much.
It's a good crowd, isn't it?
Yeah, very good. Very good indeed.
It's a nice viewing ground, isn't it? I'm on my lap around the ground. Because my dad's coming tomorrow. So I'll have a little snoop around and see if there's a particular spot that he's best heading for. But it's pretty good viewing, isn't it? All around. Nice.
Did you pick one for him? Dal is in. He might try a few. He's pushed out squarely offside by Jennings, fielded by Wagstaff.
Well, I was caught between maybe being located near to the bar for him. I think he probably like that. But then equally, he'd like to be near the ice cream van. So maybe in that kind of...
So near the toilets is what you're saying?
Actually, that's perfect for him, actually, as well, thinking about it. Yeah, that's actually the more important thing, actually. Get him somewhere near the toilets.
He'd be delighted by that. Dal bowls to Jennings, pushes it out into the offside, but straight to the man in the covers who's Harry Kane. No room.
Got the seat sorted for you, right in front of the box.
Yeah.
But there's a nice selection of kind of food and drinks, aren't there?
Yes.
There's Mexican food there, and coffee bars, and the bar, and burger and fries, and ice cream.
Yeah, good local brewery.
Oh, nice.
Providing some very fine beer. I'm allowed to say the word Brampton. As Dal is in, that one's defended by, I've said it, by Keaton Jennings. They do a lot for the festival.
Nice.
BRM Solicitors Festival, I think it is officially.
Excellent.
It's a bit of a mouthful. In fact, it is definitely, because I've just seen one of the flags at the end of the posh seats away to the right. The posh seats aren't really that posh, by the way. Here is referred to the posh seats. They're sort of okay.
Okay seats.
They don't look massively comfortable. Dal bowls, what's that squeak? Bowls to Jennings in defence, like a bird. That's the end of the over. 44 for 3. There'll be more people arriving all the time, I'm sure, throughout the course of the day.
Yeah, the marquee away to our right. So is that the corporate?
Yes.
The corporate section. Okay.
Yeah, that's the posh seats.
Little steel seats, aren't they?
Yes, with some barriers. There is a T20, they put another bar the other side of it. I can't say I'd be delighted if I paid top dollar and had half of South Yorkshire queuing up for a drink next to me. A lot of not quite disenfranchised Yorkshire supporters, but South Yorkshire fans come here.
It's Chapel from off the wicket to Hurst, full length delivery, which he's played back down the pitch, and there's no run. You'll be right in the firing line for a T20 game here, won't you?
Yes.
You're in the danger zone commentating from here.
You are. Never been hit yet.
Okay.
It's always the first time. Isn't it?
Hopefully that doesn't happen on Sunday.
2:30 start on Sunday for the T20 match. I'm pretty much out of it already, sadly.
Chapel to Hurst, drives 3.5 for the bat. He deflects to mid-on, there's no run.
It certainly will be if they lose at Old Trafford on the Saturday.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it starts this week, doesn't it? Or this coming week, doesn't it? The restarts the Blast again. I kind of got out the loop of it quite quickly.
Let's get it over with. For Derbyshire, let's just get it over with.
I kind of just enjoy going back into the Championship.
Yes.
Go back to the Blast again now.
It's been many years since I think most Derbyshire supporters were yearning for red ball cricket.
Right. Chapel to Hurst. It's nudged out towards mid-wicket. Unused Charles Fields, and there's no run. So what's happened in the Blast then with Derbyshire?
Well, they had 2 wins in 24 hours, but lost
Right.
5, 6. 6, yeah.
I see, yeah, rock bottom. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Clanky boys are doing better in the Blast. Second, 5 wins from 7.
The fear was that Derbyshire would go to Bristol and it would have a detrimental effect on what had happened in the Blast on them, but it didn't seem to, which was good news.
Chapel strides in, bowls again to Hurst. As he edged, little nick behind, he's gone. Chapel gets his second of the morning. Lancashire lose their 4th. Inside an hour and 20 minutes, Hurst caught behind by Brooke Guest for 8 off the bowling of Zach Chapel. And Lancashire 44 for 4.
By Brooke Guest off the bowling of Zach Chapel for 8.
Very much, as Scott just said. Yeah, it was just a routine feather through to the keeper, wasn't it, really? Might have climbed on him a bit more than he was expecting, perhaps. Only his bat out there a little bit away from his body, shaking his head as he walks off. I don't think he'd be particularly pleased with the shot that he played at it. No. It was more of a leave ball than a I'll be back close to the ball and see what happens kind of delivery.
Incoming batter, Michael Jones.
He's given that away a bit, hasn't he?
I think so. It's always,
I think he has.
as a person who could never bat when he was young enough to play cricket, he was a bit loath to criticise, but just felt like it was a shot he didn't really have to play.
I think it's the reaction that you can tell from Hurst's reaction. You can tell from Jennings' reaction on strikers and too as well. Yeah, you can tell he's frustrated with the shot and he's disappointed with the shot.
Zach Chapel now picks up his second wicket, 2 for 10. More than comparable to Ben Aitchison's opening burst. Both played last week. Zach Chapel smiling, which he doesn't often do when he's out in the field. Has to be said, he can look a little grumpy.
Most fast bowlers.
Yes, I think you're right. Tickner never does look grumpy.
Okay.
He's coming off now. He's coming off and being accompanied off the field by Pat Brown, which means that Nye Donald is on. That deepish mid-on. Yet to feature in a starter. First-class match this season, Nye Donald injured himself in the first game of the season as a substitute and only just about recovered in time for the T20.
Michael Jones is the new batter. I can hear a tweeting of a bird.
Do you think that's what it is?
Oh, was it a bit of a squeaky sound? Chapel in and balls to Jones. Flashed away through square leg for 4. He's off the mark. Straight away, Michael Jones. Nice shot. Clipped away off his pads. Out towards square leg, 48 for 4. I thought it was a bird. Maybe.
Yeah, I thought it was a bird. The second time I've heard that noise, I thought it was a bird. This also sounds like a bit of a squeaky piece of machinery, doesn't it?
Well, I've been dreaming of squeaky tents at outgrounds since I left Blackpool last week. So thankfully, I'm not imagining the sound.
This particular tent that we're in here seems to be fairly well anchored.
Yeah, solid piece of engineering. There's Chapel into Jones off the front foot in defence. He flicks the ball away towards the offside, and there's no run. Is that the end of the over? It is, yeah. It's 48 for 4 at the end of the 18th over. Michael Jones on 4, and Keaton Jennings is 16 not out.
See Adrian Rollins arrive, former Derbyshire batter. He and David Griffin are doing something on the bank at lunchtime. I'm not entirely sure what it is. Adrian made a double century at Chesterfield back in the day. Finished up on the losing side. Which is a good effort. Which is a hell of an effort. Yeah. As Dalbekins, a new over, is clipped into the leg side by Keaton Jennings, fielded by fashion by Jack Morley. Wasn't too far away, actually. I'm just looking there. I hadn't spotted him, but Martin Anderson is standing fairly close at mid-wicket for Keaton Jennings. I think the gasps were because it wasn't too far away from him. It's always difficult to judge from this particular vantage point. Darl's going to come over the wicket to the new batter, Michael Jones. Applause for Zach Chapel, who's just gone and fielded away to our left hand side. That's something that you don't appreciate when you're in a headquarters commentary box. You hear the little ripple of applause from the spectators. You don't normally see this many spectators at most county grounds. as Dal is in. This one is an aggressive defensive shot from Jones.
Well, it's a good start, isn't it, by Chapel? He's bowled 4 overs, 2 for 14.
49 for 4, having been asked to bowl first. Probably would have been happy with 3 wickets. But they have 4, and with power to add, still another 40 minutes or so until the lunch interval as Dal is in, and that one is off the inside half of Jones's bat out into the onside, but it's filled by Mitch Wagstaff.
Been quite a bit of that, isn't it? Inside half of bats and that type of thing. Which perhaps might tell us that this
Just doing a bit, isn't it? Just doing a bit. Which I think is only good for the game.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
You can understand why there have been few draws here in recent times as Dal bowls, he strikes something. We've got an inside edge onto his pad there. They all went up initially. They all went down very quickly as well, but they all went up. There's another game, at least one more game being played on now, because they're playing at York today.
Lovely, oh nice. Championship match at York.
Yes, it's a 55 for 1.
Ooh, that'd be a nice one, 4 days in York.
I've never been to York. I've been to York, but not to the ground. This one is defended by Jones out to the offside. You played one day?
Yeah, Yorkshire played Lancashire a couple of years ago there. It was in a one-day match.
Good crowd for that
Oh,
one.
it was fantastic, yeah. It was absolutely packed. You know, obviously into their thousands comfortably at the ground. And it's a really nice, that's a lovely venue.
Yeah.
Really nice place to watch cricket. Just outside the centre of York. Yeah, it's a good day, that.
Down in, driven back towards him by Jones. Dowling loops the ball up. It's actually caught by Jones. I think he was trying to throw it to Brooke. Jones plucked it out of the air. He's on 4. Keaton Jennings, who's been there from the start, is on 17. Lancashire 49 for 4. Wells for 3. Bannon for 9. Turner for 8. And Hurst for 8. The men out a couple of wickets apiece for Aitchison. And Zach Chappell, who's going to continue bowling from the pavilion end as Pat Brown goes for a stroll round the boundary's edge. Some kind of strapping or something. It might actually be Zach Chappell's cap on the boundaries near the rope there, as well as an empty bottle.
Yes, plenty of refreshments required this week. You wouldn't want to be particularly on 12th man duty this week, would you, with the temperatures? You'd be on and off quite a bit, players taking breaks and getting out in the sunshine for a bit. Be a tough gig for a 12th man tomorrow. I'm going to change the leg side field here. The square leg being brought up, that's Mitch Wagstaff, isn't it? Coming inside to the square leg umpire. It's turned out towards that direction by Jennings, but he's played it beautifully. The timing of that from Jennings, will it roll out towards the boundary, does for 4. It's a really lovely shot by Keaton Jennings. He just kind of eased his way into it. A little roll of the wrist, he's able to steer it out from the leg side for a really lovely shot for 4. Brings Lancashire up to 50 on the board, but they have lost 4 wickets. They're 53 for 4. Jennings moves to 21. As a result, Mitch Wagstaff, who was brought into square leg, and just plays back out towards the leg side boundary. He's got a short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, a couple of slips, leg slip as well. It's left by Jennings and through into the gloves of Brooke Guest. No addition to the score. It's a fine leg, deep square leg, short mid-wicket, leg slip. Oh, man, maybe more of a leg gully. Mid-on, mid-off, and couple point. And then by a ball Baldwin, can't see. So he's gone from square leg to point for a better view. There's Chappell. Tall right arm fast bowler into Jennings, who's shuffling forward, a pace boot down the pitch and then cushions the ball away. Through the offside for a single. Jennings to 22, not out, and the score moves on to 54 for 4.
I was thinking as well when you play that out, if you and they seem to do it at Chesterfield in the same way that Morgan did it at Colwyn Bay when Lancashire were in the centre, he's in Lancashire often, but then Derbyshire have been there as well. It's not too far away. If you get the county within close proximity, helps with the size of the crowd. It's not too far from Lancashire to come down, as we discovered this morning.
Yeah, nice little trip down, isn't it, for a day or two. That's a lovely shot by Jones. That's 4 through straight mid-wicket. Second time he's reached the boundary, Jones. Both to the leg side, one which was flashed off his pads through square leg, and that one steered to the right of mid-on for 4 more.
A round of applause for the gentleman in the white t-shirt and the blue shorts who threw the ball back because he just put his right foot on the floor, the ball hit it, bounced up into his hand and he threw it. It was an exceptional piece of work, especially with a pint of beer in his left hand.
Oh, he did it with a pint of beer as well. Might be the best piece of fielding so far today. Do we see it on the stream? Oh, we do. There we are. Flicks it up and catches it. And next delivery is left well through to the keeper. There's no run. That was very nonchalant too, wasn't it? Just a little flick up of the boot and catching it with a pint in the other hand as well. Wow. Pretty impressive effort, that. I say it's a bit early for a pint, but supposed it was 12:30, isn't it? Hot day, Sunday.
Got to be 1 o'clock somewhere, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's very true. 1 o'clock seems quite late. Weather's like this. 58 for 4. 3 slips waiting as Chappell comes over the wicket, bowls, and Jones will tap it away into the offside. And Jennings had no interest in running, but Jones was making sure that there wasn't anything too untoward happening with that final ball of the over. That's the end of the 21st over. Chappell's 5th. He's gone for a few runs, Chappell, but he's picked up 2 very good wickets as well in Turner and Hurst. 58 for 4, Lancashire. At the end of the over, Lancashire have had starts with their partnerships into the teens, 14s and 16s and 14s. Nothing more than that. And they find one here through Jones and through Jennings. Lead one, Lancashire. Derbyshire enjoying a good morning so far.
Balderson, Green, Bailey, Blatherwick and Anderson to come.
Yeah, I wonder what order.
I was going to say not necessarily in that order, obviously.
Green came out above Balderson in the last game.
Now into Jennings, pushes the ball straight back to the bowler. He's played a huge amount in recent years of first-class cricket, has he, Chris Green?
No, he hasn't. No, he
I was surprised when I'm sure I saw something somewhere saying. And Jimmy Neesham is playing his first red ball game for 3 years. Durham today. I mean, it's remarkable, isn't it?
He's played. This is his 22nd first-class game. But I'll come back to it.
Al bowls to Jennings, turn into the leg side, which filled by Anderson.
So his first-class debut came in only in 2022. And he's only played 22 first-class games. His T20 debut came in 2015, and he has played 243 T20 matches compared to 22 first-class games.
It's remarkable, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jimmy Neesham's probably played a bit more first-class cricket than that, without picking it up. He's played a lot of T20 as well, the Kiwi. As Dal is in, it's clipped nicely into the leg side. The run around the boundary for Morley. Morrell come back for 2. Morley looks with those glasses perched on top of his head like a fly. A fly's eyes, if that makes any sense. We're going to have to go to John Cross, who's listening in Sky.
Oh, as in the Isle of Skye.
On the end, yeah.
Oh, lovely. That'd be pretty up there, wouldn't it?
I'd say. Is this sort of correcting my terminology? I call it a twisted spine. I've always known it as a crooked spine, but I don't think the locals particularly like that.
Oh, right, okay. I'll be careful then.
Well, now bowls defended by Jennings again. Derbyshire used to play, as he points out, a lot of games here at Chesterfield. There were a couple of seasons, I'm sure it was in the 70s or 80s, when they were in dispute with Derby Council and didn't play a single game at Derby, and this was their headquarters. Okay. But they were back in the years Derbyshire in first class cricket. Next delivery from Dallas turned into the leg side by Jennings. The first game here was in the 1890s against Surrey. Derbyshire lost by an innings. They played London County here. W.G. Grace has played on the ground.
Beautiful.
It's all in the book.
Say they could do with the book, just on Chesterfield, really.
It's on the jewel in the crown.
Yeah. I wonder if anyone's written one.
I may have mentioned it last year. As it comes down and bowls, Jennings defends. And that's the end of the... And down over his fourth 0 for 10 is figured here, David Griffin with the is the author, in case you're wondering what we're going on about. Of a Derbyshire, it is the effects microphone is making that. I'll rectify that at lunchtime. The jewel in Derbyshire's crown, history of cricket in Queen's Park.
Pick up a copy on your trip to Chesterfield.
Yeah, do let me know if you find an unsigned one. I spent most of last year's game here signing up. People were queuing up in front of us and all sorts. It was mad. Launched a year ago.
That sounds quite dramatic, that, doesn't it?
Launched. In fairness, it's a good read, as you'd expect. There's good stories in there. Including the one of them not bringing any balls to a
Tell me about that one, yeah.
50 over game.
Terrific. It's Chappell with Turner on strike, and then balls to Turner. Oh, in the end, that's deflected back down the pitch and actually hits the stumps at the non-striker's end. Just turn around a little bit, Turner, as if shaping to work it to mid-wicket. Ball rattles back down the wicket and round to the stumps at the non-striker's end.
We haven't had yet, which is very impressive considering how few stewards I can see. Is anybody walking in front of us?
It's good effort.
Usually blinds us.
Chappell to Turner. That's a nice looking drive, but he's picked out mid-off. And there's no run. Blair Tickner at mid-off for Derbyshire.
Just on a bit of a slope here, aren't we?
Yeah,
I'm just to slide down the chair.
Yeah.
Again, it's a problem that nobody else will really care too much about.
60 for 4. 25 minutes remaining of the morning session. Zach Chappell from the pavilion end. He's in once more by some bad treble over the wicket to Turner. And that's worked to the leg side. And Usdal gets something on. It takes a little bit of the pace off, and Harry Game will come and catch up with it as it's sitting out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Doesn't breach the rope. Turner jogs back for 2. He moves to 10. And the score to 62 for 4.
You certainly won't want to lose any more wickets before lunch, Lancashire, will they?
Yeah. No, and that's been one too many already, hasn't it, with 4 down. From an ideal point of view, you might expect it to lose a couple with the batting first and maybe the pitch nibbling around a bit. Oh, that's a gorgeous shot for 4 by Jones. He's played some lovely shots, mainly through mid-wicket. He's through square leg and mid-wicket, but that's a lovely drive through straight mid-off for 4.
Familiar figure picking that ball up now, look.
Ken Grimes here. Great Ken Grimes.
Yeah.
Who, from Lancashire Cricket Club. Yeah, I saw him in the car park. He was... he's never been before, so he was keen to come down. He's promised not to do too much heckling of the Lancashire players.
Or us.
Oh, indeed, yes.
Looked quite nimble there for a minute.
Good effort, Ken. 66 for 4. Just left by Turner. And through to the keeper, no run.
Not necessarily a word I'd associate with Ken, but
He's
he's also got somebody with headphones sitting 2 seats to his left, which means he'll probably find out everything they were saying about him, so I've got to be careful.
yeah, this is reported back to Ken. We lost without Ken. Anything that I say that's kind of a stat-based subject about Lancashire, he's the man that he's the man you go to. Dropped into the offside by Turner. There's no run. End of the over. So what's Turner on now? He's on 14. Jennings is on 24. He's played very patiently at the other end, keeping Jennings. He's batted for an hour and a half so far. for his 68 deliveries for his 24. Lancashire 66 for 4. We've had 23 overs of their first innings.
Penny's your Griff.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yeah.
I don't have to do any research at all because somebody's already done it.
Yeah, that's
Ideal, really.
It is perfect.
Yeah,
really.
it's ideal.
Including one about Keaton Jennings, which I think I've just remembered that I've missed. So let's have a little look on the message you sent me. A couple of potential milestones. Yes, I missed one.
Excellent.
So Keaton Jennings, having got to 17, has reached 12,000 first-class runs for all teams.
Blimey. He's on strike now for the first ball of a new over from Manage Dowell from the Lake End, past umpire Baldwin, and Jennings clips it up to mid-on. It's filled by Blair Tickner, who was doing some of those sideways press-ups a few moments ago, and we're going to see a quick burst of Tickner before the lunch interval. Chappell has now bowled 6 overs, 2 for 29. That might be the upper limit, really, 6 overs in this kind of heat. There's Dowell around the wicket again, and that was an involuntary shot, really, down towards backward point from Jennings. He's going to get a couple of runs for it as the ball is picked up by Mitch Wagstaff. That seemed to surprise him. And I always say he's a bit quicker than he looks, Anish Dowell, at times. Just sort of angled his bat, really, as much as anything, didn't he, down to the backward point region. Wagstaff patrolling there in front of the bank. Which I've never called it before. This one is clipped into the leg side by Jennings. And Paul Edwards mentioned it was a bank, really. They pick up another single, and Jennings moves on to 27, 69 for 4. Just fairly well. You can just imagine, though, that when Yorkshire are here in the T20 with the bars behind, it gets lively over there.
But it does.
I say more often than not, it seems in the last few years it's rained as well, which
It's not ideal.
it gives them more time to drink.
All right, fair enough, yeah.
They've always played Derbyshire, won 7 in a row against Yorkshire here.
They've won 7 in a row against
7
Yorkshire.
T20s in a row.
Outstanding.
It's a ridiculous record. You always wonder when it might end, but it never seems to.
It's quite good fun to beat the Yorkies, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So they get a bit grumpy, but as Dowell is in, and that one is driven nicely again by Jones. That's 4 more out to the extra cover boundary. He has played really well since he came in. Moves on to 18. That's his 4th boundary. 73 for 4 now.
Fisher.
He's looked as though he's been in from the moment he arrived. Michael Jones.
It's a bit of an odd season, really, for Lancashire, because he opened the batting for Lancashire to start this season.
Dowell ball. He turns this one into the leg side. He's only going to get a single this time. Wagstaff comes in off the boundary to do the fielding. 74 for 4.
It feels like a lifetime ago, this, but Lancashire had Michael Jones opening the batting and Luke Wells batting at 6 with Marcus Harris at 4. And the idea was that they try and break up the left-handers at the top.
Yeah.
Have Harris at 4 and Wells at 6, and have plenty of experience in the middle, because last year they had quite a lot of younger players there. But obviously they've kind of ripped that up and started again.
Down balls to Jennings, who defends that one.
I mean, that was in an era with a different captain, a different head coach. It's only 3 months ago. So it's quite a bit happened since then.
I think Wells might have opened for the first time against Derbyshire in that game at Old Trafford. Was that when they mixed things up?
They went back
a bit?
to, it could have been, yeah, they went back to Wells. You're right, yeah, he did. Yeah, he got a century.
Vague recollection.
140.
Yeah.
Back to Wells as opener, which is something he'd done for the previous 180 odd games.
Yes. The most underrated cricketer in County Championship cricket, I would have thought, Luke Wells.
Oh, yeah,
His time at Sussex and since he's moved north.
he's been an outstanding signing for Lancashire, he really has.
He didn't bowl much at
To go for the pavilion end, Blair Tickner.
Sussex, as we are going to see Blair Tickner again, I don't think. But, of course, in white ball cricket as well, he took Derbyshire apart, didn't he? A couple of Fridays ago, and Lancashire made 240
Yeah.
in the T20, having been put into that, and pretty much won the game by half time. Unfortunately, from a Derbyshire perspective.
Yeah, it's a big score, that wasn't it?
Yeah. Bigger than Derbyshire were ever going to chase, clearly.
I think because Derbyshire won the toss, and as you said, put Lancashire in. I think Lancashire were going to do the same. From
Were they?
what one or two of the lads were saying, yeah, that they were thinking of bowling first as well.
The toss was something to lose.
Exactly. Yeah. Right, Tickner coming back, wicketless, but ball very, very tightly, 6 overs for 13. Setting things up with Ben Aitchison from the other end in the first half an hour or so this morning. It was a full-length delivery towards Michael Jones. That's played back towards him, no run. So 74 for 4. Under 20 minutes remaining of the morning session. And Derbyshire trying to prize one more out before the lunch break.
Yes.
About 2 slips in place for Michael Jones. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and then 2 on the leg side boundary, deep square leg and fine leg. Jones pulls it down towards fine leg. 1 bounce in front of the oak trees, or they could be the weeping ash, or they might be the liquid amber, I'm not quite sure.
I'm not sure about the look up liquid amber now. I'm concerned by it.
Well, the ancient yews.
Well, definitely. Well, the reddish ones.
Yeah.
Are yew tree.
Are they? Oh,
Yeah.
right, good knowledge.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, in that case, it was down to the yew tree. Excellent. It's the only one that it would appear. We can identify, thanks to your tree knowledge, like 1 tree.
Well, liquid amber is a tree.
Paul Edwards, a esteemed cricket writer,
It's known as sweet gums.
Jennings on strike. Here is hitting the balls forward in defence and be flexible to cover. And there's no addition to the score.
Native to the southeast and East Asia and the eastern Mediterranean and North America, which suggests that Chesterfield isn't their natural habitat necessarily. Fairly fast growing with an even, upright, conical habit. I have no idea what that means. Absolutely no idea what that means. Anyway, more on Gardener's World later.
I get Paul on to talk us through
The drawback to that is we'd have to get Paul on. I think he's dropped off.
Take the balls to Jennings. It's a little step forward and flex the ball away into the offside. There's no run.
He'd love it, wouldn't he?
Oh,
You wouldn't get a word in edgeways. We might have to have a bleep button though. That's my only thing. On a logistic point of view, David Griffin has just come back and said something to the chaps to our right, and he wasn't picked up in the effects microphone, which was great because I was terrified the entire time he was here. But we couldn't pick any of it up.
It's always a relief. 2 slips and a gully. There's Blair Tickner into Keaton Jennings, who drives off the front foot, off the inner half of the bat, and deflects back to the ball. 75 for 4. 15 minutes left remaining of the morning. Wells, Van and Turner and Hurst are the batsmen back in the pavilion. Strides in again, balls forward again goes Jennings, but that sounded like it just came off the inner half of the bat. A little thin sound off the bat, and Jennings then with his left hand indicates that ball just nipped back in towards him. It deflects in the end safely away into the offside, but just a little bit of shape back into Jennings in the inner half of the bat. End of the over. 75 for 4, 25 overs gone.
Those goals, 5 overs cost him 18, and that is his work for the morning by the look of it, certainly as far as bowling's concerned, because Martin Anderson is going to come on from the lake end. There we go.
Martin Anderson.
Yeah, done it again. Excellent work. Come on, Jane, up your game.
Was Jane responsible for the cakes this morning?
No, that was Katie.
Katie. What?
Yeah.
Okay.
who is from Chesterfield Cricket Club. Jane is generally responsible for cake on day one of championship matches, but she was here for the women's game yesterday and clearly thought that was the first day and didn't bring any today.
Ah.
So,
Some lovely raspberry flavoured cake for the T20 match a
Yes.
few weeks ago. That was very nice.
yeah, no, she's a terrific baker. As Anderson is in and bowls down the leg side. He's rather missed out there as Jones as he tried to flick it away. Only man on the leg side boundaries at mid-wicket. I think there was one down at long leg. I couldn't see him behind this big gate post. Seaside Chapel down there away to our left. And Mitch Wagstaff at mid-wicket. Anuj Dal on the cover boundary. But everybody else is relatively close in. Including a catching mid-wicket. Looks like Jack Morling. This one, it's lifted for 6. That's a huge hit. Out towards mid-wicket and sailing high over Mitch Wagstaff's head into the crowd on the bank. You've got to keep your wits about you at outgrounds when first-class cricketers are around, because that was a superb hit from Jones, who moves on to 26 now. 81 for 4. First 6 of the match.
Yes, he had a little group of spectators ducking and diving for cover.
It's all right as long as you're facing the cricket. As Anderson bowls, that one's defended by Jones. Just in his arc, wasn't it, really? The minimum of effort, really, from Jones. Just lifted it just to the shorter boundary. The shorter square boundary, certainly. Somewhat further towards the scoreboard, as I said earlier. Not quite in the middle, not far from the middle of the square, I suppose. As Anderson's on his way in again. Now bowls to Jones, who pushes this straight back to the bowler, bowling from the lake end.
That's a calf, isn't it, on that other side of
Yes.
the ground?
Fairly sure that they're the same people who bring us our lunch.
Oh. Nice little spot.
Delivered in a box. Plentiful bags of crisps. That kind of thing. You can have a picnic on the outfield.
Sounds lovely.
As Anderson's in and Jones whips this very ristily out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Just a single this time. Well on the floor to Wagstaff. 82 for 4, 27. To both batters out there now to Jones, who's only been out there for 23 deliveries or so, and to Keaton Jennings, who's faced 76. Been there from the very start. Done a good job for his side. The former captain. Still the T20 captain, isn't he?
He is. Yeah.
I thought he was. I even go out for the toss at T20s, but half the time I can't remember what the result of the toss is. This one is turned into the leg side by Jennings. He picks up a single. Moves to 28, 83 for 4. So I'll do the interview with Samit live. I go up to him and think, I've got no idea what the result of that toss was. So Samit, what happened there then? Under the over 83 for 4, incidentally. And then when I hand back, I say, so there we are. Samit Patel with us live at Derbyshire. No,
Forgot.
it's gone. It's gone. Old age. Inability to retain information is shocking. The information, some of it I can retain for a long time, but...
Most of it useless.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Always the case, isn't it? Retain the useless stuff, forget the important stuff.
Singing along to Alanis Morissette the other night. I don't think I've listened to her for 20 years.
Comes to take the balls, steered down towards third man by Jennings. It's bouncing and bobbing its way towards the boundary rope. Will it reach the rope? It does. And it's gone for 4. Steered away to third man by Jennings. Quick outfit.
Very quick.
32. Jennings goes to now. 87 for 4. I see you watching a bit of Glastonbury then.
Yeah. I mean, I always liked Alanis Morissette. I watched that. And what else did I watch? I watched a bit of The Blossoms. I know they're not called The Blossoms, but... Wet Leg. I still can't work them out.
Leg? Oh,
Yeah.
no, I didn't see them.
Yeah. I'll go back when I get home watching the
was on last night, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I did catch a bit of that, yeah.
A bit late for me.
Pulp, I watched Pulp last night.
They were one of the surprises.
They were
weren't
the surprise, yeah.
I saw Lewis Capaldi. He was a surprise on Friday. Very good. I always fancied Glastonbury, but I always worried it might rain. And of course, getting tickets is almost impossible, isn't it? But
Well, it looks lovely when the sun shines, doesn't it?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
but I say when it's wet and muddy and
it's not for me, that.
yeah. Changing the field here, Derbyshire. They've got a fine leg, and then they've got a deep square leg, and then two slips, but they're quite staggered. And then backward point, deep point, cover. Tapped away into the offside where Harry Kane is at cover, fields and shies at the stumps towards the bowler's end.
Hits Jennings.
Jennings does successfully completes the run and moves to 33, 88 for 4. Brings Jones back on strong.
A lot of bands I've never heard of. That.
Yeah, it's
A lot of bands.
yeah, me too. I think a lot I wasn't sure of. It's good though, you can go on the iPlayer, can't you? It's going to pick and choose
Yes. Yeah.
whatever you want to watch. If you miss one, you can go back and watch it. Defended by Jones towards cover. There's no run. I enjoyed it. Pulp were good last night. Enjoyed them. But yeah, they were the surprise group, weren't they? So they had this like a screen on the stage made up of people wearing black and white ponchos. So then this human screen kind of melted away. They all left stage left and stage right, and then
They were down as patchwork in the
was it,
running order,
yeah,
weren't they?
patchwork. Driven away by Jones, but to cover where Harry Kane fields, and there's no run.
Thoughts with the modern cultural references. Quite proud of myself.
I know.
I don't remember the other band I watched on Friday. I can't for the life of me remember who they were.
The 1975
No, not as late as that. No, they're not really my thing.
thing. They were quite. I mean, not particularly my thing, but they were quite good.
Yeah.
Was quite late. Tickner in and balls to Jones. Oh, he's ducked into that, and that's hit him.
Hit his helmet, I think.
Did it deflect off his arm onto his helmet? But he
might have
definitely come off the helmet. So
Well, the umpires don't seem too concerned. He's looking at his arm. Jennings immediately gestured for
didn't
somebody to come on. But
because if it has struck the helmet, then it does have to be checked, doesn't
yes, yeah.
it? Well, maybe it didn't then. Maybe it just came off his upper arm. They're going to crack on.
Change structurally a bit like motorcycle helmets. Once you've had a crash in a motorcycle helmet, not that I would want to. I think they're worse than useless.
Take the balls to Jones. That's a good ball to get on the back of being struck. So it goes to the keeper. End of the over. 28 on, 88 for 4. Dave Halliday at Emirates Old Trafford.
Oh, okay.
Dave listens, says hello. Says, hope you're well. It says, Neil Young was magnificent.
I see. I will watch it now. Yeah. Obligatory over of spin coming up. Yes, it was just that when I knew I had to get up at 5 o'clock this morning, I thought, I can't risk it.
Fair enough.
So, and it'll be on the iPlayer.
Yeah.
So,
Watch back at your leisure.
go back and watch it.
To bowl for the Lake End, Jack Morley.
Yes, unfortunately I didn't say his name, but I said there was. I knew it was Jack Morley, obviously. An over of spin from the Lake End, left arm spin, took 6 wickets in the first innings down at Bristol. Quite had the same success in the second innings, sadly. It was his 24th birthday on Wednesday, last Wednesday. Been a terrific signing. Got some leg spin as well there with Mitch Wagstaff, who when he made his first class debut, I think it was his debut, up at Scarborough a couple of years ago, took 2 wickets in his first over with his leg spin. I think surprised everybody. This will be the last over before lunch because Mitch Wagstaff has
He's taking his trousers
dropped his trousers. He's going to put the fielding pads on. His helmet's been taken out as well by Alex Thompson, the 12th man. Wayne Madsen's Probably helped his little girls get dressed this morning, and now he's helping Mitch Wagstaff. The girls are here, somewhere on the ground. But yeah, he's not so much helping him as holding bits of equipment. But this is going to ensure that as we tick around to 3 minutes to, unless something remarkable happens, it looks as though we're going to get 28 overs in the morning session. Well, I know 4 wickets have fallen, but you would rather hope to bowl a couple more than that. It's been seam all the way up until this point. Mitch Wagstaff just putting the most important piece of equipment on now. And now his helmet. So the cap will have to go down the back of his trousers, I fancy. Come on, Mitch. Yeah, you look great. That'll do. He's ready. And the left armour will be bowling to the left-handed Keaton Jennings, who sweeps. And I don't think he saw that until very late there, Zach Chappell. He didn't seem to react particularly quickly, and it's 4 runs off the first ball bowled by Jack Morley. And Zach Chappell, I just sort of looked to my right, he only just started moving as Jennings got the sweep out for his 4th boundary. Moves on to 37-92 for 4. Now he's just moving Alois Dahl behind square. Oh, it's that backward square, 45, etc. with no fielder with no name. And Zach Chappell is on the square leg boundary as Morley is in, and that was played straight back to him by Jennings. Just a 1 slip, that's Wayne Madsen. Backward point, Caleb Jewell. I don't think there's anybody behind square on the, apart from Jewell, there isn't. Morley is in, back goes Jennings and gets 4 more. Chopping it out towards the cover boundary this time. That's 2 boundaries early in Jack Morley's first over, which isn't necessarily what Wayne Madsen would want, really. As Lancashire move on to 96 for 4, and Jennings up to 41 off 82 deliveries. Settles over his bat now. Morley needs a response here. He's in, bowls, that's turned into the leg side. And there is no run. We do get to 1 o'clock, so this will indeed be the last over before lunch. Next delivery is defended by Jennings. Jones on 27 at the non-strikers, and Keaton Jennings on 41. In comes Morley again, that's turned into the leg side. It's the final ball of the over, and indeed, I expect the final ball of the session. Yep, they're coming up, so at lunch. Lancashire 96 for 4 with Keaton Jennings on 41 and Michael Jones on 27. The men out this morning.
With lunch being taken, we'd like to wish a happy
Wells
birthday
on
to Deborah
3.
Howard, celebrating a special birthday today. And also
Josh Bohannon on 9, Ashton Turner on 8, and Matty Hurst
on
on 8.
33 years. Best wishes from your club mates.
Do hope that there we go, it's gone. So we'll be back with the afternoon session in around about 40 minutes or so.
Chesterfield Cricket Festival at the Cricketers.
And with Lancashire, we won the toss and decided about on 96 for 4.
Company historian and photographer David Griffin for his Hugh Meets
Before I sign off completely, I have
The trio will discuss memories of
update
cricket at the picturesque
for
Queen's
BBC
Park,
Radio
a ground that has
Derby
been
listeners.
synonymous with Derbyshire County Cricket Club since it first hosted first-class cricket in 1898. Spectators will be able to watch the podcast live during the lunch interval on the banks by the Brampton Brewery tent. Trailblazing former England international Roland Butcher will be signing copies of his new book.
Just reached lunch here, Wesley, and Lancashire are 96 for 4. Good morning for Derbyshire. After Lancashire won the toss and decided to have a bat first, 2 wickets each for Ben Aitchison and Zach Chappell. But just recently, Keaton Jennings, who's on 41, and Michael Jones, who's on 27, have added 52 for the 5th wicket. Something of a recovery. Lancashire at lunch, 96 for 4.
Over there. Yeah, I can see, yeah.
bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me!
Never stops. Welcome back to Queen's Park in Chesterfield. It's the afternoon session on day one of the County Championship match between Derbyshire and Lancashire, where Lancashire are about to resume on 96 for 4, having at one point been 44 for 4. Good first half to the morning session for Derbyshire, good second half for Lancashire. As Tickner bowls the first delivery, and it's defended by Michael Jones, who's on 27. Keaton Jennings has 41. And Fletcher alongside it is Scott Reed.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, good morning, wasn't it, for Derbyshire? Potentially just the start of an important partnership to try and rebuild for Lancashire. 52 runs they put on in that final half an hour, 45 minutes. So good partnership by Jones and by Jennings, and Lancashire need something similar through the course of this afternoon as well.
Clouded over.
Humid though, isn't it?
Very.
Yeah.
Tickner bowls, that's whipped away nicely. Only for a single over by Jones. Down to Morley on the fine leg boundary.
Yeah, it's a muggy day. It's nice enough.
Oh, he's back. Look, he's back.
Power required.
Yeah. Wrong end.
Story of my life.
Go on. What are you after now? Oh, for goodness sake.
Oh, that's a fancy thing.
Oh, he's got one of them pens as well, look.
He plugs a pen in.
Unbelievable.
That's
Ali, the
superb.
Derbyshire physio.
There wasn't a pen that plugs in before.
No, I've got one that doesn't plug in. Works off a battery. No, but for my tablet, I haven't got a fancy tablet like that, and mine's not fruit-based. Yeah. Issues with something there. Thank you very much. In comes Tickner and bowls. It's like nobody's got any charges anywhere in the world apart from here.
Apart from you.
Apparently. That was defended out into the offside by Jennings. And there was no run.
I'm liking the addition of Lancashire's new gazebo for the afternoon session.
Yeah. Obviously didn't fancy sitting in the glaring sun.
Well, I don't blame them. I mean, tomorrow could be a bit brutal sat there, couldn't it, in the sunshine all day?
Yeah, they'll probably be in the field.
Well, that's a very
At
good
some
point.
Is this a list of your updates?
It is.
Holy
I
moly.
know.
I've got a single one this afternoon. Sunday afternoons are my favourites. I can just sit here and talk nonsense. Tickner bounds in and it's defended by Jennings again into the offside. And there is no run elsewhere. Middlesex have made a good start against Leicestershire at Grace Road, 119 without loss. In the early stages of the afternoon session there. Gloucestershire 91 for 1 at Cardiff. They're playing Glamorgan, of course. And Kent 110 for 1 at Canterbury against Northamptonshire. So only 2 wickets in the 3 other games combined. I didn't fix that at lunchtime. I was too preoccupied with the pizza and then taking the mickey out of David Griffin doing his podcast. Tickner is in. That one is left alone by Jennings to go through to Brooke Guest. I went there with the specific aim of taking the mickey out of David Griffin.
Yes.
But unfortunately, the sound system did it for me because they all sounded like Norman Collier at various points. In fact, Hugh Turbeville asked a question of Adrian Rollins, passed him the microphone. We didn't hear any of the answer at all, and then he passed it back, and we had another question, which was very exciting. So we'll have to listen to the podcast to get the answer. Tickner is in, and that one is played straight back to him sort of straight back to him. By Keaton Jennings. He actually manages to do a complete roll on the playing surface as he tries to stop the ball, which he does. 97 for 4. 1 run added since lunch.
Yeah, I couldn't quite make out what was being said from over here.
No,
By the sounds of it, not a lot was
it wasn't particularly audible from over there either. So I'm sure it was very entertaining. There's a very large pile of David Griffin's books on the bookstall as well, I noticed.
To bowl for the Lakers.
All signed.
obviously 2 right.
Ben Aitchison.
Roland Butcher's here, isn't he? He's got some books he could sign as well.
We might hear from Roland later if he can make his way around. I think he's up the top now. There's an ambulance arriving with its lights flashing. That's not a good sign, is it?
definitely not.
Blair Tickner. Blair Tickner just asking if he wants me for him to come on. He did a bit of T20 with us. It's great value.
Here we go then from the Lake End. Ben Aitchison from Lake End into Michael Jones. That's left. And through to the keeper.
A bit of self-deprecating Kiwi humour when
Nice.
I said yes, and he said, I might be better at that. He's bowled all right today. Blair Tickner. What's he bowled now? 9 overs for 20.
Yeah, it was pretty mighty this morning, wasn't he? 2 slips waiting. Jones going to flirt with the idea of playing and then pulls the bat away through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. And there is no addition to the Lancashire score, 97 for 4.
Luke's back, one of the boys who does the and girls. There is only one girl, and she's not here today, Phoebe. Do the sterling work on the cameras.
Just into Jones, shuffling down the pitch, hits that away through the offside. It's in the air, but it's safe enough wide of where he came at cover. But the type of shot where you maybe for a moment fear the worst, but it's enough to bring him 4 and to bring Lancashire to 3 figures as well. Slapped away through extra cover. 101 for 4. Jones moves on to 32 not out.
Yeah, there are 3 players relatively close, in sort of 30 yards from the bat on the offside. Went in between Harry Kame and Lancashire.
Yeah, backward point, cover, and mid-off. And there's 2 slips. Back ticker down at third man. Oh, it's cracked away for 4. It's a lovely shot by Jones. If the other one was maybe a little bit risky, but it was in the air. That was pretty hit. That was hit pretty emphatically on the ground through extra cover for 4 more. 105 for 4. Yeah, Blair Tickner down at third man. 2 slips. We've got a fine leg. We have. And then there's a fielder at square leg. In fact, Blair Tickner, who was down at third man, is now being asked to come up. So Jewell and Madsen, the 2 slip fielders. Now Tickner's at gully. And they've pushed Anuj Dal out towards the point boundary. So points drop back. Fine legs. Mid-wicket. Cover. Mid-off and a mid-on. 105 for 4. It's Ben Aitchison who's in and bowling. That's worked into the onside by Michael Jones. It's gathered by Mitch Wagstaff at mid-wicket. There's no run. It is quite cloudy, but it is warm. It's a pretty humid, muggy day.
It feels like a good time to bowl, doesn't it, really?
Trying to jump right in and make the most of it. So Aitchison's in to Jones, and that's kept out towards the leg side. There's no run. And looking at the forecast for tomorrow, it feels like it could be a pretty brutal day to be bowling and fielding tomorrow.
Yes.
End of the over. Those back-to-back boundaries coming off it. So 8 from the over, 36 to Jones, 41 to Keaton Jennings. Lancashire 105 for 4.
Yes, 30 plus tomorrow, so do take care. If you're coming along,
Yes.
could get uncomfortable.
Yeah, because I mean, they'd probably feel even warmer than that, wouldn't it? If it's a bit like today, it's quite a muggy day. See, the temperatures are high, and then probably even feeling not sure too warmer than 32.
Mine's now saying 33.
Ooh,
Rising all the time.
oh, rising all the time.
Bowls to Jennings, who pushes that one out into the onside. And there is no room. We've only just got to 30 overs now, which means we're likely to be here beyond 6 o'clock. No surprise there, really. Derbyshire don't bowl their overs particularly quickly. Never have in my time covering them. Tickner just bounces up and down on the spot. And then he's in and bowls a short delivery that Keaton Jennings tries to pull into the leg side. Goes all the way around 360 degrees to face the umpire again, having missed the ball completely as it went through to broadcast. Just looking at the fielders on the leg side boundary. There's a man on the at square leg and there's a man down at long leg. I'd love to tell you who that was, but he's about 1,000 miles away.
He's towards the centre of Chesterfield, really, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a huge ground, but he seems an awful long way away. But powers of deduction, it might be Martin Anderson. Although that's unlikely, as this next one is left alone outside the Austin, because Anderson's at Gully. So it clearly isn't. Ah, there you go. He's turned around. It's Jack Morley, who's about half the size of Martin Anderson. So much down now from the point boundary.
That is a long way from where we are, though, isn't it?
Well, I think so.
And we must be 20 yards beyond the boundary rope, so it's we're set back a little bit, aren't we? We've got full pitch covers away to our left-hand side.
Yeah, it is a long way. I like a good excuse.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Nice and early.
Taking the balls, that one is striking the bat and going nowhere. Tickner runs down the pitch and rolls the ball towards the stumps with his right foot, proving beyond doubt that he's got no footballing skills whatsoever and isn't interested in football at all. He's quite interested in rugby league.
Okay.
South Sydney Rabbitohs are his team, apparently. That's,
Sydney what?
South Sydney Rabbitohs.
Sydney Rabbitohs?
Yeah.
Right.
I know he likes his rugby union. He's a Kiwi after all. But when I told him that Burton did have New Zealand's national goalkeeper, he had no idea who he was. That one is pulled into the leg side. A bit of a chase around here for Mitch Wagstaff. It does the work nicely. And they get through for another single. Jennings moves on to 42, 106 for 4.
We had the Burton Albion manager with us, didn't we, at Old Trafford?
We did, Gary Bowie, yeah. He's since signed a new contract.
Has he?
Which is good news for everybody.
Okay. Good effort.
But he's lost his skipper and his goalkeeper from last season's Great Escape, so
Not ideal.
no. Just signed Jake Beasley from Blackpool.
But I worked with him in the past. haven't I?
Yes, I think he has. Tickner's in again. That one is full. Tickner falls over. It's down the leg side. It's caught. Tickner, I don't think even saw it because he was trying to flick it away there, Michael Jones. And Brooke Guest, leaping to his left, has taken the catch. At the time the catch was taken, Tickner was flat on his front in the middle of the pitch. 106 for 5 now, and the breakthrough early in the afternoon session that Derbyshire were looking for.
Catch, wasn't it? He's kind of cartwheeling away.
Exceptional catch.
It's a good ball by Tickner. He's kind of dug it in, hasn't he? Towards kind of the rib cage of Jones. He's almost trying to fend it off. Glance it down to fine leg. Oh, he's looking back towards the skies in frustration as he makes his way back towards the pavilion. But yeah, just shorter from Tickner. Takes him off his feet, as you say, into kind of the rib cage of Jones. And there's a brilliant catch. He's gone
George Balderson.
from behind the bowler's arm. He has had to take off way down to his left, cartwheeling away. Fabulous catch by the king. And his reaction's brilliant.
Yeah, but he gets up and punches the air, having not seen the catch being taken, unless he'd swung his head around somehow. And if he had, he'd probably got a crick in his neck now. That was the final ball of Tickner's over. 10 overs, 1 for 21 now. 106 for 5. Derbyshire are glad to have separated that pair, having added 62 for the 5th wicket. Can they go on to take a few more wickets? Will they be batting today? Blimey.
Yes, that was a good partnership to break, wasn't it? Maybe lunch came at a good time for Derbyshire because they looked reasonably well set, those two, didn't they?
Yeah.
Jennings and Jones were batting very nicely at leading up to lunch. 62-run partnership. It's a partnership that Lancashire were desperately needing too. Got to find another one or two. George Balderson coming out to join Jennings.
Before the storm arrives, it's just getting a bit breezier, which is very pleasant.
Yeah, it's just taking a bit of the edge off, hasn't it? A bit muggy. I know what you mean with the weather like this. You do feel like you kind of bumble up to a bit of a storm at any point, don't you? But not anything's expected or being predicted. Ben Richardson from the Lake End. What's he wanting here? He's pointing down towards that chapel at fine leg, but he's happy with where chapel is. A couple of slips in place, fine leg and third man. And then he just drops it out toward mid-wicket. Oh, there we go. There's old, I forgot what it's called now, Puffin Billy or something?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Single for Jennings. Just nudged away to mid-wicket for 1. 107 for 5. So George Balderson is the new batter, left-hander. And he joins his captain. There's an extra slip catching on him for the new batsman. So we've got Jewell at first slip, Madsen at second. Is that Martin Anderson at third?
Yes.
Third man, backward point, mid-off, quite wide, mid-on, square leg and fine leg. Aitchison for Derbyshire. And runs here for Balderson, just bounced off his pads down to fine leg for a single. Chapel scoots around the boundary to his left, picks up right arm and throws in towards the gloves of Brooke Guest. Balderson gets his first run. 108 for 5 now.
Nicely done by Zach Chapel. Just spotted us before that. Gave us the thumbs up.
It's always reassuring.
He was smiling. I said he never smiles when he's in the field. When he does smile occasionally when he's in the field. He rarely smiles when he's bowling. He's good. I like that.
Just into Jennings, who's on the walk. A little pace or two down the pitch and then drops it cautiously away into the offside. Harry Kane comes up from mid-off to field. No run.
Getting into having to ask Griffin for players who've carried their bat territory soon. Keaton Jennings has been there for a long, long time. He's been there since the start. He hasn't necessarily run out of partners yet, but still a bit of batting to come.
5 down, Lancashire. There's Aitchison 2. Jennings always playing and missing. Aitchison fancied it for a second. Wasn't a great deal of interest from the wicket-keeper or the slip fielders. And neither from the umpire as well.
Yeah, he sort of jabbed at it, didn't he?
The ball sliding past the edge of the bat from over the wicket by Ben Aitchison to the tall left-hander Keaton Jennings, and the same approach here. A little bit of width there for Jennings. Nice shot. Punched away off the back foot. That's gone for forward in front of square. He's timing of the ball from Jennings. He's not really gone after anything that hard, has he?
No.
The boundaries he's hit, he's just been lovely timing. He's not really forced that away, just off the back foot and guides it in front of square on the offside for 4. To 47. Very hard fought runs these for, I'm going to say, Lancashire captain. Have it. Jennings is again on the move, defending as he comes down towards the bowler. Pops into the offside, no run. Yeah, 47 from, well, it's now 99 deliveries for Keaton Jennings. It's the end of the over. Lancashire are 112 for 5.
He's a Lancashire captain.
Yes, he definitely is a. Yes, he is. Yeah, he's a former Lancashire captain. Yeah. I keep writing. I did it last week in my scorebook here. I keep writing captain next to his name.
Yeah.
It's a force of habit.
It's Wayne Madsen only resumed the captaincy at the start of this season after a lengthy absence. In 2015, he gave it up. Billy Cobbleman, Leas Deploy, David Lloyd have done it since. Oh, it's back to Madsen again, who says he's enjoying it second time around. When the team's playing reasonably well, you do tend to enjoy it a bit more, don't you, I suppose?
Griff gave me a stat, which you may have mentioned it already.
I haven't. It's a good one, though, isn't it?
It's about captains being over 40.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, it's a good one. I'll run through it.
Yeah, well, it is incredible. Tickner around the wicket bowls, and that one is guided into the offside by Balderson. There's no run.
So it's the first time since 1975 a game involving Derbyshire where both captains have been over the age of 40. It's not happened since 1974.
Written down the names.
No, I didn't.
I can't read the rest of that writing.
Sorry, I didn't write the names down.
No, I can't remember. He has told me, I'm sure. He'd have it in his head afterwards, but he's not. He's taking it around the wicket balls to Balderson, who drives very pleasantly. Chase on here for Caleb Jewell. The ball will just hold up him before he gets to the boundary, will it? No, not quite. Exceptionally quick, this outfield. Caleb Jewell has to sit down before he stands up again and picks the ball up. One of the youngsters wanted to pick it up for him, but Jewell was too quick. I'm not sure how many times the Aussie will have played a first-class match in a setting like this. He was with Doncaster Town Cricket Club last season in one of the Yorkshire Premier Leagues. Not the best of times. Looking at the numbers, he's had a terrific time this season for Derbyshire. As Tickner is in again, and that's a short delivery. The Balderson ducks underneath, and actually Guest has to get right up above his head to take 116 for 5. Balderson 5 after that boundary. Keaton Jennings on 47. And now we have had 32 overs. Tom manages to get the bottle in the bin at the second attempt. Good effort. It is a foot and a half away from him, though, so in fairness to him, it is a long, long way. Bottles bouncing around all over the place in the press box. As Tigner's on his way in again. And Balderson leaves alone. One outside the off stump to go through to Brook. Yes, nothing and nobody is safe in here. We'll commentate on anything in a small lull in the action. Tom might be able to tell me, actually, the ambulance up there, just a spectator? Heat? Yeah.
Heat.
Yeah, heat. I thought it might be heat.
Yeah, careful.
As I say, be very careful if you're coming tomorrow. If you're listening in the ground now, I know it's clouded over, but it's still stifling. And it will be even warmer tomorrow, so do, for goodness sake, be careful. As in goes Tickner, that's guided into the offside by Balderson, just for a single. 3 fielders converge on the ball. The man who picks it up is Martin Anderson. Harry came and managed Dalwood in the vicinity. 117 for 5. It's the first time I've eaten a full pizza for lunch at a cricket match.
Good effort. Yep.
And I'm not sure I should have done.
No, I've
Just do with the snooze, if I'm entirely honest with you.
I've left a good chunk of it, maybe half of it.
They're at least 10, if not 12 inches as well.
Yeah, there's quite a sizable pizza, that flesh.
Yeah. I think I might have been a bit greedy, if I'm honest. As this next delivery's lifted away down towards the vacant third man area. 4 runs. The umpire's just conferred as to whether it was 4 or 6, and it's a half century for Keaton Jennings. It just gets a very decent round of applause from this Chesterfield crowd. I can see a lot of people applauding, which is good to see. He moves on to 51. That was his 7th boundary and his 100th delivery, possibly.
Yep, 100 balls.
Yeah. And it's been an important innings. Lancashire total of 121 for 5.
Yeah, 7 fours, 100 deliveries, 143 minutes.
Oh, there we go.
Jennings, 50 came from...
Well, don't start when you've not got the information. You can't start without the information.
There's a bit of a start and a start, wasn't it? Just double check the details. It's really Michael Johns. It's going to double figures. So only Jennings has one batter into double figures so far. He's left alone by Balderson. Wells for 3, Bannon for 9, Turner for 8, Hurst for 8. Balderson's currently on 6. I think. 6, yeah. So just Jennings and Jones in the double figures. So certainly crucial runs for Keaton Jennings for Lancashire. As he edged that behind, well, Ben Hitchison thought he had. Slips and the keeper went up. Umpire Paul Baldwin unmoved.
Balderson's head didn't appear to swing around, which they often do, don't they, batters, when they're in a spot of bother.
Yep, didn't flinch.
Got a dodgy connection there. You went very quiet then.
I went very quiet. Oh dear. Hope for the best.
No, I don't think so.
And he just pulled that over the wicket edge and across the left hand. Just leant into it. Just slid on past the outside edge. Cramps him for room. He tries to work the ball out towards the leg side. Just drops back down the pitch. And there's no run. Started nicely again, Ben H. He seemed to get the ball to nibble around a bit more than anybody else this morning.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Oh dear. 21 for 5.
Just started the stopwatch, not for the ambulance. For Puffin Billy's, see how long it takes him to get around. So you're going to get value for your money tomorrow.
Thank you. Just some balls to Balderson. Flashed away down towards fine leg off his toes. And through for a single, moves on to 7. 122 for 5.
That does mean I'll have to remember why I've started the stopwatch. But it's still going at 8:30 tonight. You know, what was the time in this?
Was it doing that for?
What's the time in 6 hours ago?
122 for 5. It does seem to be quite regular, doesn't it?
Yes.
It's shooting away on a regular basis. See, all right. Okay. Too much for you, £2.50. Here comes Edgerton to Jennings, driven from a full length towards mid-off, and there's no run. I mean, £2.50 is a bargain, even if it's only 2 minutes. You know, that's... Oh, hang on, is he coming back already?
Well, if he is, we're only going to get a minute, so I'd keep your money in your pocket.
122 for 5. Half century for Keaton Jennings, 51 not out.
You will also have to find out where the station is.
Yes, there's quite a few obstacles in my way. It's Aitchison balls again. Jennings drives. And it's fielded at mid-off and there's no run. It's the end of the over as well. Just a single coming off it. Lancashire 122 for 5. 34 overs gone of their first innings. Jennings 51 and Balderson on 7.
Really good effort this by Derbyshire, who, yes, Lancashire have had, by their standards, a disappointing season, but they're still the big boys when these two sides met. I think, looking
Goal from the pavilion end, Anish Dal.
200 plus games between these sides in first class cricket. Lancashire had won in excess of 100, and Derbyshire had won just over 30 over the years, which sort of gives you the relative size and power of the two counties. Look, it's back now. That's 2-0. No, it's not there yet.
Can't see it yet.
No. Alex Dell from the pavilion end for the first time. He bowled his first spell from the lake end this morning. Didn't pick up a wicket. His first ball that he bowled, though, was edged over the slip cordon for 4 runs. So you'd think that Alex Dell, with his pace and his action, would be ideal for these conditions. A little bit humid, swinging the ball, possibly, if indeed the Kookaburra swings. I mean, I'm not sure that it does really particularly much. He's bowling around the wicket, and Balderson plays that one into the legs. That seems to keep a bit low. Fielded there by Mitch Wagstaff at mid-wicket.
I see he got pretty, well, roundly criticised. Might be a slight sweeping generalisation, but there was some very sharp criticism for the use of the Kookaburra ball, wasn't there, last week? So quite a...
Was it Anthony McGrath at Yorkshire?
McGrath,
I have no idea what we're playing with this. Which is fair enough. Yeah.
But also there's a few head coaches said something similar. Now it's just cricket.
One is on leg stump and flipped away nicely by Balderson. There it is. Look, he's back.
Oh, how long?
3 minutes 40.
Oh, that's not bad.
Are you happy with that?
I'm happy with that. £2.50.
Yeah. And good luck to you. You could video it all the way around, couldn't you? I'm looking forward to this video that you're going to do.
I don't think I'm going to video it. I'm just going to sit there and enjoy the ride.
You haven't mentioned the video, I have to say.
No, you came up with the video thing.
Yeah, so it's good. Raise your profile.
I don't want to do anything like that.
Oh, neither do I. Sometimes I'm told to. Just do us a video. No. 123 for 5. Balderson at the non-striker's end has moved up to 8 as Dal goes in and bowls to Jennings, who just clips that nicely into the leg side for his 52nd run on 24 for 5.
Yes, you just got the story up here from Anthony McGrath describing it as nonsensical. I'm not sure why we're using it, to be honest. We don't play Test cricket in England with the kookaburra. If we're thinking about the next series in Australia playing with the kookaburra, then the people who are going to play in that series probably should be playing with them.
Who were playing in the Test match at the time, weren't they, during the last round of matches? Yeah. As Dal bowls, and that one is defended by Balderson. Yorkshireman speaks sense, which is why it was a story, I think, on the BBC Sport website. But I would tend to agree with him. Why are we doing this? I'm sure they've got a good reason, but God, if I can think of it. Might make the game on an outcome last a bit longer, I suppose, as Dal bowls to Balderson, who pushes this out into the offside.
Well, I was thinking here, like we've got quite a decent pitch, haven't we? Like a good pitch that's got a bit of something in it for the bowlers. Clearly, as Keaton Jennings has shown, that there's potentially something in there for batsmen as well, if you can get in. So that's good signs. Challenge that we had last week largely was the fact that it was a kookaburra ball and it was a pretty, slow pitch.
Dal bowls to Balderson, pushes it up to Zach Chappell at mid on. That was the final ball of the over. A couple of runs came from it. Balderson has 8, Jennings has 52, and Lancashire 124 for 5 after 35 overs. 61 overs left today. So at least 2 hours before tea, which is 4:10, which is half an hour late. That's not Puffin Billy, by the way.
I was just saying, he definitely changed his engines since the last time he came round.
Imagine if he's... That'd be great, wouldn't it? So he came around with the V8 engine.
Aitchison to Jennings, who defends. Maybe just come back in a fraction towards Jennings. Drops it into the offside. There is no run. Wandering back to his bowling mark is Ben Aitchison. The side screen behind him, and then beyond that is the lake and the little cafe in the middle. There's a little bridge crossing the lake as well. Jennings on the walk, it's flashed away through the offside. He'll come hurrying back for 2 by the looks of it. Yeah, and safely back for a couple. Keaton Jennings moves on to 54. The electronic scoreboard that we can see away to our right is very quick.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, it's decent. No idea who's operating it. I assume they're with the scorers. I don't think it's linked up to the scorers, though.
Okay. 126 for 5. 2 slips waiting as Jennings on the front foot pushes away into the offside. No run. Is that the only scoreboard on the ground, or is it one in front of the pavilion?
There's one in front of the scorers, yeah,
Right,
which we can't quite see. A little mock Tudor
Right.
frontage.
Most of the pavilion you can't see, can you? There's just this enormous white sheet draped across the front of the pavilion, so it's completely obscuring the pavilion. It's driven again back down the pitch, and there's no run.
We're not allowed in either
No.
anymore.
Okay.
We used to have a lunch in there.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Pre-2020.
Ah, yes, everything changed.
It seemed to, didn't it? I've interviewed players inside the pavilion. Mark had a real go at me one year. It was fair, it was fair.
Aitchison to Jennings. And just shuffling forward and pushing away to the offside, no run. Dear, that's not ideal, is it?
No, he was right. He was right. He bowled superbly in the second innings of the game, but didn't bowl particularly in the first innings, and chose to bring up the first innings commentary rather than the second innings when I spoke to him. His mates were listening.
26 for 5. Aitchison in and bowls to Jennings. Oh, he wants a quick single. Nicely played by Jennings. It's just a little nudges away into the onside, drops it to mid-wicket and calls Balderson through for one. And he's pinched the strike as well. It's the end of the over. 127 for 5. Jennings on 55. George Balderson is on 8. 36 overs gone of Lancashire's first innings.
You've just got to tough it out in situations like that, haven't you, really? So I said, well, if he'd bowled better in the first innings, I wouldn't have said what I'd said. And he was fine.
Fair enough.
He's a good lad, was he? I'm not sure he likes me, but...
What's not to like about you, Fletch?
Well, I'm not in it to be liked. Which is just as well, really. And there's Dal to continue around the wicket to Keaton Jennings. We're on the pavilion end. And Jennings just guides that out towards the point boundary. Pat Brown, who is on the field as a substitute fielder, does the necessary down there in the distance in front of the old yew tree.
Yeah.
Or whatever it is.
Oh, was that not the...
I think the purple one's the yew tree.
Oh, okay, right.
I think.
What was the other one? We're looking at the amber something, wasn't it?
Yes, I really don't know. They're comical, so I can't see any of those. Dal goes in and bowls and drives, but straight to Caleb Jewell at mid-off.
Liquid amber.
Yes. And a couple of pints of that later on. I would imagine. Got to rehydrate in these conditions.
Yeah, Fletch, wise words as ever from you.
Some weights. Dal next to them is clipped into the leg side. It's gone beyond Mitch Wagstaff and goes all the way to the square leg boundary for 4. Nice shot off his toes. Slightly misdirected by Anish Dal, who kicks at the foot marks on his way back to his mark. Very workmanlike stroll back to his mark. 132 for 5, and George Balderson moves into double figures. He's on 12. Second boundary, 132 for 5.
Couple of 50s this season for Balderson, top score of 73. But
And this next delivery up to Jack Chappell at mid-on.
averaging 21 with the bat this season. He's been outstanding with the ball for Lancashire. He's Lancashire's leading wicket taker, 22 wickets at an average of 31. Been pretty consistent for a number of seasons now with the ball.
Dal comes in and bowls and that squares him up, and he's been caught at the 17th attempt by Wayne Matson at slip. He juggled it once, twice, and possibly even a third time before holding on the Derbyshire skipper. And George Balderson goes. He's the 6th Lancashire batter to come and go, and they're 132 for 6. Balderson out for 12.
Was a bit of a juggle, wasn't it?
A bit.
There's at least 2, if not 3.
Well, I wasn't sure if he
juggles.
couldn't quite tell the actual point at which he got it.
No, fair enough, yeah.
But he squared right up, wasn't he, Balderson, there by that one from Dal?
He was, and with the keeper standing up, there's not a great deal of room, is there, for him to try and work with. Yeah, edge through to Matson, drops it once,
George Balderson
then twice. Oh, I think it almost hits him on the face as well. I think.
Yes, that would explain it.
I think
That would explain it.
Incoming batter,
The ball-
Chris Green.
his left.
Once, twice. Oh, yeah, I think he does. And then he sort of touches it to his chest and says, I've got it. Celebrates with Ben Aitchison alongside him. Wow. 132 for 6. I think many would have predicted this. 19 deliveries. George Balderson faced. And that means, if I'm not very much mistaken, that all bar Martin Anderson, who's only bowled 1 over, and Jack Morley, who's only bowled 1 over, everybody's got a wicket now, which is nice. The 4 main Derbyshire bowlers with no detriment to Martin Anderson whatsoever. I think he's been a little bit underused, if I'm entirely honest with you. You'll miss that one, have you?
Good start.
Sorry. Scott's got some updates to do. He's got some apologising to do as well by the side of it. It's just in time, you see. Perfect timing. The good thing is that that's Chris Green instead of the new batter, I think. He's come out to join Keaton Jennings with 6 down, 132 for 6. It's far easier to spot in white ball cricket, Chris Green, by his shoes. He's wearing red ones this year. He's often worn green ones in the past, but immaculately turned out in his whites now. He flexes his knees as Dal comes in and bowls to him. And has he been caught down the leg side? No, he hasn't been caught down the leg side. And there was a concerted appeal initially. And there was Dal, who did go for a boundary and a single in that over, but picked up the wicket of Balderson, 132 for 6 at the end of the over. With Chris Green yet to get off the mark. It is 93 on the board. And Keaton Jennings on 56. And Aitchison to continue from the lake end. On his way in now to bowl to Jennings, who drives but straight to Jack Morley at mid-off. There is no run. And as Dal wants a drink, unfortunately, could be further away from the 12th man. He's in front of the scoreboard, which is 200 yards away from Pat Brown. Looks for the liquid. As Aitchison hits it again, and bowls, and that one is just pushed out into the offside. Really low down the bat. That one hit. He's putting an order in there. The colour of the liquid is the same colour of the liquid that you wash your mouth out with at the dentist, then spit it out, isn't it? That's that sort of very pale, sort of pale ribenery colour. 132 for 6. Aitchison's in again, and once more on the move. Jennings pushes it up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Jack Morley. The youngsters on the move, one entirely in whites, the other one just for the white trousers, with his sweater wrapped around his waist, tied around his waist. He won't be needing that anytime soon, I wouldn't have thought. Still 2 slips in place as Aitchison bowls. It's pushed out into the offside by Jennings. Around goes Kane to do the fielding. 133 for 6. Can't possibly have gone on already.
They're quick. They have been very
It's
quick.
even gone on my computer. No, it hasn't. Yes, it has. No, I think it's 133. Jennings has moved on to 57, but I'll wait and I'll bow to the scoreboard's knowledge at this early stage. The third slip has been reintroduced.
Chris Green's on the strike.
So Anderson joins Madsen and Jewell in the cordon next to Guest as Aitchison is in, and that one is turned into the leg side. It's fielded by Mitch Wagstaff. I'm convinced it's 133.
Yeah, the online score now says 133.
There we go. 57 to Keaton Jennings now. Not quite half of the runs, but not far off. As Green waits for this next delivery, it's down the leg side. He puts his head back in disappointment, I think, at not getting a little something on that and turning it down to a very fine leg for 4. It's the final ball of Aitchison's 12th over. 2 for 32. His figures 133 for 6. Green yet to get off the mark. Jennings has 57 after 38 overs of this contest. Here at Queen's Park in Chesterfield, where above it is a uniform cloud now, which is a little bit surprising, but they feel quite high, the clouds. I don't think there's any danger of any interruptions today, unless it's for light, because it's not a great seeing ground with all the trees.
There's Anu's dart from around the wicket. Just run away through point by Keaton Jennings. Worth a couple for him, actually. Steered away out towards deep backward point. Ben Aitchison bowled 5 overs for 19 since the lunch break. And used Dahl into just his third over, but has picked up the wicket since, or 2 since lunch. One of those wickets was George Balderson. Juggling catch from Wayne Manson at slip with the keeper standing up, and the keeper stands up again to Keaton Jennings with a slip in a gully and catching positions in the short mid wicket. Dropped out to square leg this time. Jennings moves on to 50. Correction to 60. 60 on the board. 136 without for 6.
Got some good news.
Oh, hang on.
Paul Rogers says Puffin Billy goes round twice for each trip. 1 payment.
Oh,
or at
okay.
least used to.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, in that case, it's outstanding value, though. I think I put it
A full 5 minutes plus, isn't it?
4-5 minutes plus for your £2.50. 2 laps around the park. Green clatters one away into the offside, but straight to cover, no run.
And it's Steve Frank who operates the scoreboard from the scorebox. Thank you, Paul. Always nice to acknowledge those who are operating the equipment.
Yeah, that's good local knowledge of Buffy Billy. Yeah, well, I'm all on board for that. £2.50. two laps round. Comes down, balls again, forward goes Green in defence. And there's no run. Does it operate on a Monday? Is it just a weekend thing?
I'm not sure.
No.
I wouldn't like to say.
No, me neither. No, I don't think you could tell. Maybe with the cricket game here, thinking they could pick up a few extra punters. You know.
Well, the cob shop will be open tomorrow morning, which is excellent news. The breakfast
You mentioned
in
it to me.
there is sensational.
Is that good?
Yeah,
That's not where you get your pies from, is it?
No.
And you dial balls again, forward goes Green, defence to mid wicket, and there's no run.
I'm not sure I'll be able to fit in my car on the way home.
Yeah, you mentioned this cob shop to me when the game was up at Manchester a few months ago.
Yeah, they don't open on a Sunday, which is a huge disappointment. But,
Breakfast butties there as well.
yeah, that kind of thing.
Well, that's going to have to be going to be looked at tomorrow. I'll have some yogurt in the hotel first.
Yes,
nice
you
and
do
healthy,
that.
yeah.
You do that.
And then a massive sausage and egg butty afterwards.
Just to make up for it.
Yeah. 136 for 6. Driven firmly away for 4 by Chris Green. Hammered away through extra cover. He's picked out a couple of fielders with similar shots in that over, but laced that one away. 140 on the board. Green's off the mark. He moves to 4. And it's the end of the over as well. 140 for 6.
Yeah, beautiful shot. All along the ground. Away for 4, giving the fielder out there on the cover boundary absolutely no chance of reaching it. 140 for 6, though. Derbyshire won't be too disappointed to see Lancashire's batter still driving. Got a couple out that way. Keaton Jennings back on strike, who really has held this innings together.
He has.
60 not out from 140 for 6. And Aitchison in to bowl to it, but he pushes it out into the offside, straight to Harry Kane. And there is no run. The physio, whose tablet is now fully charged. I'm not sure he's having much joy with his pencil. His pencil might have packed in. That's bad news. I bet that's expensive.
I've never seen a thing that you charge in,
No,
like a pen that you charge in.
No, I haven't. There's Aitchison bowls it up on his toes, goes. Jennings just dabs it out square on the offside for a single. He moves to 61, 141 for 6. I've got a tablet in my bag. And there's a pen that comes with it.
Okay.
Whatever.
You don't charge that one up, do you?
No, it's got a battery. You use just a little battery.
Right.
They do have to have the power for it to connect. Because if you try it on something else that's touchscreen, like my laptop is touchscreen. Well, it's not my laptop, obviously. The pen doesn't work on that. In comes Aitchison and hurries Chris Green up there. He was leaping in the air and then suddenly slamming his back down on the ball. Squirts out to Dal at backward point. Goes for a walk to square leg.
Seemed to keep a little bit low, maybe.
If he did, that's a couple that have, one from either end.
Played it like he kept a little bit low.
Yes, he did. He thought it was a pitch further up than it was. He's played this one much more comfortably up towards mid-on.
Well, there's a lot. There's more in the pitch here at Chesterfield than we had at Blackpool last week. But it was a pretty slow.
Proper Derbyshire pitch, you see. I have no idea.
No, I was just going to. Again, likewise, I'm just chatting to the players last week, and George Alderson said after like half an hour last week, they thought this can be hard work.
It's just balls, and it's defended again by Green up to mid-on. You've got to give the bowler something, haven't you? Just come off a block of T20 matches where they've had precious little, and the last thing you want is for a 4-day pitch to do nothing as well. So it has got a green tinge to it even now when it's been exposed all day. As Aitchison bowls and Green pushes this up to mid-on, off this time as by way of a change. It's fielded by Blair Tickner, and the over comes to an end. 1 run from it, 141 for 6-4 to Green, 61 to Keaton Jennings.
Yeah, whether it would change tomorrow, I've no idea. With a full day of sunshine on it, will that change the kind of characteristics and the nature of the pitch? I don't know. But
If it's blazing sunshine, it might. And if it bakes it a bit,
yeah.
will it break up towards the last day? Bring Green into play?
Might be an element
Luke
of
Wells.
Yeah, it might have been some kind of part of Lancashire's decision to bat first with that in mind. Might be the scars of last week and bowling first on a flat pitch. Down from around the wicket, angled in towards Jennings, and that's glanced away down to the final leg for 4 runs. Just easing it on its way, really, from around the wicket by Anish Dal. Jennings takes 4th, fine leg, moves to 65, not out. 145 for 6.
Yeah, badly misdirected delivery, wasn't it, really, from Dell? Helped on its way.
145 for 6, Dal. Bustles his way back in again, bowling to Keaton Jennings. Let's work to square leg for 1 run. Down towards where the ice cream van is. And there's a flag. There's a couple of supporters have brought a flag. St George's Cross in front of the ice cream van. It's got Baker Cricket Club written on it.
Is that who it is?
Spotted it this morning, yeah.
Excellent.
First trip across, as I said hello. These guys come across from Baker first thing this morning. Staying overnight.
Ooh,
Big night out in Chesterfield for him, I think.
might bump into them.
It was on the list. As soon as he saw the fixtures being released, this was on the list. It had been a new ground for him. Forward was Green, defends to mid-on, no run. As we said this morning, I think it was 1989, the last time Lancashire played a 4-day game here. So it's been a while since Lancashire supporters have had a chance to watch 4-day cricket at Chesterfield. Cheltenham to come in a couple of weeks as well.
Yes.
2 slips in place. Keeper stood up behind the stumps. 1, 4, 6 for 6. Over the wicket to Green. Forward. Tall man, Chris Green, gets right forward onto the front foot. Smothers the ball away into the offside, and there's no addition to the score. Gathered by Martin Anderson.
Cheltenham completely fooled me the first time I went there, 'cause it's got 2 squares, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
And that really did. I couldn't work out what was going on. And one of them looked really, really wet. And I'm thinking, well, we're not going to play here. Look at the square. Different square.
Dahl in to Green. It's flicked away down to fine leg for a single. Green moves to 5, 147 for 6. Brings it Keaton Jennings back on strike. Yeah, we had problems with the pitch there the last time Lancashire played a 4-day game at Cheltenham because it rained and the covers weren't put on properly and the rain got onto the pitch overnight. And I don't think we played much on that day. Maybe didn't play at all that day. Darlin balls again, full and driven by Jennings, but to mid-off. And there's no run fielded by Caleb Jewell. End of the over. And Lancashire now 147 for 6. Jennings on 66. And Chris Green 5 not out.
Here's one for you then. Down at Bristol last week, it rained. It was a slightly late start, I think, on day one. Then it rained at about 10 to 12, something like that. So on comes the tractor with the covers, pitch gets covered, sheets come on either side. And
From the Lake End, Blair Tickner.
That's it, they're going to come up the hill for a change. And Ed Seaborn said to me, have they covered the right pitch? That's the only way to tell, really. The guy from the stream was sitting next to us, James. It might have been Harvey. I said, it's to show the front on camera, and he put the front on camera, and they covered a pitch 2 to the right. And it was pointed out to them eventually by the umpires. And when they pulled the sheets back, the stumps were still on the ground underneath the sheets. They just pulled the sheets on too far and covered the wrong pitch. I've never seen that.
No, that's a new one. Yeah.
Tickner then up the hill to bowl to Green, who leaves the first ball. He faces alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. Yeah, so that was a belter.
It's a great spot from Ed, that though, isn't it?
Yes, it was. And then once he'd said it, you suddenly start thinking, well, yes, because they all mark the run-ups with spray paint, don't they? And they were all thinking, well, what's going on here? Covered the wrong pitch.
That is definitely a new one.
Remarkable. You hear things about hopper covers breaking down. That happened in Cardiff last year, I think.
Oh, he was kind of halfway on or halfway off, wasn't it? Packed in.
Chucking it down. Here comes the Tickner and bowls shortish, and it's cracked into the offside by Green, but nicely fielded because it went straight to Harry Kane on the bounce. And he fields comfortably enough. 147 for 6. It remains. What's happening at Grace Road? Sam Robson, 70. Josh Takeres, 68. And Middlesex, 156 without loss.
Oof.
So the leaders not having things all their own way at Grace Road. Is this the mat now? I don't think it is really. Here comes Tickner again, and off the back foot, nicely forced out towards the covered boundary. It's rolling, and it beats the dive. The slide of Harry Kane to the boundary, and Green moves on to 9. 150s up for Lancashire, 151 for 6. Nice shot from Chris Green. As Scott was explaining earlier, I haven't played a huge amount of first-class cricket over the course of his career, but he's clearly a more than capable cricketer. Waits now. Taking it past umpire Baldwin, and that was flicked into the leg side and caught. No, dropped. He had 2 goes at it, Mitch Wagstaff. He popped it up in the air, and then as it's coming down, he had another go, but couldn't get there, and Green gets a life on 9. Mitch Wagstaff couldn't hold on to it, and it was reasonably straight at him. Very high, so he was off the ground. One that he would expect to take. Pulled off a couple of really fine pieces of fielding this morning, but couldn't clutch that one even at the second attempt. So Chris Green gets a life on 9. Poor old Blair Tickner. This is out on another wicket.
Yep, chance for Green. Lifeline for him.
Well, that proved to be expensive. Jennings back on strike, full delivery, driven into the onside. Very much the toe end of the bat, I think. And they go through for a single. Tickner, who's a fairly jovial character, stands with his hands on his hips.
A bit of first-class cricket in our winter, the Australian summer in the Sheffield Shield for New South Wales. His last first-class match in the Sheffield Shield came against Western Australia. And he got 25 and bowled quite a bit as well. Picked up a couple of wickets.
Not completely out of practice. Can he do it on a hot Sunday in Chesterfield? Taking that balls too many defence, this one up towards mid-on. And he wants new gloves. 153 for sort of fresh gloves, 153 for 6. Green has 10. And Keaton Jennings has 67.
Plays in the same side as Sam Contis, who opened the batting.
Latest opener.
Yeah, wasn't he?
Fish out of water.
I didn't see it.
Oh.
Right, okay.
Awful. They've got huge problems. There are a few reasonably good Australian openers knocking about the county championship.
Yes.
Thinking about Harris and thinking about Jewell.
It's true.
I'm thinking about Cameron Bancroft down at Gloucestershire. But they've gone for a 19-year-old who's done well in the Big Bash, so good luck to them. I mean, I'm hoping desperately that they don't take Caleb Jewell, who, although he hasn't signed or nothing has been announced about him signing a new contract, I'd be fairly confident that he'll be back next season. Blair Tickner spoke on air, perhaps out of turn, but it was good to hear it, that they'd had talks with both Jewell and Tickner about coming back next season as well.
He's been a great signing, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Red and white.
And he's dived around the wicket. Balls driven away by Jennings, but to cover, and there is no run. So, what is the situation with him? Is he here for the whole season?
Yes,
Oh,
yeah, till the end, yeah,
brilliant.
all formats. So I think he'd be really good in the one-day cup.
Is he likely to get 100 gig though in that, do you think?
Well, no,
potentially?
because I think most of the overseas places have gone
they?
on now, I think.
It's worked to mid-wicket this time by Jennings. He's working across his front pad out through the leg side for a single.
I suppose there's always injuries and that kind of
True,
thing, isn't
yeah.
there, that might change that. Derbyshire will lose Pat Brown, Wayne Madsen, and Aaron Donald and Harry Moore. So basically only one of the 11 who are playing at the moment. That's the skipper, who's playing at Lords, I think. Pat Brown and Harry Moore are due to be in Leeds and Donald in Birmingham.
Right.
I haven't seen Harry Moore at all this season, so whether he plays or not is moot.
Comes Dahl in, balls forward goes Green in defence towards Chapel mid-off, and there is no run. That's great. Also as well, he's obviously had such a big impact in the blast, but the fact that Derbyshire perhaps unlikely to qualify.
Possibly.
but in this format, I mean, that's brilliant, isn't it? To be here right the way through to the end of September and hopefully involved in a promotion push. Darling balls again, forward goes Green and defends, and there is no run.
Well, the other thing is we don't know what the format's going to be next year, so is there going to be promotion?
You know, that's a great point, yeah, because we don't know, do we? Yeah.
No. Well, of all the teams who could have been promoted, so obviously the ones who played in the second division, since they went to two divisions, the only team that has never been promoted is Leicestershire. And wouldn't it be just typical and wrong
Yeah,
if it was taken away from them?
it would. Darling balls. Green works it across his pads to the leg side, and there's no run. Yes, it would. I mean, whoever the two teams are that win promotion this season, there's got to be some acknowledgement of that. And whatever format you put together for next season, doesn't really care less what it is in the end. Just put something together and stick with it. But as long as it reflects the achievements of the two teams that win promotion. Otherwise, it's a farce, really.
It is.
Pushed again defensively to mid-on by Green as Dahl balls over the wicket. End of the over. 154 for 6. Thank you, Buffing Billy. At the end of that, just a single coming off the over. Green's on 10. And Keaton Jennings is 68 not out. I have remembered my next update,
Oh, excellent.
which is great from me.
Almost as ridiculous as the not knowing what the format will be next season is the fact that we're now on the 29th of June and we don't know what the format will be next year. We're past the halfway point in the 2025 campaign and nobody's got the first idea what we're playing for. But there we are. With Blair Tickton to continue from the Lake End, just to keep you informed about the other two games that apart from Middlesex being 173 without loss against Leicestershire, Kent are 170 for 2 against Northamptonshire at Canterbury, and Gloucestershire 125 for 2 against Glamorgan in Cardiff. As Tickner begins a new over from the Lake End, bowling to Jennings, who pushes this out to Kane at mid-wicket cover. And there is no run. An email from John Trainer saying that Chris Green's lost his New South Wales contract for next season in Australia, but he doesn't know if he's joined another team. He still has a Big Bash contract. Thank you, John. As this next delivery from Tickner is left alone outside the off stump to go through to Brooke Guest. It's difficult to keep up with everything that's happening in Australia, and Caleb Jewell won the Big Bash with the Hobart Hurricanes, and next year will be with the Melbourne Renegades, I believe, as a Big Bash winner. It's him clapping, you can hear in the effects microphone behind us. As Tickner runs up and down on the spot, and then prances in past umpire Baldwin, bowls to Jennings, who just turns that into the leg side for a single. Brown comes racing in off the mid-wicket boundary to do the fielding. He moves to 69 now, 155 for 6. Partnership worth 23 so far, 10 of which have been scored by Green, who's back on strike now. It was going to be 3 slips, but it's now down to 2, Jewell and Madsen, as Anderson goes to a catching mid-wicket, and out onto the boundary goes Mitch Wagstaff, who will be opening, we understand, with Caleb Jewell. His next delivery is guided into the offside by Green and fielded by Brown. Very colourful. Pat Brown on in place of Anuj Dal, I think. Backward point. No, there's Anuj at mid-off. So I was completely wrong. We just had Green playing the ball to Brown. I like that. Excellent. We need a yellow out there. As Tickner is in and is pushed back down the ground, but no run possible, despite the fact that Tickner couldn't quite get down and stop it. Dowell ran around from mid-off to do the fielding.
Commentated on snooker, isn't it?
Apparently Green has lost his New South Wales contract for next season.
Oh, right.
Still has a Big Bash contract there, and many others. I wouldn't be surprised as he waits now and he goes back and forces the ball towards Blair Tickner, puts his left hand down, the ball gets him right on the fingertip. So he wrings out his hand, takes his cap off umpire Baldwin, because it was the final ball of the over. One from that, 190. No, that's Green's number. 155 for 6, 10 to Green, 69 to Jennings. 44 overs have been played
Today
today.
from the pavilion end, Zach Chappell.
Thank you. And 30 overs until, still 30 overs until tea. Blimey. No, 20 overs until tea, you fool. Maths was never a strong point. I thought 30 was a lot. 20 overs until. Imagine having tea at 5:10.
Yes, that would be a little late, wouldn't it?
We had an 11:30 start one day at Bristol, so lunch was moved to 1:30. Everything was just moved around, and they decided still to have tea with 32 overs to go. Or did they? No, they can't, because that doesn't fit the story. Must have been 2 long sessions. Anyway, we had an evening session of about 28 overs, and it was really nice. Short
evening session.
Yeah, it was really, really good.
Yeah. And there's Zach Chappell around the wicket and bowling to Jennings. It's run away through the offside for a single. 1-5, 6 for 6. You don't mind if you're going to have the longer sessions, you're better off starting. Well, it would be preferable, you would think, to have them at the start of the day, and then kind of shorten as the day goes on.
Doesn't happen.
No, well, it doesn't. 1-5, 6 for 6. Chris Green's on strike. What's Chappell got here? He's got a couple of slip catches. Final leg, there's a deep point, deep square leg, short cover, mid wicket, mid on, and mid off. Oh, that's come off the inner half of the bat. Deflects away towards the leg side. Green will take a single. He moves on to 11. Score to 1-5. 7 for 6. Yeah, let's come back into Green.
It's good that this ball's still doing a bit after 44 overs, in all honesty.
It is. Well, it looks like there's something in the pitch, and that's it. That's what you want, isn't it? You want something where you keep the game kind of moving forward a bit. Look, Jennings has shown a way that you can score as well. 1-5, 7 for 6. There is Chappell. To Jennings. Softly played away towards the leg side. It is just a very gentle dab off his pads out towards mid-wicket. Not going at the ball coming to him. Martin Anderson fields at mid-wicket, and he's skipping about, which I think is to tell us that maybe he's warming up rather than just that he fancies to have a little bit of a dance in the outfield.
He's only bowled 1 over.
He's bouncing around there at mid-wicket, so maybe he might be bowling a second. There's Chappell in to Jennings. It's just a little thin edge, but Jennings has played inside the line of that. And through to Brooke Guest. 1-5, 7 for 6 it remains.
It was the kind of, it looks like Martin Anderson is woman, wasn't it? It was the kind of appeal where if you really believe it, you'd have carried on. They didn't believe it, did they?
No, it wasn't hugely convincing. It's James Treadwell, isn't it, at this end? Wasn't for moving. It's driven straight. And a tumbling stop from Andrews Dahl, and there's no run. Just watching back on the replay there. Oh, it's gone past his inside edge.
Was it?
Yeah.
That's a good effort.
I don't know, well, from where we are, it's pretty tricky to tell, isn't it? But I just assumed he kind of brought the bat inside the line, but the ball has gone back in past his inside edge. Here comes Chaplin on balls to Jennings. He's shuffling forward and angling the ball away into the offside. It's a good ball by Chaplin. Replay. Not done that any justice, but until you watch it properly on the replay from behind the bowler's arm, that's an excellent delivery, that one that beat Jennings. End of the over, 1-5, 7 for 6. Jennings on 70. Green is on 11. Just 2 coming off that over.
To bowl for the
We're not going to see Martin Anderson.
Martin Anderson.
Good spot from you, because he's only bowled 1 over. Went for a few meaning 8, in the solitary over they bowled in the morning session, so never knowingly overused Martin Anderson. It's the burden of carrying all those extra S's around on his back, though. It's quite tiring.
I can imagine, yeah. It's a heavy load to carry.
Yeah. That Chappell gets another nice warm round of applause from the spectators away to our left-hand side, and then engages them in conversation. He is a chatty kind of cricketer. Chris Green settles over his bat now. It's actually holding it up. As Anderson bowls to him, it's defended straight back to the bowler. Davies who rests on his bat. Few do anymore, do they?
It's true.
More bat very much pointing towards the sky. Almost baseball style. He was ready to launch one over the toilets. On the back of the very small hill. This one is just the offside by Green. I was going to call it a mound, and I knew it. Yeah, I couldn't remember its name. The bank.
The bank. It's kind of a bank that has a slight angle to it, isn't it? It's quite low at one end and reasonably high at the other. It kind of slants down.
Yeah.
On the slope.
Trees all the way along it. So there are parts of some people standing at the back of the bank won't actually be able to see most of the pitch. As Anderson bowls and Green gets in the inside edge out towards backward square leg, which fielded by Wagstaff. Picks up a single. Wayman's still got his hands on his head. He moves to 12, 158 for 6. There's a few youngsters in the net. I can just see legs moving around in whites. There we go. Yep, some youngsters. That's good to see as well. I've allowed them to go in. There's no point in roping them off as they brought bats and balls. Let them go in the nets. Anderson around the wicket to Jennings, who just guides that out to Wagstaff for a single. He moves to 71.
Yeah, and it's nice, isn't it, with somebody starting and try and get some families in. It doesn't seem a great deal of point in bringing games to places like Chesterfield or Blackpool and then playing midweek. Some kind of weekend, don't you, really, to get families in from the local area that don't get a chance to take their kids down to watch the cricket that often.
I wouldn't be at all surprised if there weren't school children in tomorrow. That's often the case here at Chesterfield. As Anderson bowls to Green, defends it straight back to the bowler, which is good to see. They quite often take them down to the far end. I think the ice cream man slips the club a fiver. Would you mind bringing them all down here? Yeah, you see them playing at lunchtime on the outfield, which is always good to see. Might be seeing some more spin here because the fielding pads have been brought out by an Aaron Donald in his very stylish sun specs. Anderson bowls and Green pushes this out into the offside just as Donald walks straight in front of us. Engages David Griffin in conversation. Here's another very chatty cricketer, and Aaron Donald, good company as well. 159 for 6, 12 to Green, 71 to Keaton Jennings. He did deliver the news that Andrew and Jocelyn, his mum and dad, are not coming to Chesterfield.
Right.
Which is a devastating blow.
Okay.
Because we were sure they were coming, and they're good company as well. Met up with them in Cardiff.
Giving Chesterfield a miss this time.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Swansea's a fair old trek.
Well, yeah, fair enough.
Brand new.
Yeah. Here's Chappell. Into Jennings. He just drops it into the offside. It's a sharp single. There's a direct hit at the stumps, but Green, well, he's quicker than he had to be. Plus, he sets off very sharply from the non-striker's end. It's a nice piece of work to pick up and throw down the stumps. Push and go, but Green was happy to go through. Ben Aitchison with the right arm throw. He's got one stump to aim at, basically, and makes a direct hit, but Jennings was... Green, rather, who's running to the danger and had successfully made his ground.
How many times do players hit the stumps when the batters are in but miss them when they're out?
160 for 6 is Chappell over the wicket to Green. Yeah, allows that one to go through.
That's nothing against that terrific throw from Ben Aitchison. It seems to happen a lot, doesn't it? You see bails flying in all directions, but the batters are yard and a half home. When he's not in the frame, nothing.
Single takes Keaton Jennings to 72, not out. 160 for 6. Chappell shirt out of his trousers and sets off again. Squad number 32 is in them bowling. The width there. Hammered away for 4 by Chris Green. whose eyes I'm sure lit up at the sight of that wide half volley, which he's crunched away through extra cover. 164 for 6.
Yeah.
Not been too many bad balls today, but that was
that was one of them. Yeah.
but in the main, Derbyshire have been excellent. There's been not a lot there for Lancashire to work with, and the scorecard would suggest plenty of batters in single figures. Defends this Chris Green, full face of the bat, and it's bouncing up towards Dahl, who comes across to his left from mid-on. There is no run.
26 fours and 1 6 today, 25 fours and 1 6, I beg your pardon.
Was that 6? Was that Michael Jones? 6.
Yes, I believe it was.
He shoveled it out to mid-wicket, didn't he? Out towards
Good hit.
the screen ball. Chapel to Green, again forward in defence. In addition to the score, Green 16. 1-6, 4 for 6. Green walking away towards square leg and readjusting his helmet. 2 slip fielders. Mid-wicket. Is that Pat Brown at mid-wicket?
Yes. Yes.
Someone's drifted off. There's a deep square leg, fine leg, deep point, short cover, mid-off and mid-on. Chapel balls. It's flashed away to the leg side by Green. On the ground, behind square. And Green comes back for 2 more. And he moves on to 18 not out. Score ticks along to 166 for 6 now.
Yes, I'm not sure who Pat Brown's on for, but it seems to have been on a while. I hope to have worked it out by now, really. I'll be able to find out those black ticks. This is just going back on.
Nicely timed.
Fairly straightforward. Although, having said that, Pat Brown isn't coming off, so there'll have to be some movement here. Unless... No, Chapel. Oh, yeah, Pat Brown's going to jog off at the far end of the ground, and Blair Tickner's going to field at fine leg. The start of a new Anderson over. Slipping a gully, really, Madsen and Aitchison. As Anderson is in, and Evans pushes this one out into the offside. It's fielded by Jewell, and there's no run. I was approached by a chap at lunchtime. I went over to see the big interview.
Yep.
He came up to me with a pint. I thought, oh, this is looking promising. He says, lovely drop this, Fletch, and started drinking. It's Anderson bowling to Jennings, into the leg side for a single. He moves to 73. He's a little bit disappointed.
It's a bit of a teaser, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think that. If they've handed it to me, I'm not just honestly, I'm working. I've just seen a couple walk around with a pint in their hands. Starting to get thirsty.
It's a bit of a tease, is that, yeah. But look at what you could be doing, Fletch.
Yeah. I've had a selfie today as well with somebody.
Oh, my goodness.
No idea why. This one is down the leg side. Green can't get anything on it. Taken by Brooke Guest. You always feel bad. Really? You don't want to say no because, you know.
It's a bit kind of thievery.
Yeah.
But then again, it's also quite embarrassing.
Quite dear to have one.
Well, yeah. You can't win with those situations.
No, you can't. You can't. If other people see you doing it, you're thinking, oh, look at him, he's big time. Anderson in and bowls to Green, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Always happy to oblige.
Absolutely.
Adoring public. You don't really get into it to be famous, though, do you? It's just a really nice way to earn a few quid. I was thinking. Sit and talk about the cricket. Yes. Up the hill comes Anderson again. Green turns that one into the leg side. In off the boundary comes Wagstaff, and Green moves to 19, 168 for 6. Just a bit of been underused this season. Hasn't picked up a huge number of wickets either. Just 8 of them. At 46. As he's into Jennings again, who takes a couple of steps towards him. Anderson bends down and picks the ball up because it was the final ball of the over. He gives it to Caleb Jewell and says, give it a quick polish. And it's 168 for 6, 19 to Green, 73 to Jennings. It just starts to get a bit brighter again at Queen's Park. Still that breeze blowing from left to right as we look out from the pavilion end. I want to say that's the west, but I wouldn't have the first idea, really. I just had this discussion down at Bristol, and nobody seemed to know.
Which way's west? Yeah. Where's this? We can't see the sun, unfortunately, so that doesn't help.
I think it's sort of over there now.
Fair enough. In that direction.
Yeah.
It's Chapel from the pavilion end. In and bowls. It's worked into the onside. And Green calls Jennings through for a sharp single. And successfully gets through for 1 minute. A couple of those of late. Pick up and throw towards the bowler's end by Blair Tickner. Scramble through for 1. Well, the flags on the roof of the town centre building on the far side are blowing away to the right-hand side. So is it a westerly breeze, do we know? If it is a westerly breeze...
Is the west to our left, Griff?
What?
North straight.
Thank you. West is indeed to our left.
Walks away through the onside by Jennings. To square leg for a single. So we're looking north.
So the pitch is sort of the wrong way around, really. They normally go north-south. East-west. Do they? Yeah.
No, they don't go north-south.
Do they?
Yeah, to negate the east-west sunsetting issue.
Yes, you're right.
Lancashire's Old Trafford used to be east-west.
Derby as well. Yeah. You're right.
Chapel into Green. It's short and pulled up towards the leg side. Oh, it's gone for 4, actually. There's I feel that's Jack Morley, I think, isn't it? Harry came, sorry. 4 for Green. And Kane can't get across to his left in time to cut it off.
Sort of got, let's see, the bounce over his shin.
4 to Green. He moves to 24, 174 for 6. It did, didn't it? It seemed to take a bit of an unfortunate bobble.
There aren't many bobbles out there, has to be said. It's a pretty good outfield.
It's certainly quick. Chapel to Green. That's defended. There's no run. So much of Morley, have we? Which is very different to what we had last week with the cooker of a ball. We had already at this point half the innings was bowled by spinners. But Morley's only bowled 1 over before lunch. But seamers have done the damage. 2 wickets for Chapel, 2 for Aitchison, 1 for Tickner and 1 for Dahl. Here is Chapel in bowls. Forward again goes Green. And defends and then suggests maybe that will just come back in a fraction towards him.
You know, Derbyshire's inside knowledge, but one of the players they left out was injured, David Lloyd, and the other one was the off-spinner, Alex Thompson, from last week's starting 11, bringing Tickner in to the bowling department.
Well, Lancashire named Tom Hartley in their squad, but again didn't pick him. So maybe both sides have looked at it and come to the same conclusion. It's driven down the ground. That'll be 4 again. It's gone in between the legs of Chapel. Firmly hit by Chris Green for boundary 4. Lovely straight drive. So he's found 2 boundaries in that over. One that was just a fraction short from Chapel, which he pulled through square leg, and the other was a lovely straight drive. Takes him to 28 not out. And Lancashire are now 178 for 6. And that's the end of the over as well. And 49 of the Lancashire first innings, 47 overs remaining in the day. So, yeah, to go an hour or so until that lunch tea break.
Two for 48 now, Zach Chappell. Just seeing Ben Aitchison warm up. He's got 2 for 34 from 13, so we might see him back sooner rather than later when it's Martin Anderson to continue from the Lake End here at Chesterfield. He's on his way in now, balls to Jennings, who pushes that ball straight back towards him, and there's no run. Physio just asking Blair Tickner how he is. Tickner isn't 100%, clearly. Having had that, he's looking at a smile on his face. Of course he has, but he had that big strapping that he started the day with. Took it off and gave it to the umpire.
Yes.
It's been delightful for James Treadwell.
Lovely gift to receive.
Sanderson is in. That was driven by Jennings, but straight to mid-off. 78 for 6. It remains. Aitchison stopped stretching now. Mountain in conversation with Brooke Guest, who may or may not be his vice captain. Nobody really seems to know. I've never asked, but my Mountain went off the field. Bristol, nobody really knew. Sanderson bowls, he almost chops on Jennings, turns around with what I could only imagine would be a look of alarm in his face as the ball crashed into the ground behind him and then rolled through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. 178 for 6 it remains. Still Tickner smiles and his beard's coming on nicely. Physio.
Have you been working on that all season?
I think so. As Anderson bowls wide of the off stump, left alone by Jennings on this occasion. We're all working on our beards at some point or other.
Yours is a complete masterpiece.
It's just a gimmick, really. That's all it is. Just a gimmick.
No, Fletch.
I thought several times over the course of the summer about chopping it off.
Have you?
178 as that one is driven and caught on the bounce. Turns merely into a fine piece of fielding by Caleb Jewell.
It's good stuff. Cracked it away, didn't he? Pretty.
Oh, hang on. The critics are out. What's that, Griff?
Have you watched the game before? Sorry, I've been very
I'm just going to pass him these headphones in a bit. He can do 2 overs and see how he does. One is defended. Back towards Anderson, who loses his shoe as he stops it somehow. He's now carrying the ball and his shoe, which is remarkable.
Yeah.
He's shouting something up to the balcony. He wants them on quick because he's got one. He's insistent, isn't he?
He is, yeah. An issue with his left boot.
He wants a boot. 178 for 6 at the end of the over. He's not going to go off because Jack Morley's going off. Perhaps for his bowling boots, who knows? Do left arm spinners need bowling boots? Anyway, he's gone off. Martin Anderson is still out there.
One boot.
He's going to put that boot back on. I don't know. Something seems to have come off. Yeah, he doesn't look happy anyway. The physio's gone out
No,
to
he
see
doesn't,
him.
does he? No.
No.
Oh, there's some strapping around his. Oh, yes.
Yeah, just strap that thing onto my foot, will you?
Yes.
Not the boot. It's got like an inner sock
Yes.
that's now being strapped to his foot, which I can't imagine is entirely what they're supposed to do with them.
I can't imagine it being the most comfortable thing, either. Yeah, a bit of strapping going on.
Yeah. Need a bit next size. Have you got the next size up?
Yes.
No, he's got it on.
Oh, good.
He seems happy. He's not limping. Ali's done his job with the tape, so everybody's happy.
Yeah, everyone's happy. Change of gloves as well for the at least one of the Lancashire batsmen, George Bell, who's at 12th man duties, fetching some fresh gloves. So 178 for 6. Green just walking away to square leg. He's just Readjusting his gloves with his back tucked under his arm. He's happy now. And Chappell, he's in and bowling to Green. That's worked off his pads down to fine leg for a single. Green moves on to 29, 179 for 6. Throw comes in from down at fine leg.
Sorry, I've got a question for Stephen. Are dogs allowed in?
I've seen dogs, yeah, I've seen dogs.
So Alex Guy Walton, who sent us a message saying he's thinking of popping over tomorrow, but asks, are dogs allowed in the ground? He's in Earlham. Yes.
Chappell to Jennings, forward in defence, and there's no run. Yes, I've seen a couple already today. That's a fluffy, curly haired grey little number and a little small black number as well as in the grounds. Little terrier type. Yeah, I've seen a couple of dogs.
But only if accompanied by their owner, apparently. Yeah.
Wise words as ever. 179 for 6. Oh, he's banged a short ball in there. That might be called a wide, I think it is. And by James Treble just checking with Paul Baldwin at square leg, and they agree that's a wide. 180 for 6.
Not looked at my X account all day, and it appears that lots of people have been trying to get into it.
All right. Excellent.
So I'm just sifting through a few of these now. The spire's right in the town centre, says Kirk. Equidistant between both Wetherspoons pubs.
Comes Chappell, balls, and works with an angle bat towards the offside for one run for Keaton Jennings. He moves on to 75, 181 for 6 now.
And there's a road called Spire Heights.
Right.
Where Saltgate used to be, as in Spire Heights. Very clever.
Okay. So the ground has been demolished.
Yes. Yeah. But it's falling down of its own.
Yes, a fair point. Yeah. It wasn't in great condition when I was there about 15 years ago. Then comes Chappell, balls again to Green, playing forward in defence, and there's no run. 181 for 6. Green walks away towards square leg. 2 slips in place. Fine leg, deep square leg. Mid wicket, mid on, mid off, cover, deep point. Chappell over the wicket. Forward goes Green. Solid front foot defensive shot by Chris Green and blocks it to mid off. Martin Anderson fields and scoops it up and gives the ball a bit of a polish. Note it to Blair Tickness, he'll give it a further polish.
In my defence for that one ball that I didn't read particularly well, there was a call behind given yesterday in the cricket match I was watching that if the ball dropped a yard shy of the wicketkeeper, that was as close as it got. And the umpires got together and gave the batter out.
Chappell to Green. Again, that's pushed away off the front foot to cover. And there is no run. End of the over, 181 for 6.
Plus the batter had his back to me and I wasn't concentrating and my eyes are not very good. But apart from that, I'm doing a great job.
Doing a fine
But
job.
don't tell anybody any of those things. These two have added 49 so far for the 7th wicket.
Yes, second highest partnership in the innings, isn't it, for Lancashire, but it's not saying a great deal because there's not been too many partnerships. Plenty of kind of partnerships in the late teens or early 20s, but
Indiana Jones is in. As here comes Martin Anderson bowling to Keaton Jennings. Slight misfield there by Caleb Chult. There we go. Just to our right, Keaton Jennings, Indiana Jones with his Derbyshire hat on, otherwise known as Chief Executive Ryan Bucket. They're a much sought after item, I believe, in the club shop.
are they?
Yeah.
They do look nice.
Somebody might be offering him a lot of money for that at some point. Anderson's in again. That's clipped into the leg side. It'll only be a single for Jennings. In off the boundary comes Harry Kane to do the fielding. Jennings moves to 76. And the 50 partnership is up. 29 of those to Green. 86 balls for the 50 partnership. 182 for 6. 76 to Jennings. After the euphoria of getting Balderson, Derbyshire looking for a 7th wicket of the day. And Green waits for a slower ball from Martin Anderson, guides it out down towards the backward point area, where he came again, called into action. I think he thinks he looks good in that hat.
I like that.
Do you?
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. I'm not sure it's my kind of
No?
hat, really. I'm not really. I've got a cap that I wear under sufferance, really, for if it's something, because obviously not having any hair doesn't help. And there's some balls to Jennings. That one is pushed up the mid-off. And there's no run.
If I was here today, or tomorrow, like
You are
tomorrow,
here today.
well, I meant if I was here, I'm going to finish a sentence, and I was in the crowd,
Yeah.
and I'd not brought that, that would be the one I'd
get one
buy.
of those.
That's
Oh, okay.
exactly the one I would buy. I go to the club shop, forgotten to bring my cap, that's what I'm buying.
Right, have a run on them now. It's your fault. Anderson bowls. It's crashed away, but straight to the fielder on the cover boundary by Keaton Jennings for a single. He moves to 77, 184 for 6. It's got to that point where there's lots of chat about, come on, fellas, come on. They're just trying to lift themselves here, Derbyshire. For an effort before tea, which is still some distance away. Anderson bowls and bangs that one into the surface. Green guides it out towards backward point. Thinks about the second. It's not there. As Harry came again, is called into action. Third time in this over. Green picks up a single and pinches the strike, moving on to 31. Jennings has 77 and Lancashire 185 for 6 with 12 overs to go until tea, which is clearly not going to be at 20 to 4. We're lucky if it's at 20 past.
Bowling
Ball for the
change.
pavilion end, Blair Tickner.
Zach Chappell, 4 overs for 22, is being replaced, and Blair Tickner, who took the new ball from the pavilion end this morning for the first over of the match, comes back in to start his 14th over. 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 37. Tickner and Aitchison have been by far the most economical of the Derbyshire bowlers, with Aitchison going at 2.6 and over, Tickner going at 2.85 and over, and the rest going at something over 3s. Tickner to return. Wicket of Michael Jones after the lunch break. Ball that was pretty short. Actually lost his footing, tumbled over. But it was in and around the rib cage, and it was fended off the fine leg, and he was caught behind on the leg side. Forward goes Green in defence. And there's no run. Blair didn't see any of it, but he fell over, didn't he? And he was on the floor when...
Sure he couldn't see where the ball had gone. He knew it had gone down the leg side, but
Brooke Guest with a great catch. There's been some good catching today. Good slip catching. A couple of juggles. Been one put down. Chris Green was put down. Manson juggled it a couple of times before seeing the end of Balderson. It's the back foot trying to find a way into the offside. Just forced away, but gathered by Pat Brown. That cover. There is no run.
it was on 9 when he was dropped, Chris Green. Now on 31. Oh. Somebody's replied.
To Green, comes off the inner half of the bat, comes down towards fine leg, ball he picks up and throws it in towards the keeper. Green takes a sink, moves to 32. The score moves to 186 for 6. And Keaton Jennings on strike. Morley settling in at fine leg on the boundary. Deep square leg as well. Deep point. One slip and a gully. In the cover, mid-off, mid-on. On the mid-wicket, here's Blair Tickner. From over the wicket to Keaton Jennings. Works the ball away off his hip towards the leg side, but there's no run.
Bit more, bit of extra bounce for that one.
He's got a little more to bounce, perhaps, than anybody else, Blair Tickner. It looks like most of the movement's been generated from Ben Aitchison at the other end. Tickner's just got a little bit more bounce out the pitch from this end at times. Rolling the ball up towards his chest as he sets off. Playing a miss from Jennings, not seen too many of those. Through to Brooke Guest. It's no run. 186 for 6.
The ball 52 overs old, so not particularly responsive at the start of an innings. What they're like when they're 52 overs old, I have no idea.
He's got the ball back in his hand, Blair Tickner, and then gets himself ready, bouncing up and down on the spot, and then sets off. That's hammered away for, I think, for 4. I mean, Harry Kane will try and get across, but he's not going to get there. It will be 4 for Jennings. He's thrashed it away through the offside, not through cover. Takes him into the 80s. Lancashire moved to 190 for 6. 81 now to Keaton Jennings. That's the end of the over as well. Lancashire 190 for 6. 53 overs gone of this Lancashire first innings as well.
I'm not sure how many overs aside the Lancashire knockout cup is. It's actually the quarterfinals that they're already in. That's remarkable. I think 162 for 7 or 41 overs is the cut the mustard. Fletcher Jr. in at the moment.
Excellent.
Handy runs yesterday, 3 wickets.
Good day then for the Fletcher household.
A long day. A very hard bench. 29 at the minute, so goes in at 7 though. It's just a bit low, really. Martin Anderson to continue from the leg end, bowling to Chris Green, who pushes the ball back towards the former Middlesex man. And there's no run. Green has 32 off of 55 deliveries, 5 boundaries for him. Keaton Jennings has hit just 9 boundaries in his 81. But he's still there. The opener, as Anderson bowls to Green, pushed up to mid-on. It's fielded by Jack Morley. Yeah, the net session for the youngsters appears to have finished. They might sleep tonight.
Yes, keep quiet.
Yeah. Go in there and exhaust yourselves, boys. As in comes Anderson once more. Green pushes this one straight back to him. Good over so far from Martin Anderson, right on the money. Emergency services, there must be about 15 different vehicles there, judging by all the different sirens. Crowd watching intently as Anderson comes in. He's only disturbed by the sound of Puffin Billy, and that one is pushed up to mid-on. Just trying to build some tension there.
He's a couple of times, he's timed it absolutely perfect as Puffin Billy. Just as the ball is running in, about to deliver the ball, and he goes the dude
Just kind of ground where you could take a little toot and just set it off just as the batter's about to. No, sorry, it wasn't me. It was a train. Next delivery's turned into the leg side by Green for a single. 191 for 633 now to Green.
Good knock this, isn't it, by Chris Green?
Yeah.
A very
Useful.
calm approach to it as well. Obviously, as we mentioned, his lifeline, he was dropped on 9, but he's had some nice shots and has rotated the strike pretty nicely. He's got a good partnership here with Keaton Jennings. 4 runs.
59, the partnership.
I mean, 250 could be a good score, yeah?
Yes.
Trying to get to 190 for 6. If they try and push to 250, you don't know. That might be not the worst outcome.
Jennings back on strike. He's on 81. Anderson around the wicket to him and strikes him on the pad. Ball goes out into the offside. Didn't get a little inside edge on that. We're going to see Paul Baldwin. No, we're not going to see him do anything. So there must have been a little bit of bat on that as it looped into the offside. And the over comes to an end. A couple of singles from the last 2 deliveries. 192 for 682 now to Keaton Jennings. 33 to Chris Green. The partnership worth 60.
What's happening elsewhere? Yeah. Division 2 of the county
Middlesex lost
championship.
any wickets yet? This is the big question.
They've lost 2, but they're 204 for 2. Sam Robson is 103 not out, and Leas Deploy is batting alongside him. It's a 204 for 2 Middlesex at Leicestershire. Under the interim role of Dane Villas,
Yes.
as interim head coach. Here's Tickner in balls and then away through the offside by Jennings, who sends Green back. And there's no run.
Deploy lost his place in the Middlesex T20 side, was left out. I mean, if you're left out of Middlesex's T20 side, you know you're out of form, don't you? Because they are bobbins. Happened for a number of years now.
It's weird, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you can have a one bad season, can't you? You know, everyone can
Year
have
after year,
consistently poor in T20.
unbelievable.
In a game where the margins are so fine and you can win a game in an over or 2, to be so bad for so long. Short pulled away by Jennings. That'll be 4 out towards the backward square leg boundary. And he had lots of time to play the ball shot. Or at least it made it look like he had lots of time to play it. Takes him to 86 not out, 196 for 6.
Before the last round of championship matches, they won their first T20 at Lords for 3 years.
Ridiculous, isn't it? Comes taking the balls again to Jennings. Just eased up towards mid-off and there's no run. Kent playing Northamptonshire this week. Kent are 199 for 3 with Ben Compton out for 66. 199 for 3, Kent against Northants. And Glamorgan against Gloucestershire is the other Division 2 game in this round of fixtures. This game taking place in Cardiff, where Gloucestershire are 153 for 5. It's driven for 4 by Keaton Jennings, who's into the 90s for Lancashire now. He's actually on a nice round 90 not out. Lovely front foot drive to the right of mid-off 4 to bring up the 200 as well for Lancashire. 200 for 6 with that 4 for Keaton Jennings. Cameron Bancroft making 50 at the top of the order for Gloucestershire, but they are 5 down, 153 for 5.
Ben Compton's now moved on to 895 runs for the championship season.
It's a pretty decent effort with the batting in a team that's bottom of the league.
Averaging 55.
Tick now to Jennings. It's playing defensively off the back foot out towards the leg side, and there's no run.
Marcus Harris is second on that list, 825, averaging 63, and Caleb Jewell is third on 808, averaging 62. All 3 of them left-handers. I don't know
Harris not playing in these 2 rounds. He's missing 2 rounds. 200 for 6 is Tickner to Jennings. Crunching away into the offside. There's, in addition to the score, is bouncing out towards Anu's Dal. That's the end of the over. 8 coming off it. A couple of boundaries in the over. So Tickner has now completed his 15th over. He's gone for 1 for 50. Lancashire 200 for 6.
Chappell returns to the action. 2 batters have a drink. Chris Green getting some fresh gloves as well. Perhaps even Keaton Jennings might be. Ben Aitchison again goes through his bowling action. Wouldn't be a surprise to see him have one last dart with the old ball. Ahead of the new one, it's 55 overs, so still a fair distance to go. And 25 overs before we see the second new ball. If we get that far, which at the moment you wouldn't rule out. 68 runs added for the 7th wicket so far by Green and Jennings. It will be Chris Green on strike with a almost a gully as Anderson bowls. That was just pushed into the offside. It goes beyond Anu's Dal, who's going to leave it for Harry Kame on the plastic strip all the way across the right-hand end of the square as we look out. Pick up a single, 34 now to Green, 201 for 6.
Division 1 scores. Essex are 158 for 1. Batting first against Yorkshire in York. Wesley 73 not out and Elgar 69 not out.
Struggling a bit, the Yorkies, aren't they?
They are.
As Anderson is in around the wicket on the leg stump and turned into the leg side by Jennings for another single who moves to 91, 202 for 6.
Warwickshire 199 for 4. They're at Sussex this week. Robbie Yates making 93. So 199 for 4, Warwickshire. And there are 3 other Division 1 games, including the defending champions Surrey, who are taking on Durham at the Oval this week.
They could overtake Notts this week, couldn't they? Here comes Anderson. Bowls to Green, who clips this nicely down towards fine leg. There is one. It's Blair Tickner. They go through for a single. My word, he hammers that ball in from the boundary. 203 for 6.
Surrey are 206 for 2, and Sam Curran, who's batting at 4, is 65 not out. Dom Sibley is 71 not out.
But they've taken a different number of balls.
Curran is 65 off 70, and Sibley is 71 off 156.
Brilliant. No, you can't sit there, son. This guy's Lancashire on backwards. Unbelievable. This one is played into the leg side by Jennings, who punches his bat. Disappointed in the shot. 203 for 6 it remains.
Nottinghamshire are playing this week. They're at Somerset. Somerset are 179 for 5. And then just recently lost Tom Abel for 64. James Rue making 58. Somerset 179 for 5 against Nottinghamshire.
Listen, into Jennings, takes 2 steps towards and then decides the ball out towards the cover boundary. For a single, he moves to 92, 204 for 6.
And finally, Hampshire Worcestershire at the utility ball. Adam Hose is 114 not out for Worcestershire, who are 235 for 2.
Who's the Nichols who's opening the batting for Worcestershire? Let me see if I can find out.
Henry Nichols.
It is Harvey Nicks, is it? Excellent.
New Zealander, isn't he?
Yes, the only player. I'll come back to that in a moment. Anderson bowls to Green and it's played straight back towards Anderson. Gets a little parry on the ball as it's hit back towards him. Final one of the over. 35 to Green, 92 to Jennings, 204 for 6. Derby Nicks. Henry Nichols is the only player to have played for Derbyshire never to have batted, bowled or taken a catch. An illustrious career, I think, lasted 14 overs, something like that.
Yeah, 14 hours, a lot of rain.
Yeah, and there was a lot of rain. He came over for 2 T20s. One was completely washed out. The other one was washed out after 14 overs. He didn't bat, didn't bowl, and didn't take a catch. And then went home again. Considerably richer, I would have thought.
It's a good effort.
I missed both games because I was in Austria at the time. So he's probably the only player who's played since 2016 that I've never seen in the flesh. I did watch the game on TV.
It sounds like you didn't miss much.
No.
He's not.
There's a lot of rain about. Another one of Derbyshire's failed T20 campaigns.
It's all about the championship.
Absolutely.
Well, it's County Cricket Day, isn't it, today?
I believe so.
He's tipped it from around the wicket and then bowls to Jennings. Clipped away off his pads through the leg side. And he moved to 93 not out. Keaton Jennings, and the score to 205 for 6.
Can't quite work out whose initiative it was, though. County Cricket Day.
I don't know.
It was.
I don't know.
I genuinely no idea.
No, I don't know it. But
County Cricket Day today, apparently. I don't know if it's an initiative by the ECB, which I somehow doubt because they don't want county cricket, or by some supporters group.
it sounds like a supporters group type thing, doesn't it?
It does, really. But some counties were letting people in for nothing, weren't they?
Oh, happy days. Tick now to Green. It's short of a length again, and he's worked it away off his rib cage out towards backward square leg. Oh, it's a tight second. He's had to put the dive in there, Green. He wasn't.
He wants new gloves. More gloves, please. More gloves. Come on, more gloves for Chris Green. Come on.
More gloves.
12th needs to find another pair of gloves from somewhere.
Full length dive, wasn't it? Proper volley.
I think George Bell permanently has George Bell, isn't
It is George.
permanently has a pair of Chris Green's gloves in his hand, just on the off chance that he calls for them.
Comes out with the previous pair that he just took off.
Just a hairdryer on him and be sorted.
Yeah, be fine. It was a bit of a scramble second, though, wasn't it? He had to put,
Yes.
to put the dive in.
Yeah,
Made his ground.
that towel's been strapped to his left arm for most of the game as well, bless him. George Bell. Big blue towel.
37 with those 2 runs that Chris Green moves to 207 for 6. Green's got his new pair of gloves. He's dusted himself down, having put the full dive in to make his round. Waits for Tickner, who sets off and bowls again. And just dragging it back of the length, isn't it, Tickner? Just going a little shorter from time to time, and getting the ball in and around the rib cage. It's how he got the dismissal of Ashton Turner, just trying to get one off his rib cage, and he was caught down the leg side. A brilliant catch from Brooke Guest, the keeper, flying away to his left. Banged a couple short into Green as well, but he's dealt with them so far. 206 for 6. There's Tickner in the balls to Green. It's pushed away off the back foot again. The ball that's just a little shorter. Worked away to the offside, and there is no run. Martin Anderson fielding at cover this time for Derbyshire. 207 for 6. We've got, there'll be 7 overs until the tea break after this one from Tickner. So yeah, about half an hour thereabouts of
Going on forever.
cricket. Tickner to Green, short but down the leg side, and gathered by Brooke Guest. And there's no run. 207 for 6. Guest lobs the ball up towards Anu Dahl, who slowly creeps up towards Zach Chappell, hands in the ball, and is in pretty lengthy conversation. There's a slight tweak to the field. So we've got leg gully, yeah. That Ben Hitchison. See, was it slip but gone to leg gully? There's also a fine leg, and there's a deep square leg and a short mid wicket, but we have seen Tickner go short, and he goes full this time. And it's worked off the pads by Green. Tickner can't quite believe it. Bent over double. He drags himself upright to collect his sunglasses. It's the end of the over. Green's kept the strike as well, so he's unbeaten on 38. And Lancashire on 206. Correction, 208 for 6.
What do we think to 182 for 9 of 45 overs? That's what Blackwood have scored in the quarterfinals of the Lancashire knockout.
Could be a tricky chase.
Yeah,
What did Fletcher Jr. finish on?
25
To bowl for
Solid.
the Lake End, Ben Aitchison.
off 47 deliveries with 2 fours. He'll be exhausted. Absolutely exhausted.
He's run a bit, the lad, hasn't
Yeah, he has. He's not used to that. It's not really his thing, running. So, Ben Aitchison is back. Bowled a terrific spell. First up this morning, bowled 7 overs and took a couple of wickets for next to nothing. 13 overs, 2 for 34 is still not bad. Got rid of Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon early. Just 19 runs on the board. They were back in the pavilion. He's in now to bowl to Chris Green, who tries to turn this away, flick it away down the leg side. He misses it, and it's a good tumbling stop by Brooke Guest behind the stumps. A virtual ever-present Brooke Guest. Missed the odd T20 match, but doesn't miss many. The Derbyshire keeper. He crouches down now as Aitchison bowls to Green, pushes it up to mid-off. Couldn't even tell you if it was a snapper who just sneezed or what. Hay fever would be an issue as well on a day like today.
Took the tablet this morning.
Did you?
Yeah.
Very, very fortunate. I've never been afflicted, but Aitchison is in, left alone by Green outside the stump. Got through to the keeper. Obviously work.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Well, I didn't think it was too high today, but as I was driving over, the weather forecast from the radio said it was quite a high pollen count, so I went, took the tablet.
Does it depend what type of pollen
Well, I
it
think
is?
it does, yeah. I'm normally okay this time of year. Kind of April, May is when I suffer quite badly, and it kind of gets better as the summer goes on.
Next delivery is defended by Green into the onside.
I'm allergic to Chesterfield Street.
But yeah, we all are. I don't suffer from any particular ailment other than
That is the worst ground in the circuit for me.
Is it really?
Yeah. It's horrendous. I don't know, whatever the trees are around there, or the pollen is around there.
We need Paul to tell us really, don't we? There aren't a huge number of trees, I don't think. I don't recall. Aitchison bowls, that's driven by Green, but straight to the man at mid-off. And there's no run. Rob the X-Bank from Sonny Chrome. I'm not sure there's anything I can do about those cutting out from time to time on the stream. I think it's a combination of outground and internet and that kind of thing. As Aitchison bowls what turns into a full toss, and Green smashes him away to extra cover for 4. Nicely done. Over pitched. He was looking for the Yorker, and unfortunately missed it by the smallest of margins. And Green punished him. 212 for 6 now. Aitchison 14 overs, 2 for 38. As fielding pads are brought on. We're about to see the introduction of left arm spin for the first time this afternoon.
To bowl from the pavilion end, Jack Morley.
There we go. He did bowl an over before lunch from the Lake End that went for 8 runs. Now he's going to try his luck from the... He's not, because Blair Tickner's staying on. No change of bowling, in fact. There was going to be a change of bowling. It was announced. And now Tickner's going to have another over. Come on, Jane. Over to you. We shall find And we are going to see some Jack Morley, possibly, but we're not going to see him from the lake end because Aitchison's only bowled for 1 over. 212 for 6. 42 to Green, 93 to Jennings. False start for Jack Morley there. He was announced as the new bowler, but he's not. It's definitely not Jack.
Change your plan.
Looks
Like
like
change
it.
your plan.
Yeah, looks like it. Amos Dowell's gone down to a very fine third man. Rather suggests 1, 2, only 3 on the leg, so 4 on the leg side. I thought he might be going to a short ball, but
He's in the bowling that's pulled away by Jennings. It's a very good stop. Square leg by Martin Anderson. Low to his left. He hit that pretty firmly to Keaton Jennings. He's caught that nicely on the ball. Very good stop low down front of the square leg umpire. He was doing his best to get out the way of it, but he didn't need to because Anderson was there. 212 for 6. There's Tickner. To Jennings off his toes and drops the ball away into the offside. Green's galloping down from the other end, and Keaton Jennings pretty firmly sending Chris Green back. And Green puts his thumb up to acknowledge the fact that Jennings had made a very, very smart call there because there was not a single on. He just dropped away towards cover. Wayne Madsen coming up from he's a kind of backward point, wide gully position. But never had more backward point, isn't it, where Madsen is. Short, pulled again. It's another good stop. It's on the bounce to Anderson at square leg. Bounced and flashed up to his right, but he did well to get across and stops the ball.
high risk strategy, sort of tempting him to launch the ball into the leg side to the short boundary. Worked so far.
They've got fine leg deep, backward square leg deep mid wicket. Short but outside off stump, and that delivery there probably is why there's a third man in place. Should Jennings look to try and deflect it off the face of the bat, uppercut it, and left it alone to Keaton Jennings. Taking her into his fourth over of the spell, but he has been probably bending his back, hasn't he? He's been doing his best to bang it in, but that's a fuller delivery, which Jennings drives away through mid-off. Chappell will catch up with it. Jennings takes a single, and he moves to within one shot now, 3 figures, and he's 94 not out. 216 for 6.
I think scored just 44 of his 94 runs from boundaries. It would be remarkable if he went to 100 with a 6, wouldn't it?
It would be a bit out of character from what we've seen, yeah.
It would be very, very, very good there.
He's faced 169 deliveries for his 94. So, I'm going to say held the innings together. That might be a bit over the top, but maybe not, actually. I mean, he's had some support from Michael Jones and a decent partnership, and now from Chris Green, but Jennings has been the beating heart of the innings for Lancashire so far. Green waits, tipped from around the wicket, ball, the short ball, and Green leaning forward and ducking underneath it. Maybe that will be the end of Blair Tickner now. We'll see. End of his fourth over of this spell, and the 59th of the Lancashire first innings. 216 for 6, 42 to Green, 94 to Jennings.
He put his arms out there as if to say to Green, why don't you have a go? Green just shrugged his shoulders, really.
Because I don't fancy it.
Why would I? Yes, no, that would be the inference. Paul Bryce has just sent us a message as a native of the northeast. It says PS went on Lancashire at Southport this year. That was last week.
No,
No?
they're not at Southport this year.
Oh, that was Blackpool, wasn't it?
Blackpool last week, yeah, but this season not playing a game at Southport. Just the one game away from Old Trafford in the Championship this year, which was last week. We've got a couple of one-day games at Liverpool, and we're at Sedbergh School as well in the one-day cup. But No trip to sunny Southport this season.
He was just talking about trees at Chester Street. He couldn't think of many either. I could, sort of to the right towards the castle, but it's a fair way outside the ground. But of course,
I don't know what it is at Chester Street. But it's every time we go.
it's
Just
remarkable,
step out of the car and I'm sneezing away. It must be Martin Emerson.
Well, again, that's the suggestion from Paul. Did a T20 with Marty this year. That's the only time we're going to see each other up in the northeast, and it was terrific fun. Derbyshire lost, obviously.
Not ideal.
Well,
Oh, we're going to change the ball here, aren't we?
Broadcast's keeping a very close eye on things, isn't he, as the umpires change the balls. I mentioned this last week. I wonder how many Kookaburra balls that are 59 overs old there are in the country. So it could make quite a big difference, couldn't it? If it's only, I don't know, 40 overs old, you're getting 20 overs back. Or if it's 65 or 70 overs old, then you're losing 10 overs. But I don't know. Then I was told it was something to do with the balls that have been bowled in the net. But it's not quite the same, is it? Because usually they're chucked by those dog thrower things. Whatever they're called, the dog sticks.
Yeah. It's a careful selection, isn't it?
It's taken a while, and now Brooke Guest has said, "Well, I'll take the box off for you, Umps, if you want." Wayne Madsen says, "What's the ball like?" So he has a look at it. Doesn't look massively impressed, has to be said. Brooke Guest just likes the extra bit of exercise there. He is non-stop. First in every day, in the nets, going through his keeping drills. Dedicated to his art. 213 for 6 when we get going again, whenever that might be. 2 Derbyshire substitute fielders are loitering at the far end of the ground, or 2 of, because there are 3 here with them today. How many will remain for the remainder of the game? I'm not entirely certain. There's a second team game or not this week. George Bell's done his bit now.
Busy, isn't he?
Well, Blair Tickner was substitute at Bristol. I think he was on the pitch more than the players who started. Never off it.
Yeah, it could be a bit of that tomorrow for Bell on 12th man duty on a warm day in the field.
Yes, there's been a lot of players wanting a rest. Here's Aitchison then with the changed ball that is driven down the ground, filled by a tumbling Tickner. Mid-off, drove it fairly straight. Keaton Jennings on 94.
Well, we've had the ball changed. Will this find a breakthrough for Derbyshire?
I should have made a note of that.
There wasn't a lot happening for them before.
Comes Aitchison again, and that one is a miss from Keaton Jennings. How many times has he done that? You could probably count it on the fingers of one hand.
Yeah.
Throughout the course of his entire innings, he went for the cut shot. The ball was probably a little bit too close to him and bounced a bit more than he was expecting, I think. So perhaps it's just the old 40-over-old ball. This old switcheroo that Derbyshire have managed to pull off. In comes Aitchison again, and that one is edged between the slip cordon and away for 4, and he moves to 98. 217 for 6. I didn't follow exactly where it had gone through, if I'm honest. Look at the replay here. And, I can't see the ball anyway. I think it's gone wide, either in between the 2 slips or wide of Martin Anderson. Disappeared off the screen quite quickly. You should do this bit, shouldn't you?
Oh, it's all right.
You're right.
Yeah.
98. Jennings walks towards Aitchison, turns it into the leg side. Feels by Anish Darling, there's no room.
I mean, it might just be a coincidence, but the previous delivery was a play and a miss, and the next delivery was an edge. And
Clearly to do with the change of the ball, isn't it? That's any doubt. I mean, Aitchison has probably been the pick of the Derbyshire bowlers, but
I mean, the way he played that last delivery, Jennings, he's been walking down the pitch, isn't he? So maybe there is just a little bit more happening.
He waits now, stays in the crease. He's hit on the pad. There's an appeal. It sounded like an inside edge to me. The appeal didn't last for long. Much of hope and expectation. I think that one definitely sounded like a double noise.
It did.
217 for 6 it remains, and Jennings is on 98.
He's bowled very nicely today, though, hasn't he, Ben?
Oh, yeah, definitely the pick of the Derbyshire bowlers by a distance, I would say. Can he get one of these two set batters out? 85 they've had it so far for the 7th wicket. Jennings on 98 takes a little step down the pitch towards Aitchison and tries to flick one away down the leg side, but misses it and it goes through the broadcast, and the over comes to an end at 217 for 6. 98 to Jennings and 42 to Chris Green with 4 overs to go until the tea interval.
A couple of wickets at the start of the session, wasn't it, for Lancashire? They lost Michael Jones shortly after lunch, and then George Alderson not too long after that. And since then, Green and Jennings have batted pretty nicely. If they can get to tea Lancashire without any further damage done, then they've enjoyed a pretty decent session.
Yeah.
Because lunch was 96 for 4, and they've gone from 96 to 217.
Yeah,
A couple of wickets.
One session apiece at tea, unless Derbyshire can do something about it.
Green's on strike. Is Blair Tickner. Forward goes Green in defence, and there's no run. So he's good at having another go. He's Blair Tickner. I mean, it's only a 5th over of the spell, but there was a suggestion that Morley would come on to replace him.
But he was announced
It was.
on the PA. He'd taken his cap off. Perhaps he did it to try and fool Jane. It seemed to work.
So it wasn't just a case of, oh, we'll have one more from Tickner. He's in for a second since the aborted change. Green waits, Tickner in, balls short. Green gets out the way of it, has nothing at all to do, drops his hands and sways backwards and allows it to go through to the keeper. Remaining on 42, Chris Green. 217 for 6.
Tom asks, is there any sign of the wonderful Paul Edwards at Chesterfield? Regards to you and Scott. Paul Edwards is here, but I've not met the wonderful one.
217 for 6. Tick the balls, and then again Green plays as if that maybe just a little bit on him. Takes his bottom hand off the bat as he defends away into the offside. This change of ball just reacting a little differently, but yeah, it's kind of got onto Green and maybe a fraction quicker than he thought.
We know the key to this, isn't it? Change the ball at 59 overs.
Yes. Yeah. And they prize a wicket with Tickner to Green. Short, pulled. Came in and trying to get across the ground, and he's got 4 for it. And there's Chris Green. Harry Kane is quick. He's really sharp, isn't he, across the grass, but even he can't get round to cut that off. Nice pull shot for 4. Takes Green to 46, and it moves Lancashire to 221 for 6.
Yeah, it was on it quickly. Pulled it behind the square, and Harry Kane has now stayed roughly in this area where he pulled it. If he pulls this one in front of square, Kane's got no chance.
(2-2-1) for 6, Tickner. In on balls, and Green off the back foot, trying to force it down the ground. Chappell will creep up from mid-on to field. The ball barely trickles up towards Jennings at the non-striker's end. He's leaning on his bat. He's 98 not out, Keaton Jennings. With an outstanding knock from the Lancashire opener. 2 runs away from 3 figures. 221 for 6. 3, well, we will be after this delivery, 3 overs away from tea. To Green, short and pulled. There's cries of catch. It's, well, beyond the rope. It's beyond the seats, and it's out towards the boundary for 6 to bring up 50 for Chris Green. 52 not out. 227 for 6 Lancashire. And a very, very fine half century by Chris Green
Came from
as they
80
edge towards
balls
a
and contained
8.
7 fours and 1 6.
Oh yeah, of course, that was a 6, wasn't it?
It's a 95-run partnership. So Green 52 from 80, 7 fours and a 6. It's the end of the over. 227 for 6 for Lancashire.
There's a dip in that far corner where the ball goes into, and we're now going to call it Green's dip for the rest of the game.
Green's dip.
I always call it after one of the players. He's the first man to hit it into there.
If it goes in there, is it not coming out of there?
I think it has.
Okay.
I think it's coming. Yeah, it's come out.
So it's not a dip you can't get into.
Something's come out anyway. No, and it'll be really dry in there. I would have thought at this time, given the weather that we've had. But yeah, Green's dip. Pat Brown's on in place of Blair Tickner, who has left the building. Certainly until after tea, I would have thought. At 227 for 6. 95 run partnership. And Jennings, who's on 98, forces the ball into the offside. It's a tumbling stop. And an extra cover, Caleb Chulin, there's no run.
Green's dip, right.
I've forgotten what time it goes in.
I remember.
Will you?
He says that. I completely forget.
Yeah, the ball. Mainly in T20s, the ball disappears into there quite a lot, as you can imagine. Jennings waits a shorter delivery from Aitchison's turned into the leg side a little obviously, but there's nobody close in on the leg side, so it was a perfectly safe shot. He moves to 99, 228 for 6.
Take it to pretty high scoring T20 games here.
Yeah, not massively higher than normal backgrounds, yeah. Which were all out for 80 odd of the year, that was good. That was quite a low scoring one. Derbyshire have tended over the years not to be involved in games involving 200s, which is why they stood a chance against Lancashire the week as Aitchison bowls to Green and forces that into the offside where it's filled by Chappell. Derbyshire's 2 substitute fielders slowly making their way off. They're now being asked for something. They look like those door-to-door salespeople, don't they? Carrying bottles and helmets and all sorts of stuff. Towels. Some lovely bed sheets here. Yes. Aitchison bowls to Green. He pushes this out into the offside. He sets off as though there might be 2, but there isn't, because Harry Kane comes in and does the fielding. Green moves to 53, 229 for 6. And now at the moment, for Keaton Jennings. 99. Been in there since the very start for Lancashire. Seen a lot of his teammates come and go. Get out there with Chris Green for 97. For the 7th wicket, Aitchison bowls to him. Jennings clips into the leg side, and there it is. A century for Keaton Jennings. Terrific knock from him. 188 deliveries, 12 fours. And boy, oh boy, if Lancashire needed him. The opener is 100 not out as Lancashire move to 230 for 6.
Yeah, outstanding knock, isn't it, by Keaton Jennings? Goodness me, as you say, Fletch, how Lancashire needed him. He's been magnificent for Lancashire today. That's his 2nd century of the season. And in total, in his first-class career.
This next delivery is played by Green out towards Harry Kane. Let's it go through his legs just for a moment. Let's pick up a single. 231 for 6 at the end of the over.
Keating Jennings 100
his
came
career.
from 100 balls and contained 12 fours.
And the same to you, Jane. The same to you. Can she say that on the public addresses? I'm not sure she can. Dear, oh dear.
He's also passed 12,000 runs there, hasn't he, in his first-class career? So he's gone past a couple of milestones. 12,000 first-class runs. His 33rd first-class century, second of the summer.
To bowl from the pavilion end, Jack Morley.
For the second time, Jack Morley is announced. We should have announced him earlier, and he didn't come on. Now he is on, unless somebody takes the ball off him. It'll be the last over of the session from the pavilion end as well. So he's bowled the last over of the morning session and the penultimate over of the afternoon session. So presumably when we've got 3 overs left at the end of the day, he'll bowl again.
So here he is with some left arm spin, and Chris Green on strike. Slip in place as a deep square leg and deep point. And Morley into Green. That's worked out through the leg side for a single. That is the 100 partnership as well. Between Green and Jennings, 100 coming off 152 deliveries. Green's got 55 of them. So a century partnership for Lancashire this afternoon, if they can get through these final couple of overs that have enjoyed a pretty good afternoon. 232 for 6 brings the Centurion Keaton Jennings on strike. 100 not out for Lancashire. Just changing the field with Harry Kane coming up towards backward point. Morley's left arm spin over the wicket to the left-hander. Tucks it away into the onside, and Pat Brown is there to field, and there is no run. There's a deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket as well, so 2 on the leg side boundary. Short fine leg, backward point. Forward in defence for no run. There's a cover, which is where the ball's heading to now. Mid-wicket, and then mid-on, a little deeper than mid-off. Ben Aitchison at mid-on, Zach Chappell at mid-off. Morley twirling his arms in and bowls once more forward with Jennings. Just jabs that out to the onside. And there's no addition to the score. Pat Brown on his 12th man. Fielding for Derbyshire. 232 for 6. And Morley into Jennings, who doesn't offer the bat, just thrusting his front bat forward. The ball slides past the flap of the bat and into the gloves of the keeper, Brooke Guest. Now crouching down behind the stumps again. Morley's ready. In and bowls to Jennings. Take the single. Kicked away towards the leg side. 4-1. It's the end of the over. So Keaton Jennings moves to 101 not out. We have 6 balls remaining of the afternoon session. And Lancashire are 233 for 6.
Little way to go for the record 7th wicket stand against Derbyshire for Lancashire, which stands at 148. I had to look them up, I'm afraid. Alan Wharton and Richard Pollard in 1947 at Old Trafford. So it's stood for a while. There are other more familiar names on the lists of Lancashire partnerships in front of me. As Aitchison begins the final over before full delivery, driven by Jennings up to mid-off, and there's no run. 233 for 6 then. Means that about 137 runs in this afternoon session, for a loss of just 2 wickets, having lost 4 this morning. This one is turned into the leg side by Jennings, fielded by Dowell. And it just appears to be getting a little brighter here in North Derbyshire. The very north of North Derbyshire, really. Chesterfield. Aitchison. Jennings takes a couple of steps towards him and then pulls him round the corner for 4 runs. Blimey. That was a long way in front of the square, actually. And Harry Kane wasn't too far away from it when he started, but it was hit Very hard indeed by Jennings, who moves on to 105, 237 for 6. Trying to work out. The only thing that they haven't really tried is the leg spin of Mitch Wagstaff. As around the wicket comes Aitchison and gets past the edge. Keaton Jennings' bat, which hasn't happened very often with the ball, it kept a little bit low, perhaps a slower delivery because it bounced 2 or 3 times before it reached Brooke Guest, who's now decided he's going to stand up because Jennings is moving forward, as he has done on a relatively regular basis throughout this terrific knock of 105. No, very oddly, midway through and over, Ben Aitchison has a practice ball to Jack Morley. Now he's on his way in and bowls, and that one is leading edge out into the offside. He was trying to force it into leg and it looped up into the offside, but there isn't fielder close in, square on the offside. And he picks up another single to move to 106, 238 for 6. Must be close to the last ball of the session. We don't have that kind of information. At Middlesex, 220 for 2 against Leicestershire. These games all approaching tea. Kent, 218 for 3 against Northamptonshire. And Gloucestershire, 166 for 5 against resurgent Glamorgan. And they are a threat. Here comes Aitchison again in bowls to Green this time, who leaves alone as ball goes past the off stump. It was the final ball of the over, and therefore it is the final over of the afternoon session. And at tea, Lancashire are 238 for 6. Green has 55. Keaton Jennings, the star of the show, 106 not out of 188 deliveries with 13 fours. He will lead the players off at tea. Pat Brown just waits for him to leave the field before leaving himself. Chris Green's got a big smile on his face, and the applause is for Keaton Jennings. Terrific century from the former Lancashire Red Ball skipper. 238 for 6 then at tea, the visitors, as Derbyshire's fielders leave along with the umpires, and we will return in about 20 minutes' time.
Supporters are invited onto the outfield for the duration of the tea interval. However, you must remain off the square. Any spectators who do not respect this request will be removed from the field. Please be aware of players practicing, and we ask that no food or drink is taken onto the outfield. David Griffin will be there by the Friends of Queen's Park Gazebo to sign copies of his book for the Jewel in the Crown at tea.
Yeah, empty. Yeah, I know.
Might have been if they'd have caught green. Quite shaving him. Sitting there early on today and he took his top off just to sunbathe. Can when it talks.
Alright.
Yeah.
Definitely a nicer punch.
They're not like Yorkshire, are they? Yorkshire people are on.
Proper Italian. They have you started. It is. You're not getting if you get anything like that, I like it. Proper Italian food. Best tied out of that. I like proper Italian tomato, proper market. I like tomato. Ah, nice Italian restaurant. Well, they don't do that. Oh, I see. Apparently they like pizza restaurant. Where I went, you could see that. Every country's got like light lager that all tastes like every other country. I've not had this one, but I've had steak from Turkey. Oh, the trattoria. I only ever got takeaway. Last week he was in the green team, weren't he? I was in the top 10 at one point. Oh, that's because you did double captain on Sevens and Wales, didn't you?
Got Chesterfield playing today. Come here.
I've dropped off now. Oh, the T20 car the whole thing.
We done.
I've been waiting for them to realise press random teams from the thing. Are you set? No. Oh, it is, yeah.
That is
You can tell. You can tell.
Yeah. I heard you're running low on fatigue.
Don't include them all. Don't include them all. Me and Fleck, obviously. Stephen don't eat any biscuits. Tom will only want one. You've got to see how slim they are. This is why they don't name it. So you're baking
With play due to resume shortly, could we ask that spectators clear the field, please?
baking for about, don't, the Lancashire, we're not giving them
Oh, that's so rude.
No, just half a dozen. Half a dozen. 8 maybe. Luke likes a biscuit.
Shall I make 24 then?
20, that's good.
And then how many flapjacks? 12.
24 flats.
24 flapjacks? What, are you taking them all home?
No, but my porn star name is
No,
month I was
April
born,
Flapjack.
and the last
I knew
thing
it was
I ate, so that'd be April Flapjack.
Sir. Yeah, and I just start calling him April Flapjack.
I'm not eating. Right, we're starting again.
Right, goodbye.
I'll see you in a bit.
Yes, I'll see you tomorrow with Kate.
We're going to come out too quick there because they've just been knocked one out after. Well. Welcome back. Final session of the first day of Derbyshire County Championship match against Lancashire. Here at Queen's Park in Chesterfield, Lancashire resuming on 238 for 6 in their first innings after having a very good afternoon session. They had been 96 for 4 at lunch, so 238 for 6 is very much their session in the afternoon. I'm Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby, and this is Scott Reed from BBC Radio Lancashire. Hello. Goes Zach Chapel to bowl to Keaton Jennings. Plays it back towards him, but there's no run.
Yeah, good afternoon that for Lancashire, wasn't it? It was a nice session. I mean, lost a couple of wickets early on, the dismissals of Jones and Balderson. could have looked a little bit shaky, that couldn't it? At 130 odd for 6, but Keaton's just done what he's done. Keaton Jennings has done what he's done all game, and he's found someone to bat with him.
Chapel bowls, Jennings defends that into the offside, fielded by Pat Brown, who is still out there.
So yeah, Green's done a very, very admirable job here, and he's got half the runs, hasn't he? It's not like he's been
He's not been a passenger,
absolutely
has he?
not, no.
Or a wall.
He's played some nice shots as well, hasn't he?
106 they've added in 165 deliveries.
It's his highest first-class score for Lancashire as well as this. Played much first-class cricket for Lancashire, but
Jennings defends this next ball, keeps a bit low. The ball, after it was changed at 213 for 6 in the 59th over. Just did a little bit more.
it did, didn't it? Yeah, that was a bit. There's one that kept low at the back end of the session too to Jennings. He was playing this as an edge through slip, so there was a little bit happened with it when they changed it.
Never forget, Derbyshire were asked to bowl first by Lancashire, who wanted a bat, so I don't know if that makes any difference. It goes Chapel, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Jennings.
Yeah, for Green, he played a couple. I think he certainly played one championship match last season for Lancashire. He played in the game at Southport where Jimmy got 7 for, before the Test match. So he played in that game.
Is that the one with the railway near it?
Aye,
Yeah, I watched a bit of that.
Yeah, just on the side of the ground. And I think he may have played the game after. So this might be his 4th first-class game for Lancashire, but this is his best score for the club in this format.
He's at the non-strikers there. Jennings turns this next delivery from Chapel into the leg side. It's fielded by Anderson. There's no run.
His highest first-class score anywhere for anybody is 63.
Yeah, he's getting there.
He's getting there, yeah. But as we mentioned earlier on, he's not. He played 243 T20 games and only 22 first-class matches. So it's not a format he's played a lot.
That's just mad, isn't it? Genuinely mad. Here comes Chapel again and bowls. Did you hold him? Jennings has gone. It's just clipped the top of middle and off. And Keaton Jennings' long stay out in the middle for Lancashire has come to an end early in the evening session, the first over of the evening session indeed. He's dismissed for 106. Terrific innings from him. And Lancashire are now 238 for 7.
Yeah, he's got past his inside edge and rattled onto the stumps. And Jennings looking rather quizzically back down the pitch. It's not what he was expecting it would do. Ends a brilliant knot. Really was a fine innings from Keaton Jennings. Batted superbly for Lancashire today.
Falls of the Queen's Park crowd. 13 falls in the end. 193 deliveries without him.
Incoming batter.
Heaven only knows where Lancashire would have been. But he's gone for 106. And that is the opening that Derbyshire were looking for early in the session.
It ends a partnership. What did you say it was there?
106.
Thank you. Which is the best for the 7th wicket for Lancashire in games against Derbyshire away from home.
I knew they had a bigger one at Old Trafford, but I didn't have access to that particular piece of information. Excellent work.
Gary Morgan, thank you.
It's not like Gary to be excellent.
Yeah, he's occasionally has his moments.
First person who hasn't been caught today as well, I believe.
Yes, that's very true, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that tells you.
Yeah. What did he get? 106, wasn't it? Jack Blatherwick's the new batsman.
He'll be on strike. No, he won't, because that was the final ball of the over, so Ben Aitchison to continue with a chat with his dad, Ian, who's still there on the boundary's edge at tee. There he is, and bowls to Green, who drives for 4 runs out through the extra cover region. So he's not going to slow up any of the moves to 59.
Sorry, Fletcher.
You're all right. You were very busy doing something. I don't know what you were doing. But you were clearly busy.
I was doing something very important.
Busy doing something important.
Good shot, wasn't it?
Happens to us all. Oh yeah, that was a glorious shot. against the bowler has probably been the pick of the Derbyshire bowlers as well.
Into green, that's turned into towards the onside, and it's no run. He seemed to be interesting to chat to Keaton afterwards about it, but he has seemed to be the one that got the ball to move around a little bit more than anybody else this morning. But they've shared the wickets around. Chappell's picked up 3 now. Angerson's got 2. Tickner's got 1, and Dahl's got 1. Here comes Aitchison bowling to green. Stayed out towards deep backward point for a single. Green moves on to 60. Brings Jack Blatherwick on strike. Blatherwick back into Lancashire's Championship side. He's not played a great deal of Championship cricket. In fact, this might be his first appearance of the season for Lancashire. He went out on loan to Durham for a couple of games back in April. Could be his first Championship match for Lancs this season. Check that. Plays defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. It is his first game of the season for Lancs, yeah.
Chris Green's high score was at Taunton. That would have been for Lancashire last season, then, would it?
Okay, yes, that was the second game.
65.
Okay.
Yeah. I knew I'd find it eventually. I kept looking. Of course, if it had been at the Border Field in Brisbane, I'd have been in trouble.
Forward again goes Blatherwick, pushing away to the offside. No run.
Yeah, averages 9 at Old Trafford, 5 at Blackpool, 33 at Northampton, and 100. That can't be right. He averages 100 at the Rose Bowl. No, he's got 100 runs.
He did score a century at Hampshire right at the end of last season. Flicked out for the onside by Blatherwick. I'm sure that was in a one-day game, though. Blatherwick worked out towards deep mid-wicket, and they'll come hurrying back for 2.
Yeah, because that's Liz Day, so ignore what I've just said there. That's absolute nonsense. Just ignore that, if you wouldn't mind for a moment.
Yeah,
Pretend the last 5 minutes.
It off.
What was his high score? 63 not out.
I don't know who that was. I presume that was
Yeah, no,
in Australia.
it was. It was at the, oh dear, Cricket Central in Sydney. I have no idea who plays there. New South Wales, presumably. Yeah, that would take a bit more looking. I can't be bothered.
You got a one-day century for Lancashire last year in the one-day cup.
I thought I was doing good work, and it turned out to be absolute rubbish.
I think it's 10 out of 10 for, effort. I mean, the outcome perhaps not quite what we're looking for, but...
Not even close. Not even close.
That was the end of the over, 2:45 for 7.
Dear, oh dear. So it means that Zach Chappell begins a new over from the pavilion end. Balls to Chris Green, who leaves alone. Both slips. Arms go up. I thought that was a particularly good leave from the Australian. 2:45 for 7. Middlesex 2 down, still 2:58 for 2 against Leicestershire at Grace Road. That is they're building quite a sizable total there. Gloucestershire 6 down, 186 for 6 against Glamorgan, and Kent 2:52 for 3 against Northamptonshire. As Chappell bowls, that's clipped into the leg side. There might be 2 here. No, Chris Green's already decided. No, I think probably correctly. There was only 1 there. As Harry Kane was round quickly to do the fielding. So Green moves to 61. 2-4-6-4-7. Which is quite nice.
Lovely.
I don't know why.
No, it just sounds nice. I agree.
It did, didn't it? 2-4-6-4-7. Yeah, I like that.
A nice feel to it.
I was going to say motorway at the end of it. That wouldn't have made an enormous amount of sense.
No.
Would have got me another appearance on Accidental Partridge on that, certainly. Chat between Blair Tickner and Zach Chappell. The over rate is -2, which has appeared on the board, bottom left. as Chapel is in and bowls. That one is clipped into the leg side by Blatherwick.
Second auxiliary score, isn't it? In addition to the score box, it's electronic numbers at the top, and then kind of
Yes, I think
Old
those
school at
that
the
you sort of move around, aren't they? Shows that Derbyshire have got 2 bonus points bottom right and over rate -2 bottom left. I don't think it really matters for club cricketers, does it, whether they're plus or minus, because they tend not to be minus. As Chapel is in and bowls, that's clipped into the leg side by Blatherwick. No run as it's fielded by Harry Kane.
good chances for Jack Blatherwick. Obviously, his main role will be with the ball later on, well, either today or tomorrow. He's a good batter. He's an outstanding fielder. So nice to see him in the team and getting the chance. He's not featured too often, but he's been very much part of Lancashire's T20 side in the last month or so.
Chapel in again. Blatherwick leaves outside the off stump. Goes through to broadcast. It appears that 182 for 9 might be a good score in the Lancashire.
Excellent. Okay.
Because Salisbury after 8 overs are 21 for 3.
Ooh. Okay. It's a long way off then, isn't it?
2 wickets for Fletcher Jr.
Excellent. What a good day.
He's having a belter. Up on the bowler. 4 overs, 2 for 20. Excellent work, son. I'll send him a message later. Chapel in again. Blatherwick pushes this out into the offside, fielded by Martin Anderson. And that was the final ball of the over. 246 for 7. 2 to Blatherwick. 61 to Chris Green, on whom I was going to say much rest. I think 246 for 7 is okay, but they want 400 batting first, wouldn't they? And then see where they can get Derbyshire after that. But Derbyshire's job will be to try to keep them under 300, I would suggest.
Yes.
Interesting battle for the last, 29 overs or so.
300 feel like could be a good score on this.
It does.
Maybe.
It does. We won't know until both sides of.
Right.
Yeah.
Wise words from you, as ever. Oh yeah.
It just begins anew over from the lake end. First ball is clipped into the leg side by Green. Caleb Jewell does the fielding. There's no run. Aitchison turns and sets off a slip in the gully. Bowls to Green. Turns this one into the leg side. He's going to pick up 1. Mitch Wagstaff does the fielding. He's been patrolling the boundary in front of the hill for pretty much the entirety of the day. Mitch Wagstaff has fielded particularly well. The solitary blemish was when he put down Chris Green on 9. Imagine how different this game might have been then. All ifs and buts out. He'll get his opportunities to rectify that with a bat shoot soon enough, as that one is left alone by Blatherwick, who unusually for a bowler wears 4 on his back. Must be a story behind that. There must be. 247 for 7 it remains. Aitchison sets off. Bowls to Blatherwick, who turns that one into the offside. And there's a story behind him wearing number 4 if he's predominantly a bowler.
If there is, I'm not aware of it. I'm not sure.
They sort of generally wear bizarre numbers anyway these days, don't they? Cricketers. Jewell 23, Manson 77. Just in, that's clipped by Blatherwick to number 22, Mitch Wagstaff. David Lloyd changed his number
Okay.
last season to this. Now wears 8, I think. He's wearing it much in the 40s.
Is there a reason behind that?
I think he's trying to change his look.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Try anything.
It just bowls a full delivery, and Blatherwick climbs into it. It was a full toss, and he smashed it away through extra cover for 4. Jimmy really. And he took full advance. That was a very stylish looking shot, though, wasn't it, from Jack Blatherwick? He moves on to 6. Green has 62. The 250's up for Lancashire, the 251 for 7. They get their first bonus point with the bat.
Indeed, we're going to see someone come round and put the bonus point on the auxiliary scoreboard in a minute or two when they found the number 1 from the bottom of the box.
I think you just sort of you move the dart bits to the left or the right.
One of those ones.
Yeah, it's one of those.
Rather than hook it on.
Yeah.
There is Chappell in and bowling to Green. That's played defensively away to mid-wicket. There's no run.
The problem being that the rest of the scoreboard is being operated from the scorer's box to our left. So I don't think there's anybody in the score box.
Oh, okay. Just hop across there and just
I'm not walking all that way. Just to put a 1 on this.
251 for 7.
Yeah, right there.
Green's on 62. 2 steps away. It's that Chappell for Derbyshire in and balls and away off the front foot. Pushing that in towards the offside. There's no run. Remains on 62. 251 for 7. A slow walk back to his mark for Zach Chappell. Looks a bit stiff, doesn't he? He's heading back to his bowling mark. 3 wickets today, though. 3 for 52. A wicket of Keaton Jennings since the tea break as well. And De Green, that's driven off the inner half of the bat. Maybe deliberately just tails back in towards Green. In the end, it finds its way to mid-on. And there's no run.
Tim Singleton's listening in Saddleworth. He listens quite a lot to Derbyshire, but I know he's a Lancashire fan, really. I know he is.
Chappell past the umpire balls. A straight drive by Green. It's also nicely cut off by Jewell. And that brings Chris Green to 63, and that equals his highest first-class score. So nice stop by Caleb Jewell, who's in mid-on, going away to his right. Stopping the ball and then deflecting it towards Blair Tickner, who completed the fielding. Single there for Lancashire. They move on to 252 for 7. Blatherwick's back on strike. Chappell in and bowls to Blatherwick. Plays nicely forward off the front foot and defending to mid-off.
Looks like he's had the whiter on his cricket boots, doesn't he, Caleb Jewell? A lot whiter than most players' cricket boots out there. Remember the whiter? No, you
No, I
look
don't
too
remember
young.
that.
You look too young for them. You said this white stuff, and it came in a tube with a little sponge on the end, and you'd whiten up your boots.
I know you've got all these different multicoloured boots, haven't you?
Wow.
Bits of greens and yellows and reds. So nice shot chipped away by Blatherwick. Up towards deep mid-wicket for a single.
Lathers, as is now.
Has he kept the strike? Is that the end? It is.
They came
The
out,
over, yeah. He's nicked the strike. So he's on 7. Lancashire 253 for the loss of 7 wickets. 27 left today, and the new ball, or a second new ball, will be due in 11 overs time. So if needed, Derbyshire will have a chance to take a new ball before the close of play.
Could be why Martin Anderson is coming on from the Lake End. Just a 2-over burst since tea from Ben Aitchison. 2 overs for 12, 2 for 63 overall now.
To bowl from the Lake End, Martin Anderson.
Thank you. 253 for 7. I want them to change their minds now.
Yeah.
When she announced Jack Morley just before tea, it was her voice went up an octave. Jane in the score box.
Yeah, she got a bit stick-struck, didn't she? That?
Yeah, we all did. 253 for 7 then. Chris Green won't be on strike. Blatherwick will. As Anderson is in and bowls to him, it's on leg stump. He turns it into the leg side. Caleb Jewell moves around to his right to do the fielding. And there's no run. Jewell is one of those players who I very rarely just say his surname. You
Yeah,
get
I know
some
what you
players
mean.
that
Yeah.
do, and some. Caleb Jewell is one of those.
Yeah.
Yes, the Manston, Aitchison. Anus Dowell's another one.
Yes.
Always say his whole name. Here's Anderson in bowls to Blatherwick, who pushes it out into the offside. Kame is there. Picks it up with his left hand, and they go through for a single 7-8. Now to Blatherwick once the scoreboard catches up. 254 for 7.
Oh, we've got the bonus point number on there now.
Well, we've got to
Good
sneak
work.
on.
I don't know who did that.
No. It's been very small. As a result of the scoreboard stopped.
I don't know why certain people you say their full name, and others you just
It's
say
the
their
same in
surname.
football.
It is,
as well, isn't it?
yeah.
It's weird.
Don't know why.
Anderson in and bowls, and Green goes back, pushes into the offside. Great stop by Anus Dowell. Loses his sunglasses in the process, but dived to his left, got both hands to it, prevented the ball from racing away. Very fine fielder indeed. 254 for 7 it remains. 63 to Green, 8 to Blatherwick. Green on strike. Anderson bowls to him. He defends this one back to the bowler. So I think whoever put the one up must be operating the scoreboard as well, because the scoreboard has stopped. So he's had to walk all the way around to put the one up, and now he's going to walk all the way back, and then he'll try and catch up and hope in the meantime not a whole load of runs have been scored. One has.
It's quite a tough gig, that, isn't it?
I
Walking all the way
think
over the well.
Just
all
for,
the way.
just for a bonus point. Here's Anderson again, bowls to Green, who pushes this out into the offside, straight to Anus Dowell.
Get one of these kids to do it. Say to these lads, can you just stand over there and we give you the nod? Just
Put one on.
put one on, yeah.
Derbyshire 2 wickets away from another bowling bonus point. The bowling bonus points are the easier to get, I always think.
Yeah, 250 for your first is
50 is a lot, isn't it?
maximum batting points is quite tough to get.
It's almost impossible. Leicestershire have done it a couple of times this season. Anderson in, Green drives up to mid-on this time. It's filled by a Jack Morley. And there's no run one from the over then. 254 for 7 to score, but bang up today. 8 to Blatherwick, 63 to Green. Yours knowing when Griff's about, he's got a message. Message for Griffin.
He's got a fancy mouse, hasn't he? Look at that mouse
Yes. Yeah, the mouse is outrageous.
Look at that.
Starts raining.
With disco.
there. The disco, yeah.
Yeah.
Need some music, of course, but
It's a fancy thing, that.
I reckon that Griff could find us some music as well, but not now. Not now. Not now.
What era would you be looking at?
Not now.
What era would you be?
any year.
Whatever you want.
Any era?
Well, we're listening in Venice from Heaven from
Yeah.
1928. You know,
1928, yeah.
There's only,
boys don't know old bowling.
there's only Paul Edwards who'd remember that.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure who that is myself, but I'm sure it's lovely. Green's wanting something being fetched out as Chappell starts a fresh over, balls to Blatherwick off the back foot. Drops it into the offside, there's no run. I don't know what he wants, Chris Green. He keeps trying to catch the eye of the Lancashire players, who are now under a little kind of gazebo type thing, aren't they? They've got like a little
Yeah.
gazebo thing.
They're in a gang, isn't it?
Yeah, I like that little gazebo they've got. Tomorrow will be needed for the backroom staff, and the lanky boys are out there in the field.
I think Derbyshire should ask for it to be moved down the other end.
Chapel 2. Blimey. Let's come back in and score poor Jack in the midships.
Yeah, knocked him to the ground.
He did, didn't he? Yeah. Picked himself back up again. Now he's walking out towards square leg. Not wanting to flinch too much, be more on the thigh, perhaps, than anywhere else. 254 for 7.
Wayne Madsen showed us a bruise he's got in his stomach this morning. He got it in the the first innings at Bristol. It's enormous.
Chapel in, balls to Blatherwick. It's a lovely shot. Punched off the back foot through point. That really is a fine shot from Blatherwick. Nice four, driven square of the wicket. And he moves on to 12, and Lancashire move on to 258 for 7.
Useful number 9, isn't he?
He's a good player. Yeah, he is.
Come on, Chappie is the cry.
Well, he's in. To Blatherwick, who drives. Martin Anderson is round at cover to field. No run.
Yeah, and he actually said, shows us a big bruise on his stomach. It must be the size of a dinner plate.
Goodness, right?
And he said, I don't want to show it was a short leg. He said there was a short leg in, but I didn't want him to see that I was in pain. We all know you've just been hitting the stomach, man. Possibly by Jeet Singh Dale, who is quite sharp.
Yeah, he's lively, isn't he? 258 for 7. There is Chapel in and balls to Blatherwick. Yep, he says there's a single there. Just drops it out into the offside for 1. Moves on to 13, 259 for 7. He's got a contract, isn't he?
Sorry.
At the end of the season. Singdale.
Sorry.
Surrey.
Apparently. Sniffing around.
How predictable.
Yes.
There are 17 other counties.
I think tonight there is out of contract. I think we were talking about not having the bowling attack we played against Derbyshire available at all next season if they all go.
Chapel balls. It's turned by Green to mid-on where Caleb Jewell. Oh, I've just done it. Caleb Jewell.
You can't help it with Jewell.
Fields, and there's no run. End of the over. 2-5.
The following raffle tickets
9 for 7.
have been drawn. Please go and collect your prize from the pavilion bar.
Who's won the
Blue
prize?
border 407,
4-0.
pink border 59,
Oh,
full green 177.
yeah. Very good.
Very good. Bottle of champagne for one of them.
Is it?
One of them, yeah. One of them. Not what the other prizes were, but bottle of champagne for was one of them.
I never even saw any raffle ticket sellers.
Came round at tea, actually. You were nattering away.
Cunningly disappeared.
You scarpered to the other side.
Did they have a card machine?
They did.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, they did. They were quite clear that, don't worry, if you've not got cash, we've got the card
Yeah,
machine.
you've got to have a card
Yeah,
machine.
right, yeah.
You've got to have one. Martin Anderson's going to continue from the Lake End. I didn't buy any, sadly. They'll have made a few quid. That'll be the friends of Chesterfield or Chesterfield Cricket Club themselves, I would have thought, who make a few quid from the bar as well, away to our left. And fair play to them for that. You've got to make your money where you can as a cricket club these days.
Sure.
Here comes Anderson bowling to Blatherwick, who goes onto the back foot, forces it into the offside. It's fielded by Down. There's no run. Jimmy hasn't got his pads on yet. He's confident.
Yeah.
Very confident. Here comes Anderson once again. Bowls, not as clipped it. Just straighter, I think, than he imagined by Blatherwick into the onside. Caleb Jewell tried to flick it up with a foot. It's Australian, so they're not really good at football. And I think they may have qualified for the World Cup, actually. Already.
He's doing his best, wasn't he, to kind of flick it up.
Yeah. An Aussie effort. We'll call it an Aussie effort. Anderson balls. Oh, and he has a fill at that one, Blatherwick. Ball flies through. Absolutely flies through to Brooke Guest. Of a pretty good length. It's about now at 259 for 7 that the batters out there start saying, well, this is unplayable. Has to put some doubt into Jewell and Madson's mind, and the man in his first appearance of the season, Mitch Wagstaff, will open the batting with Caleb Jewell. Anderson is in, and that one is defended into the offside by Blatherwick. Fielded by Harry Kane. Message. Look, he gets more messages than anybody I know. nothing we can do about the audio on the stream. And that's if you heard that. The helmet is being brought out, presumably for a guest at some point, as Anderson is in, and that one is defended by Blatherwick. There is no one. Is it fielded by Martin Anderson? And Aaron Donald has it in his hands at the moment. There's nobody out there with any fielding pads on, and there are no fielding pads coming on as well, so it can only be for Brooke Guest, surely. Unless they're having a leg slip. As Anderson bowls, Blatherwick defends again, straight to Jewel. And there's no run. Guest collects the helmet from Nia Donald. Still wearing those spectacular shades of his. And a pair on the back of his hat. Yes, a pair on the front, on his face, and a pair on the back of his cap.
Never have too many, clearly.
Bugs just dropped down from the roof of these. What's going on? Oh, he's got his helmet because look,
Some spin.
bit of left arm spin with 8 overs to go until the second new ball.
To bowl from the pavilion end, Jack Morley.
Thank you very much.
Well, he's not bowled much today.
No.
It's just his third or fourth. Third, yeah. That was it, wasn't it? One before lunch, one before tea.
Yeah, this is very early here. This is before the new ball.
Driven to mid-off by Green. Look for no run. Morley's left arm spin from around the wicket. So what's Morley got? He's got a couple of boundary riders square of the wicket, deep point, deep square leg. He's got Green on 63. Going right back, Chris Green. And plays the ball out through the offside for no run. There's a backward point. Cover. Mid-off's quite deep. Mid-on. Also set back a little deeper. Mid-wicket. Short fine leg. This allowed that one to travel through as Chris Green. A little touch faster and quicker from Morley. Gathered by the keeper. Brooke Guest, who's standing up behind the slips with a slip catcher behind him. That single brings Chris Green his new first-class highest score of 64.
He's trying to work out why everybody's applauding. I think. He just looked at the scoreboard and then looked around and went, what? What? I'm not sure what that hand gesture was.
Best score for Green in first-class cricket. Morley twirling in and bowling. And Blatherwick off the back foot. Lays the ball to mid-off. And Zach Chapelfield, and there's no run.
Whatever it was, they won't be replaying it on the screen anytime soon. Now he's practicing his golf swing.
Yes. Excellent. Jack Morley twirling his way in again. Balls forward goes Jack Blatherwick.
I bet he hits the ball an absolute mile when he's playing golf.
End of the over, just the one run coming off at 260 for 7. Yeah, he's a big, strong fella, isn't he?
It is. Certainly is. So 73 overs gone now, which means 7 more, and the second new ball becomes available. I think they'll take it straight. I'd be surprised if they didn't.
Yeah. Well, they've held Aitchison and Tickner back here.
Yeah.
Primed them ready to go with a new ball.
Alex Dahl hasn't bowled much today. He was getting some treatment down at Bristol on the field as well at one point.
10 overs, 1 for 39.
Anderson is in, bowling to Green, defends it on the back foot, straight back to the bowler. First ball of his new over. It's Anderson's 10th. You'll see that just 23 runs. So as reliable as ever. The only one of the medium pacers yet to take a wicket as he bowls to Green on banged in hard, just shy of a length, and defended by Green again, getting high on his toes and forcing the ball into the ground. S&C returns with a drink and a banana. They live on them, don't they? Oh dear. The second of the pork pies is here. We're in all sorts of trouble. Thank you very much. This next delivery is into the leg side. For
I can smell that.
pressing the air.
So these are ones that are highly rated that you mentioned.
Well, no, the one we had this morning was from Chesterfield. I'm not sure whether this comes from Chesterfield or Sheffield. Where does this one come from? Not the shop.
Both Chesterfield.
Both from Chesterfield. They're different shops, though.
This is Ipswich touching now.
Is it?
Beautiful.
Yeah.
It's a wedge of a pie, that is. Look at the size
I
of that.
might have to wait until the close of play now to finish mine. Listen, he's in. That's off the edge of Bladderwick's back, all the way along the floor, though, nicely fielded by Aitchison.
Doorstep, like, isn't it?
Yeah, but he's only cut mine in half. Well, he's obviously he's cut that one in half, so this one's in cut in half. But the piece that I've got, yeah, no, we don't. Joey doesn't share pork pies.
It's a good one, to be fair.
Yeah, pork pies and beer. We can't share them. Here comes Anderson again, bowls to Bladderwick, who defends this one back to the bowler, and there's no run. Aitchison makes his way around the boundary. Ben's dad. So I'm falling into the Yorkshire trap now. I should never do that. I wouldn't say that I knew him. I know him to talk to. Just about. Sanderson is in, and that one is defended again by Bladder out into the offside. I did meet Martin Anderson's mum and dad this season. That was at Leicester when he got his first century, 28 years of age, got his first-class century, and his mum and dad were at Grace Road to see him do it.
Nice. Terrific.
Yeah. I asked him about it. I spoke to them and I asked him about it. So it's nice that he said, well, they've seen me fail enough times.
It's going to be odd for at some point.
Yeah. If they kept going, they were going to see me do something. He's been a terrific addition. Martin Anderson. Jack Morley, left arm around the wicket to Chris Green, who's on 65, 261 for 7. He's in, and Green goes back and defends this one into the onside, and there is no run. Just one run off that previous over. Morley's in again. Green goes back and gets an inside edge that goes out just backward of square on the leg side. Almost sneaked it through. But not quite. 261 for 7. Not too many gaps in the cloud. As Green drives into the offside. It's fielded by Blair Tickner, who finds himself an extra cover. It's quite a large obstacle to get round. Blair Tickner walks in. Green comes down the track and hits the ball hard down the ground, but not hard enough. Didn't really time it. Toe end of the bat. Morley tried to stop it, but couldn't. Chappell does get round, and once again, there's no run. It's only Morley's 4th over. 0 for 11. In he goes again, and Green drives once more. He will get a run this time to Chappell, who needs to move to his left to field that one. 262 for 7, 66 now to Chris Green, who surely will be thinking of 3 figures. How many opportunities will he get?
That's true.
Bladderwick looks more than capable of staying there and helping him. As he goes back and forces the ball to the point boundary for a single out towards Wagstaff. His throw comes in, the over comes to an end. 263 for 7, possibly. 14, if it is, to Bladderwick, and 66 to green drinks have been brought on for Martin Anderson and Ben Aitchison.
Well, I guess the next challenge for Lancashire is this second new ball, isn't it? 5 overs time. Don't see Derbyshire not wanting to take it straight away.
No, I don't.
Listening to balls. Oh, and here's a little floaty back. There's Jack Bladwick. And he turns on his heels and stomps out towards square leg.
I do enjoy when a batter punches his bat.
Yes, I missed the punch of the bat.
Naughty bat.
He did that as well, did he?
Yeah.
So, yeah. A little nibble at it. Turned on his heels, stomped away and punched the bat. 263 for 7. Trying to prize one out before the second new ball comes. One slip, Billy. Just run that down to third man. That'll be 4 actually for Bladwick. Running over the boundary rope, down through third man, takes Bladwick on to 18. And it takes the score on to 263. No, 267 rather for 7. With that 4 down to third man.
Fairly straightforward, really, that, wasn't it? Open the face.
He waits, listens in and pushes this delivery to mid-off. And there's no run. I shall be back in a second.
Excellent. Don't worry, everybody. 267 for 7. 21 overs, including this one to go today. We're already at 20 past 5. Crowd will start to thin out, I imagine. Anderson is on his way in and bowls to Bladwick. He has to jam his back down on that one. Does do in time, and ball goes back towards the bowler Anderson.
Yeah, it's going to be played in Chesterfield, Queen's Park. It's Derbyshire's home fixture against Lancashire. First visit in the Lancashire County Championship since
In comes
1989.
Anderson again in and bowls. That one is pushed into the offside. No batter shout no at the same time. It's picked up by Kane in the covers. 267 for 7. It remains here. Middlesex have lost a couple of wickets. They're 275 for 4 at Grace Road. 236 for 6 Gloucestershire at Sophia Gardens, and Kent 289 for 4 against Northamptonshire and Canterbury. As Anderson is in down the leg side, taken by Brooke Guest, moving to his left, who gives Ben Aitchison some encouragement for some reason. He's polishing the old ball rather pointlessly. It's 267 for 7. With 4 overs to go until that second new ball becomes available. So poor old Jack Morley knows his heart of hearts as he rips through the Lancashire lower order. He's got 2 more overs today.
Yes, it would seem that way, wouldn't it? Yeah. It's unlike the previous rounds of Kookaburra ball, and we've seen a lot of spin early on, but foot by green to mid-on, there's no run, but maybe it's just not been that type of pitch. It seems to have offered quite a bit, hasn't it, through the course of the day? It's been quite tricky to bat on at times. Would it appear? Down the pitch comes Green and launches the ball out towards the leg side. That's quite exactly, I don't think, where he was aiming. Aiming slightly more straight, and in the end, it brings him 4 out towards the wide long-on boundary.
He was aiming towards us initially. I had no idea where that ball had gone.
Starting to fear the worst at one point. Yes.
I was going to hide behind you.
70 to Green. Oh, he's shuffling down the pitch again and getting 4 more this time. That is exactly where he wanted to place that shot. And, he takes 4 through mid-off. Moves on to 74, and if he wasn't thinking about it at 66 now, I bet he is now at 74.
Oh, he will be.
275 for 7.
He may never get a better opportunity.
Yeah, that's fair. 275 for 7.
He
Green on.
must have a T20 century, surely. Quick check.
Morley with the balls. He's playing and missing. Quicker delivery from Morley. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if he has a T20 century or not. I mean, 240 odd games. And he's as you can see, he's a good batter, isn't he? He's got 3 figures in T20. He certainly has a 50 over competition in list A cricket. Takes one here to mid on, moves to 75 not out. 276 for 7. That brings Jack Blatherwick back on strike.
No, he doesn't. He's got a half century for Sydney Thunder. That's it.
So in his career, as Morley is in and bowling, defended by Blatherwick, but going late and going back and maybe getting 1 or 2 interested. End of the over, 276 for 7. How many times has he passed? I think has he reached a century in his career, whether list A, T20 or first? Oh, well,
not in T20.
Right.
50 is his highest score in T20 cricket. What's my mouse, that is?
None in first class cricket.
List A.
Got 1 for Lancashire, definitely.
Just one high score, 100.
Right, okay.
1 century and 2 50s. And I can't imagine he's got a century in international T20s, has he?
No.
His high score is 2 not out in his 1 Australia appearance.
So he's only previously had 1 century in his career, and that was playing for Lancashire.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. So this has been a very fine effort from him. 75 not out. The nerves will be kicking in. Here's Anderson bowling to him, and he drives. Oh, doesn't time it. There's a misfield by Jack Morley that enables them to get through for 1 and 1 only. And Morley's furious with himself, and as a result, his throw's terrible as well. As he hurls it in. Never throw angry. Moves on to 76, Green 277 for 7.
With the new ball not far away,
He might be thinking.
yeah, he's probably, whether he's consciously or not in the last few overs, maybe thinking that while the ball's old and not doing much, I'll try and make hay.
Yeah. Anderson to Blatherwick, who's on 18, defending that one.
Because you'd think it would be a different challenge when Aitchison and
Yes.
Tickner get the new ball.
One will be banging it in short, the other one will be hoping to pitch it up and get it to do something.
He did, didn't he, Aitchison, as well this morning? He did nibble around for him. He bowled beautiful. It's a good combination, isn't it? It's a good opening pair, that. They complement each other quite well. Short stuff, or shorter stuff, back of length stuff from Tickner.
Here's Anderson again, bowling to Blatherwick. Pushes it off the back foot out towards the covered boundary. They might get 2 here. Daly's chasing. It's there now, and actually slides beyond the ball almost, but they do get back for a couple. It moves to 20, 279 for 7.
Yeah, these are important runs, these, because while it's soft and old and everyone, the Derbyshire players potentially sitting in trying to wait for this second new ball, can they keep the scoreboard ticking over? But it might slow down quite sharply when the new ball's taken.
There's some balls that's guided by Blatherwick down the third man. There is nobody there. That's 4 runs. Really nicely played. The gentleman from the posh seats retrieves the ball.
Still doing all work.
Entirely dressed for the occasion.
I think he might have had a glass of wine or 2.
283 for 7. 24 now to Blatherwick. That was his 4th boundary. Aitchison starting to warm up. 3 overs to go. 2 after this. Anderson is in again, and that one is defended into the offside. Ooh from the Lancashire players and coaching staff next to us. Chris Green asks umpire Baldwin how many balls left in the over. And it might just be the 1. Anderson is ready to bowl it now. Blatherwick on 24, 23 for 7. is in and bowls, and he defends that one up towards mid-on. The over comes to an end. 76 to Chris Green, 24 to Jack Bladwick. Apart from the loss of Keaton Jennings, been another reasonably good session for Lancashire so far.
Yeah, tea-time score was 238.
They didn't actually have a run before Jennings was dismissed.
No.
Jennings faced just 5 more balls post tee. I assume Tigner's out there. Yes, he is. I thought he must be. Acheson's there, Tigner's there, Chappell's there. Donald is walking backwards off the field. They're kneeling down because he's behind the bowler's arm, but Tigner's starting to windmill his arms as well now, so we know what's coming.
Yep. And 2 lads are limbering up, aren't they? They are imminent with a new ball around the corner. Here's Morley. Oh, that's off an edge. Oh, has it been put down? Bounced short. It went in it pretty hard.
It bounced.
Oh, I think it's flashed.
I think it's hit Wayne Manson's left ankle.
Right, okay. It's flashed pretty hard, wasn't it, by Green?
Looks like he's in a bit of pain as well, Manson.
Drives away through the offside. Oh, it's timed that beautifully for 4. Takes Chris Green on to 80 not out. Oh, he's hit the ball well, hasn't he, at times today?
Dropped on 9.
And he's now 80.
Quite expensive.
287 for 7.
Every time the ball goes to the boundary, Mitch Wagstaff will wince. It's the 11th boundary and he's got a 6 as well. Half century in boundaries.
Here's Morley into Green. That's 4 more. Hit it on the full. And through wide mid-on for back-to-back boundaries.
Oh, the gentleman's trying to throw it back and he's thrown it onto the roof of the marquee somehow. It went behind him. It went straight up in the air onto the roof of the marquee and it's rolled down and nearly hit that lady in the blue dress on the head. A tremendous effort by the gentleman in the black top there. These are the people who criticise Derbyshire for not fielding well and they can't even throw a ball the way it's supposed to go.
Oh dear, there's too many gin and tonics there, I reckon.
Staggering.
50 partnership, that. Forward goes Green and defends, and there is no run. These two have added 50 from 81 balls.
And again, an even spread. So an even spread, didn't we, between Jennings and Green, and now Bladwick's done his fair share.
291 for 7. Here's Morley to Bladwick. That's drilled away through the offside for 4. Moves on to 85. That was one of the great pieces of crowd fielding, that, wasn't it?
It was staggering. Sort of chucked it onto the roof.
600 mil.
Great effort. Right over his head onto the roof. Morley in and balls off the back foot. Bladwick goes and drives nicely away through the offside for a single. End of the over. 79 overs gone. Chris Green's 85 not out. Jack Bladwick's 25 not out. And Lancashire are 293 for 7.
Chris Green wants a towel. New gloves. Go on, George. Is that George Bell?
Will Williams.
I didn't think it was George Bell.
Nope.
Oh, no, he's been sent off.
Change your mind. Change your plan. I'm all right.
I think he's Paul Baldwin that said you can't.
You can't.
You can't be toweling down. We're going to have a new ball in a minute. So, Master, no, here we go. Mitch Wagstaff, bit of leg spin. 2 wickets in his first over in first-class cricket.
Mitch Wagstaff.
Thank you very much, Jen. 2 wickets in his first over against Yorkshire at Scarborough. Katie's providing the cakes tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, which is partner. She brought a sensational chocolate cake in for Derby Griffith's birthday earlier this season.
Oh, very nice.
It wasn't his birthday. No, it was.
Cakes tomorrow as well.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's going to be a very healthy week, is this? I can tell already.
Cakes tomorrow, and of course the coffee shop's open, so
Yes.
you won't need much tonight, and you certainly won't need much in the morning apart from the popular yoghurt and the muesli.
Tell me where this cob shop is, then. I need to... and do we need to say cop? Because I don't say cop.
No, well, I don't either. But I'm not from these parts. Wagstaff in on the bowls. That's defended by Blatherwick. It's just across the road to our right, as if you were going towards the cricket spire.
Okay.
There's a little gate right out of the grounds.
Okay.
And it's right across the road. It's a glorious shop.
I'll have a look tomorrow.
Pasties as well. Wagstaff bowls, and that just seems to keep a bit low. It's the pad of Jack Blatherwick, but he was always going down the leg side. Real opportunity this for Mitch Wagstaff, this match. But now David Lloyd due to that groin strain. He's in again, he's low there. He's been smashed back over his head. 4-4. Wasn't sure if it had gone all the way or not. I was just saying he's landed every one, and he had. And then he gets hit back over his head for 4 runs. It's a very straight hit indeed from Jack Blatherwick. He moves on to 29, 297 for 7. 3 runs away from making it 2 apiece in the bonus points. Ahead of the second new ball being taken. Blatherwick waits. Wagstaff bowls. He goes back and cuts, but fielded there by Ben Aitchison. Moving across to his left-hand side. Got both hands to it. Nicely done. A bit of a rally at Salisbury, which is concerning. 297 for 7. This one's a floaty one, and he gets an inside edge. He might get 4 runs for this as well. Chappell is chasing it and reaches it now. And they come back for 2. False shot. The score moves on to 299 for 7. 31 now to Blatherwick.
Yes, he's closing in on his highest first-class score as well.
Of course he is. So he doesn't have a half century yet.
He does not.
As, this one is driven. I've got a hand to it there, Wagstaff, but he's picked up a single. And there's the 300 for Lancashire. 300 for 7 at the end of the 80th over. And Wayne Madsen looks around, and the 12th man is asked to bring out the new ball, which is in its box still. Look at that. Still in its box. So he removes it from its box. And the new ball will indeed be taken. Whether it's taken straight away or not, I'm not entirely sure, but it's certainly going to take it in this over. 300 for 7, then 85 to Chris Green, 32 to Jack Blatherwick. Salisbury are 57 for 4 after 21 of their 45 overs. They're chasing 183. Should still make Blackburn the favourites against the semi-final of the Lancashire Cricket Foundation.
To go with a new ball from the pavilion end to Blair Tickner.
Which everybody will be interested in.
And is it a money spinning tie away from home?
Well,
Oh no, it's not away.
No, it's at home.
It's
a winnable home tie against Formby or Southport. Something ludicrous. Liverpool competition type team who have really good players. And yeah. Although they might not find it very easy to bat on Blackrod's pitch, I would suggest. Nobody seems to.
New ball. Has it been taken straight away? Blair Tickner's into the attack. So they brought back Blair Tickner.
I assume it's been taken.
I guess so. Sometimes it's a...
Yeah, that looks new to me. I'm going to say it.
Jack Blatherwick's on 32 not out. 300 for 7. Tickner in and balls. And left by Blatherwick. Through it goes to Brooke Guest. There's no run.
You know, it's been a lively day. I have to turn the page over.
That's a lot of notes taken there.
You not so much.
No, I keep it to a minimum.
I won't be able to remember anything.
No, that's always my problem. Really. 300 for 7. Bladwick's on 32. Tickner with a couple of slips in place. A fine leg and a deep square. And the balls to Bladwick. Pushes away cautiously off the front foot. Out into the offside. And there is no addition to the score into the evening session. In fact, we have about an hour of cricket, aren't we? Thereabouts to go. In this final session on the first day at Queen's Park in Chesterfield. Derbyshire against Lancashire across BBC Sport website and app and pictures via the live Derbyshire stream. And Tickner has got 1 for 65. He's on his way once more. Blatherwick waiting. Tickner comes over the wicket and balls, and that's down the leg side, gathered by Guest. And there's no addition to the score, which is 300 for 7. So bonus points are level at 2 each. And up to date on the auxiliary scoreboard. So I've not seen the person yet. It's stealthy, isn't it? They updated that additional scoreboard. Yeah. Sets off balls, it's pulled, it's in the air, it's out towards the leg side, it's bouncing safe, it's running out towards the boundary, it's bringing Blatherwick 4. And that, for Jack Blatherwick, is his highest first-class score. His previous highest score was 35, and he's got beyond that. So both these two batsmen are now in uncharted territory with highest scores in first-class cricket. 304 for 7 is the Lancashire score. Here's Tickner. Back in for Derbyshire balls again. Appealing for an LBW, and he gets it as well. So Blatherwick does depart. The new ball does work. Tickner trapping Jack Blatherwick. LBW for 36. Ending a very, very handy partnership for Lancashire. 8 down now. 304 for 8.
He didn't seem to get very far forward, did he? That was the impression I got.
62-run partnership as well.
66?
66.
Yeah. Very, very handy. Very handy runs. Blatherwick's understandably frustrated having just got to his high score in first-class cricket. Offers Tom Bailey some words of advice in outfields. He didn't really get forward, did he?
No, I think he might have been the back leg as well.
That's even worse. Yeah. 66 for the 8th wicket. Decent effort.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
We're talking about quite correctly, I think. Jennings holding the innings together. Chris Green's not doing a bad job either. 106 for the 7th wicket with Jennings, and now 66 for the 8th wicket with Blatherwick. Now he's got Tom Bailey for company. And then there'll be a standing ovation from the Knight of the Realm, I'm sure. As he wanders out to the middle for the first time at Chesterfield. Certainly in red ball cricket. I couldn't necessarily vouch for any other form of the game. But
Yeah, because Lancashire only played here since he made his debut for Lancashire. They've only played here once, which was a T20 game, which he didn't play in.
He didn't play in it. All right, so it's the first time then. I understand, and it was good to hear that the Lancashire players were all very complimentary about the facilities. Yorkshire players less so last year.
In comes the balls to Blatherwick full. And he just pushes that into the offside for a single.
I think David Milan had an argument with somebody on the gate every single day.
Oh dear.
Wanted to park nearer and do this and do that.
Dear, oh dear.
Yeah, it was all, and he apologised every day. But the Lancashire boys apparently have taken to it like ducks to water. This outground life.
Well, they're on a bit of a tour, as I mentioned, aren't they? Blackpool last week, and now here, and Cheltenham to come.
Is, as they say, what it is, isn't it? It's an outground, and Yorkshire memories and their views of Chesterfield clearly tainted by T20 cricket.
I suppose if you do go back to a venue, you keep losing that. It doesn't have the same appeal. I was chatting to Anderson in pre-season about playing at grounds he'd not played at before, and he said that's one of the things he was looking forward to the most. Actually, playing at Chesterfield, playing at Cheltenham, and places he just didn't really go to that often.
Just in and bowls, and that one is turned by Bailey out into the leg side. The ripple of applause you could hear was for Blair Tickner, who's just coming off the fine leg boundary to do the fielding. Tickner 2 for 70 from his 19 overs now. 306 for 8. It brings Green back onto strike on 85.
It's a very, very nice place to come watch cricket.
It is.
And I've been here, but it was 15 years ago in a T20 match, so I don't remember that well.
It would have been a lot. This is going to sound stupid, but it would have been a lot fuller. Aitchison is in and bowls wide of the off stump, and he goes through to Guest. And it does have a different feel on T20 days. It's a bit bearish when the hordes come down from the north. What it was like when Lancashire were here, but that's certainly the feeling you get. And the hills are absolute throng, and you can't see any seats because they're all taken. It's a really pleasant place to watch Championship cricket. As this one is down the leg side, Green tries to flick it away, misses it, goes through to Guest again. We don't go to many grounds anymore. Not Morgan do play. They're playing at Neath in the One Day Cup.
Yeah, it's quite nice. All right, it's quite nice.
I won't be there.
Oh. Of course, yeah.
It's just some bowls. It's a turn, not flicked, rather, guided into the offside for a single. He moves to 86, 307 for 8.
Is this the only outground that Derbyshire use?
Yeah. No. Because in the One Day Cup, I will be going to it. They're playing at Repton again this season. Repton School.
Where's that?
Just south of Derby.
Okay.
South of Derby and east of Burton.
Right.
Right in the south of the county.
Is that a nice place?
It's very Hogwarts. There's Aitchison bowls. That's an edge, but it drops short of second slip by Madsen off Bailey's bat. Definitely drops short. So yeah, I've only been once, and that was for a second team game. It's got a really nice pavilion in one corner.
Okay.
It's almost rectangular. But they're very keen to host Derbyshire cricket. They did host a game once before in a Sunday League. I'm not sure if it was the Sunday League, but then the sort of 40 over competition, but it was abandoned due to rain. This one is wide of the off stump from Aitchison and left alone by Bailey. So yeah, they're going there to play Worcestershire on Friday. I think that'll be good fun. We're commentating for the stream on top of the pavilion, which will be very exciting.
Like on the roof?
Yeah, on the balcony, not quite on the roof. I'm hoping that Freddie, who's one of the cameramen, does the commentary for the women's games. I'm hoping he'll join me and one or two others. It'll be good fun.
Nice.
It'll be good fun.
They work well, don't they? The One Day Cup games at smaller venues.
Yeah.
I think Lancashire got, whether it's Sebber School for one of them, and then they've got a couple at Liverpool. I think one at Old Trafford. They do work nicely out grounds of One Day Cup. There's Tickner in and bowling. Oh, it's flashing a miss from Chris Green.
Lancashire would play at as many outgrounds as any county, don't they? With Sedbergh, Liverpool, Southport, Blackpool. I know they don't play at them all in the same year necessarily, but they do on a rotation.
Yeah, they're using 3 this year, which is about the norm, really. They tend to get out and about. I'm not so sure if they'll be going back to Sedbergh after this year.
When does the new ground come on stream?
Yeah, it does. I think they're hoping.
Ground Preston Way, isn't it?
It is, yeah. For at some point next season. Now, whether that's for professional men's cricket, I don't know.
Right.
Might be a bit too early for that. Taking the balls. That's something LBW, but maybe inside his back onto his bag.
Turns, appeals, smiles.
The whole lot, didn't he? Yeah.
And then does something weird. But he often does. Blair. He's non-stop. Making his way back. If you could just get another one, 3 for 70, not too bad. 2 for 65, Aitchison, 2 for 70. Tickner, 307 for 8. Chris Green, 14 shy of what would be a maiden first-class century. And Tickner is in and bowls driven. It hits his pat. Whether he got a little bit of bat on it, I'm not sure. They think about coming back for a second leg bye. It's going to be signal leg bye by James Treadwell, the umpire. He remains on 86, and the score moves up to 308 for 2. 14 overs left, including this one. Tickner and Green having a chat. I'm sure they can cross each other too often. Unless Green has played in the Super Smash in New Zealand. Tickner playing with the Central Stags. He's on his way in now. Bowls, that one is pushed out to the offside. But to Guyana. No run off that final delivery. That wasn't the final delivery of the over. It's nowhere near the final delivery of the over. 308 for 8. Yeah, going to Guyana with the Central Stags at the end of July. Sometime like that anyway, for that global T20. Then they qualify for the Universal T20 presumably after that. Here is Tickner again in bowls to Green, who clips this one away off his toes, a long way in front of square, out to Harry Campbell. There was a little bit of hesitation there, but the hesitation didn't affect the picking up of a second run, because it was Bailey who clipped that one away, as they got a leg by previously. He moves on to 4, 310 for 8. Tickner's on his way in again. I don't know when you start to say he's on his way, when he starts bouncing up and down, or when he actually runs short delivery, Bailey sways out of the way of that one. As he goes through to keeper Brooke Guest, and that was the last ball of the over. Jack Broderick's had his shower. He's taking his seat next to us, hoping to watch Chris Green reached 3 figures for the first time in his career in first-class cricket.
Yes, has slowed down, hasn't it, since that new ball was taken? And to be fair to Green and Blatherwick's credit, with the older ball, they tried to squeeze as many runs out of it as they could. 66-run partnership. Green, 86 not out. 310 for 8. 13 overs to go today. That's defended into the offside by Chris Green, and there's no run. So yeah, the development of Farrington, which is just outside Preston, is well underway, and I think they are expecting some cricket to be played there next season. Whether that's going to be age group cricket or just community cricket, or whether it's going to be some form of professional cricket there, I don't know. But he's hammered that out through the offside as Green. That's going to be bringing 4. And he's into the 90s with that now. 90 not out, 314 for 8. Flashed away by Green.
When he hits it, it seems almost effortless. It races away.
314 for 8. That's defended out into the offside as Aitchison comes in from the lake end, and there's no run.
Presumably, if he's superstitious as most cricketers seem to be, before the second innings he'll have to somebody topless next to us. Again, Chris Green, who removed his training top earlier. Catch a few rays.
Yep. Top of the dam. 314 for 8. 2 slips in place. Just some balls to Green, slow ball, which he lays back down the pitch and gathered by Ben Aitchison. It bounces and then spins up to his right-hand side, and he gets both hands on it.
He's got to be one of the best looking men in cricket, isn't he? Chris Green.
I think he's probably up there, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
The commentary to the BBC, possibly on the 100.
Yeah, last season I worked a little bit on the 100 for fine play. Oh, it's a lovely straight drive. 4 more by Green. So he's 94 not out. And these are very much uncharted waters in first-class cricket for Chris Green. But
I think one blow here.
it's a terrific straight drive for 4. 318 for 8. 94 to Green now. Well, he has a lovely way about him, Chris Green. He's never really without a smile. Might be one of the smiliest people you see in cricket. Clearly enjoying everything about his game and what he does. Well, he'll have the cheesiest grin on his face if he can get 6 more. That's up and over. Backward point and down towards the boundary. It's going to bring him 4 more. He's within 2. He's 98 not out. At the end of the over, 322 for 8. Green on 98. And Bailey on 4.
Quite as clean a hit as previously. That one, off the outside half of the bat down to third man, but they all count. 322 for 8 now. And he gives them a wave. A cheer.
Yay. Brilliant.
It's a bit like that in T20 cricket. I mean, 1,000 times louder.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, there's lots of noise. That's next Sunday. Blimey.
Yorkies. Good luck with that.
Here's Tickner in the bowl to Bailey, who has 4 runs to Tom Bailey. That was beautiful. Short of a leg, wide of off stump, and just powered away to the boundary. Beautifully played by Bailey. He moves to 8, 326 for 8 now. Amish Dahl is already warming up. Tickner, rather chastened by that, walks back to his mark. Jogs on the spot, then sets off. Past the umpire, bowls to Bailey, who tries to flick that away down the leg side. Good take by Guest again. He's been very good behind the stumps once more today, Brooke Guest. The 2 Lancashire snappers are getting very excited about the prospect of a century for Chris Green. Tickner is in and bowls, and he just plays that into the leg side. Does Bailey.
Yes, they're trying to get themselves into a good spot here, aren't they? With
Well, they're trying to make sure that there isn't a fielder between them. And of course, if he doesn't do it in this over and does it in the next over, he'll have his back to them. You think one would go at one end and one would go at the other, in all honesty, but they're both at the same end within about 15 yards of each other. Here goes Tickner, like the brothers. Bowls, and that one is, he tries to flick that one away. It's taken again by Brooke Guest down the leg side. Tickner smiles. Green will be smiling.
Oh, it's forever smiling.
Smiles all round out there at the moment, apart from 1 or 2 Derbyshire fielders, I would think, none more so than, bless him, Mitch Wagstaff, who 91 runs ago. No. 89 runs ago.
yeah,
Dropped Chris Green. And a chance that was a better than 50-50 opportunity. As Tickner is in, and that one is put into the offside, getting high up and playing the ball down into the ground.
he's done that a few times today, hasn't he? Tickner, he had run in and bent his back, hasn't he? Trying to get a little extra something out of the pitch, and he was good enough returner, wasn't he? In the end, a 2 good returner. He kind of shovel one off his hip, off his rib cage down the leg side. It was a good catch from Brooke Guest.
Well, the 2 opening bowlers, Tickner and Aitchison, got virtually identical bowling figures, virtually identical. 2 for 76, Tickner, 2 for 77, Aitchison, and both 21 overs bowled. That one is forced into the offside by Bailey, and that means that the photographers will be at the wrong end of the ground for the century. And now there's panic. There's panic in the faces.
Come on, Luke, where are you going? Luke and Dan, the two photographers.
I don't think he'll make it to the other end in time.
Where are you going here? Scarping around the other end of the ground now.
I heard the word manoeuvre being mentioned there.
All from the lake end, Anuj Dal.
Change of bowling as well. So Anuj Dal returns. Edgerson bowled 2 overs for 14 with the second new ball. I don't think Chris Green will mind this. Slight reduction in pace, possibly. Different angle. He's quite. He's compact, is Anuj. He's quite a smiley person as well, Anuj Dal, generally.
Well, quite like this because they've obviously made the bowling change. They've got the keeper to stand up and a couple of catches behind, then close in on the offside and the leg side. So catches at mid-wicket at cover. Positioned the fielders deeper mid-off and mid-on. They're almost long off and long on in truth. They're way back. Try and make this as hard as they can for Green. He might be tempted to try and get there as quickly as he can. He's played some.
Don't sky one.
He's played some beautiful shots, hasn't he? But will he be able to rein it in if required? His Dal in. Oh, it's a low full toss. Oh, he's hit it back towards him. I think he's put it down.
He has.
Off his own bowling. It was a low full toss which Green deflected back to Anuj Dal, and he went away to his, or low down actually to his kind of right, about hip height, thereabouts. In and out. There's a chance. It's a tough chance, always, isn't it? I guess off your own bowling, but it was just tapped back to him with a straight bat. Both hands on it, Anuj Dal. And Chris Green instantly walking away towards square leg as if to put that completely out of his mind and forget all about it.
That's good from Tom Bailey as well as he's come down to talk to him, because the Derbyshire bowlers and Wayne Madsen are all looking at the footmarks here. I've just seen Neil Godrich, the head groundsman, come out from the gazebo they're sitting in and race around to where his hut is. I wonder if they're going to go out with one of those tampers and tamper it down, and because that full toss. Anuj Dal appears to be suggesting that there was a bit of foot movement or something. Wayne Madsen's looking at it quizzically. It's like, it's like that, the old two Ronnies joke, isn't it? At the moment, police have found a large hole in the road. The police are looking into it. What's going on out there?
I guess it adds to the sense of it all building up a little bit, doesn't it, for Chris Green? It's quite a...
He immediately went down to talk to Green. I'm sure that he's experienced enough. But this is first class cricket and he's on 98 not out. Here comes a man with an implement making his way out. It looks like a spade to me. A shovel or a spade. One of those, looks like one of those funny little spades that you get. It's got a very narrow blade. And the game has ground to a halt. As a result. So, scores in the other games in Division 2. I know you like Division 1. I don't do Division 1.
No?
Waste of time, really, isn't it? Middlesex are 314 for 4 against Leicestershire at Grace Road. Gloucestershire 274 for 6 in the 95th over of their game with Glamorgan down at Sophia Gardens. And Kent are 323 for 4 after 95 overs against Northamptonshire at Canterbury. Kent are the only one of the sides today who actually, other than Lancashire, of course, who chose to bat. Glamorgan and Leicestershire both put their opposition in. Whether Leicestershire hoping, maybe they score very quickly as well, Leicestershire, they have been. They've been following the sort of Durham model from a couple of years ago when they were scoring at 4.5 and 5 and over. Makes a huge difference. That's sort of what Derbyshire tried to do with Caleb Jewell and David Lloyd at the top of the order, but they never both stay in.
It's a bit of a challenge for that strategy, isn't
which usually means that Harry Kane comes in. And Harry Kane, although he can hit the ball hard, he's got good runs this season. Isn't that kind of player. And then it's Wayne Madsen. It looks like we're almost ready at the moment. His spade is leaving. So it's a good strategy if it works. If it doesn't work, it's a waste of time.
It's a good strategy for as long as it works.
Yes,
Yeah.
once it stops working,
Then it's a bad one.
Stick it in the bin.
Right, running repairs have taken place. Chris Green's been standing on 98 for an age. Dials in, balls to Green. Green drives into the onside. Picked up at mid-wicket, there's no run. So they've got players around him. They've got the keeper standing up. They've got two catchers, Slip in the gully with Madsen and Aitchison. They've got a short mid-wicket as well. Cover, long off, long on, deep point. Darlin balls, Green forward again, but feels like it came off the inner half of the bat, so maybe just nibbling back in towards Chris Green, who's on his front foot, pushing away into the onside, and there's no run. 98 not out, Chris Green. He has gone past his first-class highest score by a distance in uncharted territory. Defends again, has no choice but to, really, with the ball in and around his off stump, and pushes it away into the offside, and there's no run. Gathered a point, he's bouncing up and down on his toes now, is Chris Green. Maybe trying to shake a bit of the tension out of his body. Taps the bat. There's Dahl. In and balls to Green, again trying to find a gap for the onside, and looks towards the skies, and he just can't find a way past mid-wicket. Maybe he felt that one coming into him off his hip as one he could just flick away. Martin Anderson's at mid-wicket to field, and there is no run. Chappell being told to come in from the long-off boundary. And long on also, just creeping in a little bit as well. Not all the way in, just maybe 10 or 15 yards, perhaps, something like that.
Want him to play it into the leg side, don't they, here?
Waits for Dahl, in and balls, defends again. Back down the pitch, he'll have to wait a little longer, Chris Green. Remains on 98. 326 for 8. 86 overs gone of Lancashire's first innings.
Longest over the season so far.
What else was it? Yeah.
Maiden, I think.
It was.
Bernocchi. Taking to continue. His housemate, Jewel, hands his cap and his glasses to the umpire. That is a house you wouldn't want to be in for long. But they're the wrong way round, because Tickner's more like an Australian and Jewel's more like a Kiwi. It's very strange. It's really quiet, and whereas Tickner's relatively outgoing. Bailey on strike as Tickner begins the new over. That one is off an inside edge down towards Jack Morley at long leg. I'm not calling 2 Lancashire centuries.
Okay.
I didn't mind 1.
Who's asking too much?
To doing 2 in the same day.
Okay. Fair enough. 3-2-7 for 8. So Green on 98, back on strike. Tickner from the pavilion end, 2 steps waiting. Green bouncing up and down, waits now as Tickner's in and bowls. And Green plays front foot and runs it away through the offside, down towards third man. When he come back for 2, it's gone for 4. Well, what a special moment for Chris Green. Maiden first-class century. Only his 2nd century of his professional career, and both have come for Lancashire. And the Chris Green smile, well, it's as wide as Queen's Park. What a moment for Green. 3 figures for the first time in red ball cricket. And a standing ovation from his teammates.
16 fours and 1 6. 143 3 balls, probably.
143 is correct, yeah. And that 1-6 as well. 102 not out. 3-3-1 for 8.
Get back to normal again. Tickner comes in and bowls to it, and he forces this back foot into the onside, but it's fielded by Dal. Derbyshire will be desperate in these remaining 9 overs and whatever's left of this one to finish off this Lancashire innings. What means they can't really gain anything this evening, and they could lose a fair bit. That is a real issue. Let's not forget Lancashire at one stage were 44 for 4. And now 331 for 8.
I've just taken them off and tried to give it.
Tickner is in and turns that one into the left side ball. Carl again does the fielding.
Gary Morgan tells me that it's the best score by a Lancashire number 8 against Derbyshire. The previous was 100 for Ralph Whitehead in August 1912. Oh, Ralphie.
Yes.
He's on form today.
Green waits and Tickner bowls tripping again. That's off an inside half of his bat. He's going to get at least 2 as he runs an oval. Almost out by the time he rotates, it's like a U. He finishes up 2 pitches across. Kane does the fielding. 333 for 8. 104 now too. Chris Green. After any number of dot balls, all of the runs have started flowing again.
Yeah, there's a sense of pressure trying to be built, wasn't there? And,
to a degree.
yeah.
As Tickner is in and Green pushes this out into the offside. That's a nice piece of fielding by Martin Anderson going down to his right. It looks like he might have hurt himself in some way, and that makes it slightly nice.
Chris Green's
Less
100
nice. Oh, here we
came
go.
from 143 balls and contained 16 fours and 1 6.
Yeah. It's his first in first-class cricket, which is possibly the most important part of the whole thing. Which is why the ovation came from his teammates sitting to our left. Terrific innings from him. Just on the slide, these two have already put on 29 for the 9th wicket. As Zach Chappell warms up down the far end.
We're down to 9 overs, aren't we, in the day? That kind of sneaked up on me as well.
Well, it's only 6:10.
Well, I can tell you, I didn't look at the time. Here's Andrew Darley. Big shout for LBW. He liked it, but umpire Baldwin didn't. Yeah, I got completely wrapped up in the sense of Green getting a century. I lost track of the time. The number of overs left. Yeah, it is 6, isn't it? And for the long haul at Queen's Park. There's probably half an hour or so of cricket. Reaching forward is Bailey. And slides past the edge of the bat, taken by Brooke Guest, and he flicks off the bails.
I spotted Tom Skinner from the media team walking back with his own ice cream. Over on the far side, he's got his own ice cream, Tom.
Seems a bit underhand, that, doesn't
Well,
it? If I were you, Tom, I'd eat it over there when
I wouldn't bring it back.
yeah, no one can see you.
Yeah, he's just stopping to eat it now. Shocking.
3 for 8. Really driving away, or at least attempting to try and drive through covered ball. Ricochets off the inner half of the bat to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Just seen how long it took him to assemble all the gear for the live stream. It was astonishing. Wires everywhere, more wires than are here. We're going to take all this apart at some point. Chuck it in the bag and leave it locked up in the pavilion.
Again, pushing at that is Bailey through to the keeper, no run. Yep, if you're hopefully enjoying the watch us on the live stream or with us across the BBC. It's a good effort, isn't it, coming to our grounds and getting things rigged up for these games. In comes Dahl again, bowls right forward, goes Bailey in defence. Back to Dahl, off his own bowling, and there's no run.
All for the price of less than a national newspaper, or indeed a local newspaper.
Indeed. 338, correction, 333 for 8. One ball left of the over, and then 8 to go in the day. Dahl in, bowls to Bailey. Off the front foot in defence and pushed away into the offside. Complete over number 88 of the Lancashire first innings. All the threes on the board for 8.
If these gloves are for Chris Green, somebody must have been to the shop for him, surely. How many pairs of gloves does he carry? Staggering. Another fresh pair of gloves taken out for the Australian. I mean, he has been out there a while, in fairness. 147 balls.
To goal for the pavilion end, Zach Chappell.
He's made in first-class century. It's almost certainly his longest innings in first-class cricket, you would have thought. As well.
Yeah, must be.
His outdoors is just in front. That's been there. What's a newspaper? Those things that you read online. Derbyshire slowing things down here when really they were just speeding them up a touch because they are -2 on the over rate. Jimmy Anderson got a pad rash next to us. And here goes Chappell. Over the wicket, bowls to Green, who drives but straight to Martin Anderson, who says something to somebody. He's having a right old chat there with somebody, Martin Anderson. I have no idea who. Off the field, wouldn't say boo to a goose. He's coming out of his shell a little bit. Geese don't have shells, but he's coming out of his shell a little bit, Martin. I think he is quite shy. As in goes Chappell again. Green pushes it out into the offside. Anderson fields again. This time he doesn't have a word with anybody. The 13 overs to get 82 runs. What's that in 6 wickets left? Might be the end of Black Rod's cup run this year coming up.
What a cup run it's been.
What a cup run. Yeah. Money spinner. He goes Chappell and bowls and Green defends up towards mid-on this time. It's for the back had a duel. And there's no run. It's one of those strange competitions that ordinarily on a Saturday have a number of overs matches or whatever. There'd be a way of describing them that's much better than that. In the Lancs knockout, it's 5. The number of overs that bowlers can bowl is ridiculous. Some can bowl 17 and some 11. And there's Chappell. He's on his way in, bowls to Green, who pushes this one to Caleb Jewell at mid-on again. Get to Lancs knockout. It's 5. Well, the most you can bowl is 9 overs. Two opening bowlers have bowled 7. Oh, it's terrible watching. On a nap. Terrible.
Yeah, it's not easy. Especially when you're invested, aren't you? You've got
A little bit.
flesh in the game.
Two opening bowlers. 1 for 16, the opener, Matt Reedy. It's a terrific effort from him. Fletcher Jr., 2 for 33 from 7, so it's just proven to be a bit expensive. In comes Chappell and bowls to Green, who smashes this out towards the cover boundary for 4 runs. Terrific shot from Chris Green, who's showing no signs of throwing his wicket away here. He moves on to 108, 337 for 8 now. Excellently played. He now becomes the highest scorer in Lancashire's innings, overtaking the 106 scored by Keaton Jennings earlier on today. Not his maiden first-class century, of course. as Chapel is into green. It leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to Brooke Guess. Just the one scoring shot. It was a pretty impressive one. 108 to green, 9 to Bailey, 337 with 7 overs left. In the day's play, it's this table I keep leaning on. I shouldn't. I know I shouldn't.
It's going to buckle at some point, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, no question. No question at all. Some people's voices picked up by the FX microphone more than others, aren't they? The Lancashire photographers appear to have voices that resonate with the technology.
They're in position, though, weren't they, to get the
Yes.
to get the money shot.
Yeah.
Green's century. Yeah, 108 not out. 337 for 8 Lancashire. 7 to go today.
When Ralph Whitehead, this is David Griffin.
All right.
Ralph Whitehead, the man who scored the 100 at number 8 in 1912, he didn't get off the mark for more than half an hour at Old Trafford.
Darling and balls to Bailey. Oh, he's turned into the onside. There is a man at short leg in place, and that went quickly to him off the face of the bat. I think that is Wagstaff, isn't it?
It is.
In a blink of an eye, the ball was in his direction. He's bouncing out towards the ground.
His left bicep. That's what he's indicated. I couldn't tell what it did, in all honesty.
Could be a couple of strips back, isn't he, from as safe a distance as he can be. Darling balls to Bailey. Oh, it's flashed away. It's in the air, behind square, leg side, and all the way for 6. And caught in the crowd, I think.
Put down
In the crowd. Disappointing, but nice shot by Bailey for 6. He moves to 15, 343 for 8 now.
Man of the best. Put it down.
In good position to take the catch too, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was.
If you're going to wear a vest like that, you're probably going to take the catch.
I think so.
His Darling balls to Bailey. Pushed away off the front foot. And there's no run bouncing out towards Harry Game on the cover point.
I think he did as much as he could to protect the people to his left who are slightly older than he is.
Good effort then. He's done some fine work. 343 for 8. Dow balls. Bailey on the front foot in defence. And there's no run. 343 for 8. And Bailey 15 from 23.
He's not approaching his high scores.
No, he's got plenty of 50s to his name. Might have 11 or 12 of them, something like that. Just one down to the ground to the left of short leg. There's no run. Frustrating for Derbyshire, this. Trying to get this all wrapped up, but still 2 wickets to take. Lancashire have done very well today to get to this score from where they were. They're 44 for 4. It's driven away through the offside, and that's going to be 4 more for Bailey. He's reaching for it, driving out towards deep backward point. Harry Game on the point boundary, can't get to his left to cut it off. 4 more for Bailey. He moves to 19. Lancashire are knocking on the door of another batting bonus point. 347 for 8. And Bailey on 19, Green on 108. And, two now added 43.
Yeah, next to no time. 55 balls. Mike Martin's just had a conversation with Anders Dahl about something. Anders Dahl's bowled 3 overs for 10 in this spell. Zach Chappell about to bowl his 2nd over with the new ball. He's on his way in now to bowl to Chris Green, the Centurion, who defends it towards mid-off, fielded by Blair Tickner. And there's no run. Almost at the stage now. Derbyshire's openers will prefer to come back tomorrow. Just 6 overs remaining. Four, 7 for 8. Next delivery is defended by Green again. That's a shame. Mark Beecroft Stratton was in the ground today, but didn't come up and say hello. Should have done. Well, I feel like I've been stalked slightly because he's described my T-shirt, which means he's definitely around somewhere.
A pair of binoculars.
There's Chappell. Goes in again, and Green, gets an inside edge into his pad. Ball dribbles out into the onside. You wouldn't be surprised if the heavens opened at some point this evening, would you? But there's a bit more blue sky now, but it's just got that very heavy feel about it. I don't think it is supposed to rain, certainly not forecast.
No, look, it looks clear, doesn't it, until Wednesday, I think. Potential some showers on Wednesday.
I don't think I'll be taking a jacket out this evening. This one's clipped nicely into the leg side. Dowell dives to his right to do the fielding. Doesn't take it cleanly, and they get through for a single. 109 now to Green. 348 for 844 for the 9th wicket between these two. 19 of those two. Tom Bailey. The sun is out again for the first time in a while here at Queen's Park. Chappell in and bowls to Bailey. Just guides that one nicely out to the point boundary. It's fielded by Mitch Wagstaff.
Slightly niche snap from Gary Morgan, but the niche the better.
I think so.
It's the first time since September 1992 that a Lancashire number 2 and the Lancashire number 8 have scored a century in the same innings.
No, I don't mind that.
Okay. Details of who it was in a minute.
We'll have a niche stat off at some point over this game, I'm sure, as that one is driven beautifully by Chris Green for 4 out to the extra cover boundary. He has played that shot gloriously all day. He moves to 113. It's 353 for 8. that shot came off Zach Chappell moments after I was told it was Zach Chappell for the press this evening. They'd be delighted. He's got 3 wickets, 3 for 65, 69 now, 3 for 69 from his 16 overs.
Yes, in 1992, the last time that the Lancashire number 2 and the Lancashire number 8 scored a century in the same innings, and that was a game against Durham at Gateshead for Michael Atherton and Peter Martin, the number 2 and number 8.
Couple of good players there.
Atherton making 199 and Peter Martin 133.
What he needs to find out is when the first 4 batters were dismissed for single figures, what's the highest score that Lancashire have got to? Because 353 for 8 must be up there.
That's worked out like side by Bailey. Like stuff under the helmet, short leg up. He's gone leaping low to his left to try and get something on it, but he can't. So single for Bailey, he moves to 20. The score now to 353 for 8. Brings Green back on strike. Yeah, it's a very, very good effort from the position that Lancashire were in after about an hour of play this morning. Dahl in, bowls to Green. Back towards Anyu's Dahl.
Tom's back, not a hint of ice cream around his lips.
Nothing gets past you, does it? It's just to have a quiet little ice cream.
You can't You can't wander around Queen's Park eating an ice cream and think you've got away with it. That's all I'm saying.
It's harsh. It really is harsh. 50 partnership up as well between these two, as that's worked out to the mid wicket by Green. And there's no run. And that single bringing up the 50 partnership. He's very harsh. He's worked very hard. I don't think we're on air without his efforts, are we?
Possibly not.
No.
Fair play.
We're not on air without the efforts of Tom. It's driven away through the offside. It's in front of square, out towards the boundary and beyond the reach of Harry Kane for 4 more for Chris Green. And, runs are coming freely for Green. Boundaries plenty for the Aussie. Number 19 boundaries, so he's 19th of the innings.
Just mentioned again, he was dropped on 9. Just 104 runs since then.
Yes. It's down the leg side. He's got something on that. I think it's come off something. I heard it come off something, wasn't it? Gone as by because he just caught a bit of the keeper potentially.
Yeah,
so Green remains on 117 and Lancashire move on to 159 for 8. .359 for 8. In comes Anu's Dar, balls forward because Bailey defends and there's no run. End of the over. Whenever there's ice creams about at outgrounds, it makes me think of the game between Lancashire and Hampshire from a couple of years ago. And Kevin James all over the other about the Lanky boys getting ice creams. It's funny. 359 for 8 at the end of the over. 92 gone of Lancashire's first innings. 4 to go today. Green 117 and Bailey on 21.
You can take it all a bit seriously, can't you?
I didn't take that one well.
I've been brought the occasional ice cream. It's almost impossible to eat an ice cream and commentate at the same time. They reached stumps in all of the other games in the second division. Kent 325 for 4 against Northamptonshire at Canterbury. Gloucestershire 279 for 7 against Glamorgan in Cardiff. And Middlesex 336 for 5 against Leicestershire at Grace Road, which means that Lancashire's 359 is the highest score of the day in Division 2. And they've got power to add in the final 4 overs. First ball from Zach Chappell down the leg side. Green was trying to... he was aiming it towards Green's dip. But, but he didn't make any contact. Some said 275 for 6 at the close against Notts at Taunton. Worcestershire 456 for 3 against Hampshire in Southampton. Kev James would be all over dither about that, I would have thought. As it was Chappell, the bowl to Green, who defends this back towards the bowler, just to the onside of the stumps of the non-strikers then. Warwickshire 369, I shouldn't have called that again. 369 for 6 against Sussex at home. They're still playing there as they are at the Oval, where Surrey 398 for 3 against Durham. Marcel Birmingham, a very pleasant evening out south of the river. Sure.
Twice of things would have thought.
Oh, yes. And how hot it is. Essex 248 for 3 at the close against Yorkshire at York. So relatively slow scoring there at the outground. This is very controlled. Pull into the leg side for 4 runs by Chris Green. He moves up to 121 not out now. 363 for 8. Hurricanes lost the ball under one of the covers. No, this is the nightmare for him. It's gone under one of the covers and he can't work out which one it's gone under. And now that entire ground is looking at Harry Kane, fiddling around with sheets, looking for a cricket ball. And he's showing no signs of finding it at the moment. This is a bit like in the village game when it goes into the long grass and somebody has to come across. Ben Aitchison thinks he's spotted where it went into the sheets. 363 for 8, incidentally, the score's moved on to, and now he's found it. Alex just has pointed out, well done, Harry. They've found it. Green, 121 not out. And the partnership already up to 59. Yes, 363 for 8. Then 8, the Chapel from the pavilion end in, balls to Green, who just pushes it straight back to him. And on this occasion, there is no run.
Yes, they've enjoyed a pretty good day here in Lancashire. Some turnaround from 44, or 44 for 4, wasn't it, this morning?
Yes. The first hour and a quarter, 12:18 when Matty Hurst was out, 44 for 4. And since then, it's very much been Lancashire's day. As Chapel goes and bowls to Green, is bowled. I think he's played on. And he's dismissed for 121. It's been a magnificent innings from Chris Green. 121. His high score in first-class cricket, 24s and a 6. And Lancashire 363 for 9. And the last thing that Derbyshire want is to get the final batter out and have to face an over.
Chris Green
They
was
probably
bowled by
won't now.
Zach Chapel for
But he
120.
will get and deserves this ovation from the Chesterfield crowd. It's a day that Chris Green will never forget. And a lot of the spectators inside the ground won't forget it either. Special innings from the Australian. Jimmy Anderson waits until he gets off and then congratulates him before he walks on to bat. Well done, Chris Green. Actually did well there, Jimmy Anderson, because if he walked on before Chris Green had left, the chant of "Oh Jimmy, Jimmy" had already started, and it would have got even louder. That's excellent from James Anderson as well. He understands cricket. And applause is for James Anderson walking out. It's not quite the ovation that he got when he walked out to bat at Old Trafford in his first game back, which was remarkable.
Yes, he had quite a few on the spin, didn't he? Because he had one, because he came out to bat for a standing ovation, then he opened the bowling for a standing ovation.
Ridiculous. Come on, son.
Oh, within about 10 minutes.
Stop milking it. Fourth wicket for Zach Chapel, incidentally. So he's on for a 5 here. Is Zach Chapel. I'm sure that will be about the furthest thing from his mind when he's talking to me later.
The Green innings in full detail: 121 runs, 167 balls, batted for 230 minutes, 24s and a 6. So he came out with the score.
David Griffin's going to rather cunningly try and dazzle Jimmy Anderson.
Was that flash from his camera?
Yes. Yeah. Here goes Chapel into bowl to Anderson, who leaves the first ball he faces at Queen's Park.
It's a cunning plan he's got there, isn't it?
Yeah, they're very cunning.
I'm going to flash him out. That's what I'm going to do. Keep clicking the camera, and at some point, Jimmy's going to nick it off.
Come back and complain bitterly.
Yes.
What did they add?
They added.
59?
They added. Yes, 59.
Yeah.
So the last 3 partnerships: 106, 66, and 59.
Yeah. Tom Bailey, who's played his part with 21 of those. Zach Chapel gets the applause of the Chesterfield crowd as he walks back to the boundary.
So that's 4 for him, isn't it?
4 wickets for Zach Chapel, which is why he's going to be speaking to the media. It makes sense.
It does, yeah.
Nothing makes more sense than that.
Right, 3 overs remaining today. Bailey's on strike. Here comes Darlham. Balls. Oh, and Bailey swings and edges over the keeper, over the slip, and down towards the boundary for 4. Thrashed away by Bailey. Thick edge. And he moves to 25. 367 for 9. I say That will be it, isn't it? If there's a wicket in this over, that's it, isn't it? I think you lose the one, you're in +2 more.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, so the Derbyshire openers won't have to bat today, and we'll finish at a reasonable 20-7. We'll be in the pub by 8:30, I reckon. Possibly. Oh no, about 7:30, 7:45.
It's a quick turnaround.
Yeah. Oh, we don't mess about.
Don't mess around.
No. I haven't checked into the hotel yet.
No. 3, 6, 7 for 9, barely to 25.
You'll get a text.
Tell me the wrong place. In comes Anu Dal. Balls to Bailey. Oh, he's bowled it. Oh, that is that. That is indeed the close of play. That's Lancashire all out for 367. Bailey can bowl for 25. And that'll be the close of play on day 1.
It will comprehensively bowled. Anu's Dal went for an enormous
Tom Bailey
yahoo.
was bowled by Anu
Dismissed
Dal
for 25 of 31 deliveries, 3 fours and that big 6. And it's been a pretty good day for Lancashire after being 44 for 4 at 12. Matty Hurst was dismissed, the second of Zach Chappell's 4 victims.
Derbyshire County Cricket Club would like to thank all spectators for visiting Chesterfield Cricket Club and the Festival of Cricket. And would like to remind you that this game resumes tomorrow at 11.
She either reads it properly or she doesn't read it at all, but it's just a noise. 367 all out in the end. Chris Green, 121, possibly the highlight. Century as well for Keaton Jennings, and lots of very good partnerships as well. 106 for the 7th wicket. Keaton Jennings and Chris Green, 66 for the 8th wicket. Green and Jack Blatherwick, and then 59 for the 9th wicket. Green and Tom Bailey. Bailey the last man out, 25. Jimmy Anderson faced 1 delivery and was not out. And we will return tomorrow morning. We're contractually obliged to. Myself and Scott Reed from BBC Radio Lancashire for day 2 and Derbyshire's first innings after Lancashire were dismissed on day 1 for 367.